Very good. Alright. So real quick, the game plan is to go over the Relict system some more. Specifically the class and, well, not race, species, there we go. Stuff, and then into the monster stuff. Just trying to familiarize myself more with the system. I'm going to try and acquire the YouTube link so I may shill. And then we'll get into things. Perfect. Oh no, I forgot one of the places. Okay. That's fine. I'll just shove together something real quick.
Stupid sounds, the stream.
Also, this is Pav. Pav is a friend of mine. There'll be some funny noises going on. Don't worry about it. Beautiful.
I love how I'm on my way to being a PhD, and the peak of comedy is.
It is the peak of comedy. What do you mean? Screech.
Whoa!
People.
What a fool.
Let me. There we go. This is what I would need. Give me this. Give me that. Yes. And then I've been chilling here as well, I believe. Yes. No, I didn't mean to post that twice. Oh, I'm a fool. Oh no.
Oh no. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Okay, what if we just hold on. What if I just unfuck this? There we go. Oh, that's another little thing I should probably say. Live streams, I don't police myself. For YouTube videos, I'm willing to. But I am going to be cussing. That's just a thing. I know YouTube doesn't like that right now, but I mean, I can't reasonably have like 9-hour Pokemon live streams and not cuss, you know?
F-word.
Yep. Can't be bothered.
W-word.
Alright, now I'm just panicking because I think I messed that up. Alright, I think we're fine though.
Yes.
I think we're fine. I just need to come over here and this group, because this person's not on any of the servers I share, but they're still interested. Gotta keep them in the know. Womp.
I smell egg.
No eggs.
What do you mean?
No eggs, Pav.
Why not snack upon the miscarriages?
Scrumptious. Alright, let me get this up so that I can look at chat, if there is chat. Oh, I need to refresh this because that is not looking right.
Oh, no.
I want chat, please. Please, YouTube, cooperate. Thank you. Alright. Sorry about this bit of scuffedness going on. There we go. And I can go there, and this can go here, and oh, I'm gonna have to do that again, aren't I? Okay, very good. This goes here. And click on that. I think that's everything. That's not bad. I only wasted like 3 minutes. That's not bad. Okay. Oh, so we can get rid of this now. We know what we're doing. A fun little thing got posted to Discord the other day about like the character level tiers. And I guess I assume Nost is Chris. I haven't directly like asked or confirmed that, but at the very least this seems to be the guy doing the design work. But anyways, the expectations for like level tiers is that a level 1 character is more skilled than the average villager, like a soldier that's been through boot camp. What are you doing?
Vintage story.
Oh, it's vintage story. All right.
I'm an oboe man.
It's very loud. Why is it? Are you
know.
repeatedly taking damage?
No.
Oh, okay.
Anyhow, yes.
All right.
Little tears.
It's fine. It's just very distracting.
I know.
By level 5, they're more experienced, proven under pressure. I mean, that makes sense. They've probably been through some stuff. Professionals with some years and trouble. under their belts. Very good. Would be the first people in the village slash city who get called up when there's trouble brewing. Reasonably chance to gather a group together. Probably reasonable chance to gather a group together and go kill the local goblin warlord. Yeah, that makes sense. That also is nice to have this kind of like guideline, though. I don't know if there's thought to put this into like an official little section in the final release content, but I do like this idea because it sets precedence, right? That if the if the DM is designing a town, it sets precedence that like there's probably a few level 5 characters in that town that you can ideally have a more simplified version of their character sheet and not like make a player character sheet for each and every single one of them. But it still gives you like a general like guideline for how strong like the village chief is and like maybe the retired adventurer. Welcome back, Pav.
Yes.
Let's see. By level 10, they're subject matter experts. Level 10 mage could be teaching at a magic university, probably renowned within their fields in their regions. Got it. They've got some stories to tell. They've survived some stuff. Very good. Level 15, heroic, world renown, dragon slayers, king's champion, war heroes, has spells named after them. Groups around here are getting into save the world territory. Very good. And level 20, this is where they're like talking about, do you want to fight a god? And Eddie walked it back later on, which I've noted here. but they're definitely like city destroying power level is what Nost changed it to. But otherwise, like they have a good chance at immortality, divinity, some kind of eternal planeswalker. That could be fun. But yeah, that's a general overview for what he has planned for like the power level of this system, which I'd say is kind of in line with 5e, I guess. I don't know. It feels a little bit lower power level in my opinion, but we'll see where this goes. Oh, nope, not the home. And I don't need home. I don't need about us. I probably do need to keep core open. I should probably refresh it though, because I know that he updated a few small tidbits. Nothing that makes me need to refilm my video, but okay, here's character creation. I should probably go through this at some point in time. Let me go open species and classes, and hold on, I have this old species that I can X out of, and then this. Okay, well, if you're not that zoomed out, because then no one can see it. Alright. And that's like the character sheet and damage and whatnot. I had that open because I needed to screenshot it from a funny video. But having a good view on this is definitely something that we need to go over. Alright. There's their about page for Sea of Cinders. I don't think I need this open right now. Nor this. Well, I can keep those open for now. We'll just remember not to click on them. Alright. We should be good to go. What we should probably do is make a character. That will give us an at least basic idea. I know that Az made one last stream, and that we went over it, but it'll still be good for me to do it from the ground up. What do we want to name this guy? We'll call him Billy Blink Mage. Yep, Billy Blink Mage. Blink Mage is his last name. That's Mr. Blink Mage to you. Let me go look at here's classes. Because Blink Mage is one of the ones that is complete. That one I know. So we'll have some fun with the Blink Mage class. Why walk when you can teleport? You know what? Fair enough. Good at fortitude, good at cleverness, casting method verbal, toughness rating 4. Okay. 4 seems like middle of the line. I know there's a few that are like at 2. And I think like the knight's at 7. Let me actually go see that. Control F. Knight. Next, please. Yeah, 7. I got it right. I'm a smart boy. Funny. And a flash Blink Mage. Okay. Personal pocket dimensions, the ability to ignore most annoying staircases. Yeah, just teleport to the top of the staircase. That makes sense. In battle, a Blink Mage can teleport into and out of trouble, move their friends or enemies. Ooh, I like that. That's some fun support stuff there. Alrighty. Reposition items and objects to my... Okay. So all sorts of little teleportation nonsense, both with themselves and with other people. When they gain the following features. Okay, cool. We do still use features as a key term. I don't need to rewire my brain. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Excellent.
Blink Disruption. In addition to the verbal requirement for casting Blink Mage spells, one of the following effects occurs at your destination whenever you use a spell with the teleport tag. Choose one. Okay. So are these like wild magic type stuff? An audible noise of your choice, such as a thunder crack, electrical discharge, discordant noise, or the sound of Pav's chair squeaking. No.
Yes, exactly. Oh, yes, by the way, I gotta go have some dinner and stuff.
Forbidden. Yeah, you have a good meal.
Yes.
See you later, Pav. Toodles. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Displaced air. I do appreciate Banff, though. Thank you for the Nightcrawler reference. Emanates from the space. Your spell targets. Alright. Sound is detectable by anyone. Okay, got it. So it can make a noise. There's drawbacks to your blinking, is basically what's going on. Presumably, normally the spells function just fine. But for the Blink Mage, because they're like a specialist, I assume that like they're a lot cheaper or probably better for the Blink Mage, and so you need to like add a little drawback. That makes sense. Flash of light. Very cool. Appears in the same space your spell targets. Okay. Space. Okay, so it's from the space your spell targets. Alright. So presumably that'd either be the location you teleport to, because you're targeting the place you want to go, or if you're targeting like an enemy or an ally or whatnot, then that would be where this thing is. This is a little up to 300 feet away, though. That's quite a lot. So that is a flash of light. All right. Powerful gust of wind. Whoa! Oh, from all directions. That's cool. So it's like a vacuum. Very cool. Oh, reversing the billow outwards. Spell ends. Okay, so type of a stuff. Very cool. All right. All creatures within 60 feet notice the direction, approximate point of origin, and unnatural behavior of the wind, even if they do not know the cause. You know what? Fair enough. Like mage spells, and we got a list of spells. I'm gonna skip for now. They get bonus mana regeneration and a perk. The Discord server has been saying that perks are this system's version of feats, which I can get used to. Features are the things in like classes and usually like species and whatnot, or sometimes they call those traits. Anyways, but perks works because feat and features oftentimes get confused. That's something I struggled with. What's the difference between a feat and a feature? And I kept calling features feats because it's just like feat must be short for feature. No, it's not. Those are two separate things. Don't get them mixed up. But perk gets rid of that problem. Easy peasy. Far step. Alright. Spend double the amount. Required mana double its range. Okay, cool. Cool. So you can have a fancy little upcast by level 3. Ride along when you cast a spell to teleport tag that changes your location. You may take one. Very nice. You can bring a buddy with you. Or it's just like, I want to teleport to the other side of this cliff, and I'm taking John. Boink. Very good. Fair enough. He just grabs John. Repulse. You force a creature you can touch to make a willpower check against your spell save. Alright. That is interesting. The spell save is... Okay, so they're kind of a charisma caster, but also a con caster. Very cool. You can touch and make it. Okay, if it fails, it is teleported 1d4 times 5 feet directly away from you. It would end in an unoccupied space this way. No, in an occupied space. Sorry, there we go. It instead takes 1d8 force damage, and it appears in the farthest open space in that path. Okay, fair enough. So you're just like, I want to teleport him inside of a wall. Well, he doesn't go inside the wall. He instead spawns right in front of the wall, but he got shunted out of the wall and takes a D8 force damage. So it's a save or get teleported away. Force creature. Oh, you only choose one. Okay. Oh, it's not all three. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. My only problem with repulse here is that it's not saying it's an action. Yeah, it's not saying if repulse is an action or not. Like, the other two don't need that, because it's presumably whatever the spell is an action. Yeah, in both cases, you're casting a spell, so the action is baked into it. But repulse does not have that baked into it. I'm gonna go over to their Discord and start typing stuff. Wah, 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 wah. Blink Mage Observations. Bop, 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 bop. Repulse. Very good. Dash. Does not say if it consumes in action or not. That wording works for the other two choices because the action would be a part of the spell they cast. But rules as written currently, repulse is just something you can do for free. LOL. Alright. Very good. Level 4, select a spell or activate ability from either your minor or influence class. Okay. It no longer has a cost multiplier 2 times or 4 times. Okay. Choose a perk. Alright. So you got a feat choice at 2, at 4. I'm going to go through here at 7. Alright. And then at 13, 14, 16, 17. Okay. 19, 20. I am going to go pull up another one. Let me go pull up Knight. That sounds good to me. Oh, Centaur's icky. Centaur's icky. It's good art, but also Centaur's icky. Alright. So 2 and 4. Alright, so that, and then 7. Alright, cool. So the perk pattern is pretty consistent. Yeah, 13 and 14 also have your perks. Very good. 16, 17. Is that? Yeah, okay. That's still the same for the Blink Mage there as well. Alright. And then 19, 20. Alright. And 19, 20. Very good. Okay, cool. So it seems like there is a pretty consistent perk structure. And at 13 and 14, you increase core stat. Okay, and then mana regeneration, stamina regeneration. Okay, whereas over here, whereas 13, 14, yeah, core stats, mana and stamina regeneration. Okay, so levels 13 and 14 seem pretty universal. Off from just looking at 2 of the classes. All right, I should look at another one. What was the other one that was done? Oh, Avatar's the new one. Heh, let me see what Avatar's like. That got finished up just yesterday. Let me go down here. All right, cool. So even for the 5th finished class, I mean, I say finished, it's still playtesting, but even for the 5th finished class, at the very least, that's consistent. So it looks like there are, yeah, and at 2 and 4, okay. So it looks like there are some consistencies between the classes. There is a bit of a skeleton you can follow. There's a pattern, so that if I were to start designing a class, then I already kind of have like precedent set for some of this. I still don't know how you would balance things. I'll need to go see how monsters are done and how traps are done. I don't think that traps have been detailed yet, but my assumption is that traps would give you afflictions if save versus affliction would effectively be the mechanic, because outside of combat you just auto heal your damage. I mean, there could be like a clause that says this damage doesn't heal until the end of your next encounter, something like that. Or sorry, the next combat encounter. So I guess you could have traps that just do damage. But because like the general theme is that like the damage only matters in combat, my assumption is that if you did want to give your players a bit of a drawback, instead of using damage like most systems do, you'd probably want to give them an affliction, right? But one that makes sense for the trap that you just name instead of like rolling on the table. That's how I would do it anyways. So like that's what I'm getting at, is I'm just trying to understand the system well enough that I can kind of just like improvise and shove in and Frankenstein my own rules into it so that I could test what's there at the very least. Like the traps, like that's gonna have to be on me, I believe. The monsters, that's gonna have to be on me, right? The general structure of the monsters and the classes that the players will be playing, unless I also homebrew some stuff and let them playtest that. That's something that I do need from the system before I can properly run in it. Because the system doesn't need to be complete, right? I can make stuff up. I mean, to a degree, that's what DMs do anyways, right? When they're first learning a system, they don't necessarily need to like read both books cover to cover and memorize everything. Goodness, no. You know, like the basics, just barely enough. And then rather than go and look stuff up whenever it comes up, you make stuff up and you say, I'll look it up in between sessions, is what I would recommend anyways, and what a lot of DMs do when they're their first time DMs. Assuming they're not quitters, of course. Anyway, I'm not going to look at Avatar yet. I just wanted to see if the whole thingamajigger stayed true. Alright. Level 4, more spells and stuff about multipliers. So I know that there's like penalties involved for grabbing stuff from your minor or influence class. It looks like this gets around some of that. So that's something that I'll need to look at later on. That's probably covered in character creation. If not, then there's probably a document on the Discord I need to poke around for. Figure out how that mechanic works. But it's basically saying that it doesn't have its penalty anymore. Alright. Increase your fortitude and cleverness by 1. Very good. Increase your mana capacity by 2. Very good. Okay. Level 6. Choose 1. Shadow Blink. When you cast a Blink Mage spell with the teleport tag, you may spend it double the amount of required mana to emerge stealthily without triggering any blink disruption effects. Very good. I like that. So you don't have to bamf. You don't have to do your little blinding light thing. You don't have to have your fun little air vacuum. Although, to be fair, if you did need to risk one of them being stealthy and not doing Shadow Blink, you probably want to go with the air vacuum. Because unless there's something in that room, they're probably not going to feel it. So if it's just them relying on sight, the air vacuum is totally fine. Or of course, noise. I mean, I guess there could be a whoosh of air. It depends on how close they are and if they're outside and it's maybe a windy day, that kind of thing. But anyways, Shadow Blink, I'm sure this would come up for sure, especially if you're playing like a stealthy Blink Mage. I'm just saying that like there may be, depending on how creative you are in the situation, there may be ways to get around the whole Blink disruption just by using one of the 3 options that suits that situation best. But otherwise, this gives you a nice way to get around that. Very nice. Okay, yeah, it doesn't require an action or anything like that. It's just, I mean, it shouldn't. That's fine. It costs your mana resource. My only concern is that this can be cast outside of combat for effectively free. I don't know if that's intended or not. I'm going to type thing. Shadow Blink. Wop, 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 wop. Costs mana, which presumably instantly regions outside of combat. So they can effectively just always ignore their blink disruption. Let me double check, make sure that thing is indeed blink disruption and I'm not just talking at my ass. Yeah, it's called blink disruption. All right, we're good. I'm thinking about the right thing. Very good. Always ignore their blink disruption. When not in combat. Not sure if that's intentional design or not. Plus mana, which presumably. Maybe not immediately generates, which presumably regens quickly. No tangible cost required. Very good. All right. Harness Disruption. When you cast a spell that triggers a blink disruption effect, you may spend double the mana to weaponize a disruption. I like that. Very cool. The effective radius is doubled. That wouldn't really do a whole lot. I mean, you could make a giant burst of light, so if your goal is to create like a signal flare, that could work. If one of your things like teleports an object, let's say 30 feet, and you teleport it 30 feet up, and then you double the light radius from the light disruption, then effectively like 30 feet above you, there is just 600 feet of, well, not 600 feet of light, but noticeable from 600 feet away. That could be a big way to create a signal flare for like mobilizing an army, or starting a heist. If you and your buddies need to be at a different location. So I like that this, even though it's not actually damaging, and even though like this probably wouldn't come up all that often, because like when do you need to double the radius of the amount of whoosh boom that the wind does, or the rate? I guess not the radius. No, never mind. It wouldn't even affect the sound, because the sound's not a radius. That's just a sound. Well, no, it's heard within a certain amount of feet though, so that would get doubled, right? Yeah, 30 feet. Okay. Or making the sound hearable within 60 feet. That kind of stuff wouldn't come up often, but I don't know. It could add some versatility. Maybe it comes up. But I assume this is what you're really here for, is that any creature directly adjacent to your destination space make attacks. Hold on. Any creature directly adjacent to your destination space make attacks against you with a minus 1d6 penalty until the end of their next turn. Okay. And must make a fort check against your spell save. Creatures that fail the save are knocked down. Alright, any creature directly adjacent to your destination space make attacks against you. I think it's technically formatted grammatically correctly, but it doesn't flow off the tongue very well and is confusing. Let me go to Harness Disruption. Secondary effect could use some rewording / restructuring. It is technically grammatically correct, comma, I believe, comma, but it does not flow off the tongue well and is confusing at first glance. period. And second glance, period. At third glance, period. But then I got it. Smiley face. Alright. So basically, people standing next to you, they're going to have a d6 penalty if they're trying to make attacks to you until the end of their next turn. And then they also need to save against getting knocked down. That's pretty powerful. I like that. That's worth doubling the amount of mana that you spend on that spell, I think. Especially if it's not teleporting you, but teleporting an object. Alright. Increase the core stat of your choice by 1. Select a speller. Okay, cool. More customization options. I'm sure those are neat. I'm not looking at them yet. Let's stick with the core of this class. Blink sprint. Okay. Let's just choose one, and this was also choose one, right? Yeah. Still just choose ones. Got it. Oh, hold on. Some of these have been choose one, not do both. All right. Just a small retcon there. A lot of these are choose ones. So the perk does cost you something. Because core stats do kind of feel important in this system, at least to me. Since they are directly tied to your modifier and it's a d12 system, so each of those +1s you can get is exponentially now more important. I know that statistically, for each additional +1 on a d20 roll, you're not adding a 5% increase in likelihood to hit. I know that's not how it maths out, but if you think about it, incrementing the die from one number to the next, that's additional 5% likelihood to hit. So, or to succeed, you know? So to me, it's always been a nice little shorthand, as I can be like, okay, for each +1 that I have here, I am 5% more likely to have hit than not hit. And yes, I know that that's not technically statistically correct, but it helps me, and it's correct enough, right? Depends on how you look at it. But on a d12, each of those pluses is like an additional 8% or so by that analogy. So all those +1s do go a long way, especially considering that you can go from 0 to 10, whereas before you could only go from 0 to 5 if we're going with 5e rules with their modifiers. But because the ability scores themselves are the modifiers in this system, the closer you get to that +10, like that's very good when you roll on a d12, because now you're just let's say you rolled a 1. That's still, at +10, that's still an 11 to succeed, which most of the difficulty DCs from what I'm seeing are probably going to be between 8 and like 12. If it's like on the high end, 15. But still, like considering that you rolled a nat 1 and you still are like probably going to succeed anyways because your modifier is busted. To me, that speaks volumes on the core stats being more important in this system than they were in 5e and 3.5 and Pathfinder and whatnot. So the perks need to be extra special spicy to make up for that. Well, then again, this is only increasing one stat by 1. So maybe if it's just one stat by 1, I don't know. Is a +1 worth a perk? Depends on how good those perks are. Those perks, he'll need to keep an eye on those perks and make sure that they are balanced. Anyways, blink sprint, when you cast a spell with a teleport tag, very good. Change your location, spend stamina. If you do, you may move up to your speed as a part of that same action. You may split this movement up. Okay, very cool. Yeah, it's just more movement. It's just like, you don't have to just teleport. You can walk a little bit. And then double blink when you cast the blink spell. Okay, so it does name the spell, not just the spell with a tag. No. This specific blink spell. All right. You may spend 3 times the required mana. Oh, goodness. If you do, you gain an additional use of the blink spell as a free action. It must be used during the same turn. Now, if this blinks you, then with this fun ride-along choice up here, that could be really clutch to be able to grab John the Barbarian and then blink twice with him to get him and you to like a key location. So I can see some good synergy between grabbing double blink and where is it? Ride along. Whenever you cast a spell. Yeah, because it just says whenever you cast it. It doesn't say like that you mark off mana or anything like that. You have to mark off additional mana. So that would be part of the ×3 cost there, is that you'd be able to blink John twice. Something else you could do, potentially, is grab John, blink next to Bob, let go of John, grab Bob, and then blink you and Bob to another location. There's nothing saying that each that this would need to whenever you cast a spell. So you can take one willing creature. So long as you're next to Bob, you can then make that your willing creature instead of John. So there is a lot of fun stuff you can do here with Ride Along and Double Blink. Ride Along plus Double Blink. I appreciate this combo. Would let you grab a homie, teleport you to next to another homie, leave that first homie and grab the new one, and then teleport you to somewhere else. Very cool. No problems here. I just thought this was neat. I'm gonna change that. Very good. All right. I'll put these on different lines to make it look better and more readable, hopefully. And we're gonna bold that so it stands out. Okay. All right, cool. That's some good feedback. Yeah, I don't see any problems with either of these. Okay, we're fine. Flicker activates this ability as an action. Yeah, that's what we need to see. That's what the that's what where was it? Repulse was missing. Let me actually note that. Steal. Consider. Steal. Activate this ability as an action from Flicker. Put at the beginning of Repulse. GG, easy. Alright. You rapidly flit in and out of the micro-distance teleportation in place. What? Flicker in and out of micro-distance teleportation. Oh, okay, got it. So you go beep, 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 beep. So you technically be teleporting, but like it's so small, it's like a centimeter. So you're effectively flickering. Got it. Becoming much harder to hit. AC increases by... That's a significant bump. Ooh. It does cost an action, though. Okay. But your attacks and spell attack rolls are made... Oh, okay. So the die de-increments twice. That is a significant hit. You may dismiss this ability with an action. The effect ends automatically if you are incapacitated. Okay, so this is an action to turn it on. But then once it's on, it just stays active. And if you're just like, you know what, I am missing out on that accuracy, I'm gonna turn it off. It sucks that it costs an action, but it is what it is. Phase out. All right. Activate this ability as an action. You know what? Even though I'm going to put this in Discord, I am also going to copy it to this sheet and probably also feedback on Discord and then share that document with him. Because sometimes he doesn't always get caught up on things on the Discord side of things. And so he did say that if it's something really important, it's okay to DM him so he doesn't miss it. And I would say this is pretty important. Rebalancing this. I mean, okay, all right, fine. Ride along plus double blink, that's not important. That's fluff. I could get rid of that, but but also it's a bit of positivity and people could use some cheering up, right? Right. I'll see where I go there. Whenever you cast blink spell, you can spend. Okay. Oh, it's double blink. I already read that. I'm at the wrong section. Here we go. Phase out. That's what I'm looking for. Activate this ability as an action. You partially step into the transitive plane you teleport through, becoming semi-corporeal. Oh, okay. It's a reference to the ethereal plane without saying the ethereal plane. Got it. So you're partially in the ethereal plane. While in this state, effectively it's become ethereal. There we go. That's what you're effectively doing right here. Got it. While in this state, you take half damage from all sources, but are only able to deal half damage with any ability. Okay. That makes sense. You're in between worlds right now. You're not quite as tangible in your reality. And so anything you would do is less effective in both realities, because right now you're between them. So you're not like quite like on the ethereal plane. That'd be pretty busted if you could just go there for free. I mean, you're level 12. By level 12, like, would it be busted to be able to just be on the ethereal plane? I don't know. I think that would be fine. That being said, that's not what's going on here. Anyway. When you use this ability, you may bring one willing creature you can touch into the state with you. Okay, so even without like the buddy up feature, this has that baked in. So even if you don't take that, you can still like bring your buddies with you, or one buddy with you. Oh, you could drag an unwilling guy in here. Ooh. Targeted creatures cannot be more than one size larger than you. Got it. And can interact with you and vice versa as normal. Okay. Fair enough. If an affected creature ventures more than 60 feet away from you in this state, it takes a d10 force damage and is returned to normal. All right. That makes sense. You may dismiss this effect for you and any accompanying creature as an action. The effect ends automatically if you're incapacitated. An action would be relatively harsh, but in this particular case, I think it's fine because the system gives you 2 actions. So you should be fine there. I like this. It could be used as a buff to you and your allies. If you're just needing to like survive for a little while and keep some kind of effect happening and delay, then you and your buddy taking half damage is good. If you have some other source of damage that is dealing full damage, and you like, for example, the concept of doorway dodging. Let's say that you and Bob the Barbarian, I know I already made John a Barbarian, I don't care. Bob the Barbarian are standing in a doorway, right? And you phase you and Bob out. Now they are not dealing nearly as much damage to Bob the Barbarian, and they still can't get through that door, which lets the ranged mages in the back just keep blasting on the other side of Bob and clear them out very well. So this could be a very good way to stall and defend and protect a location if need be. Beyond that, I see it being used more likely as a way to debuff a boss, or a key enemy, right? To kind of take it out of the fight. Not take it out of the fight, but like reduce its effectiveness. Because if it's dealing half damage to everything else, then that means it's probably going to be attacking you. So if you are intending to do a phase out build, well, then again, you really have to be planning ahead, because this is a level 12 thing. All right, well, if you are really planning ahead and you wanted to take phase out, I would recommend the secondary class being something tanky like Knight, so that you could take a proper bruising, because then you could phase out the boss, and then that's a good way to draw aggro from that boss effectively, is to just be like, all right, well, you can either attack my homies for half damage, or you can attack me for full. What's it going to be? So this is another, this could be used to draw aggro effectively. Not necessarily like draw aggro as in force aggro, but heavily incentivize aggro. And if he's not, then that's fine, because he's doing half damage. Like, it's a win-win for you. So using this offensively, to me, is going to be like the better choice in like the given in most situations, but it could be used defensively. It could also be used if you and your buddies are far away and there's archers like, I don't know, 100 feet away from you trying to pick you off with arrows. This would be a way to reduce that damage. It's just like, okay, well, until we can get closer, I'm going to phase myself and Bob out, right? And that way we ideally can conserve some HP as we get closer to those archers. So there's definitely a lot of different ways this can be used. I like this ability. It's wordy, but it needs to be wordy, and I like that. And then I already went over Flicker. Flicker was fine. Flicker's also got versatility. This is more like if you're just going to face tank, right? Increase your AC by 5, that's a significant bump. So this would be if you are the doorway dodger. Phase out is for buffing the doorway dodger. Flicker is for being the doorway dodger. Where you just stand in the doorway, I do flicker, and now you don't get to hit me anymore. Let's see, core stuff, got it. Blind, oh, choose 2, ooh, choose 2, yay. All right. Blind jump. Blink or transit. Spell to target a space you cannot see. Decide what distance and direction you wish to travel when you cast the spell. If you would emerge inside a solid object, you instead take 1d20. 1d20, oof. That's swingy. All right. Force damage and emerge in an adjacent empty space. Or if none is available, return to your point of origin. Telefrag. If you would emerge in a space occupied by another creature, both you and the creature take that force damage. Very good. All right. That's a neat little mechanic. I'm going to reread this and try and understand it. So blinker transit spells. All right, I'll have to look at those later, but the spell gets cast. And you can now go to a place you can't see. So presumably those spells have a clause saying that you teleport, like choose a place you can see, right? There's a lot of spells that require sight. This effectively allows you to get away from that. We don't have to worry about the sight thing. You can blind jump. It's in the name. Very good. Decide what distance and direction you wish to travel with that spell. All right, so it's like a blind dimension door, right? You're pretty sure that 100 feet up is the entryway to the dungeon. So I'm going to grab John and I'm going to dimension door to the top of the dungeon. And maybe you're right, or maybe you're not, and you get shunted out and you take a bunch of damage. Is effectively what this is. This is allowing you to dimension door with your blinker transit spell. If you are doing it to an enemy, that could be a way to give that enemy some very quick force damage. So depending on, I don't know. I think you're probably grabbing this just for the ability to blind jump in general, and not so much for like the damage. I think you're grabbing this more for the utility. Yeah. Or for synergy with a party that uses like darkness type spells, right? Because you're just like, well, if James the sorcerer is casting darkness all the time, because that's part of his build, because he can see in the darkness and he wants to be powerful and all that kind of stuff. That messes with my teleportation sight spells. So I take blind jump and now that's not a problem, right? So there's some teamwork stuff that you could do with this as well. So I don't know. I think it's worth taking. Assuming the other two aren't just busted and dwarf it in response. Anyways, remote send. You may cast the blink or send spell on a willing creature or object, respectively. Okay, so blink is for creatures, send is for objects. Got it. That you can see within 30 feet of yourself without teleporting along with them. Okay. Got it. So you can teleport Bob the Barbarian and just Bob the Barbarian. See, before, if we wanted to teleport Bob the Barbarian, we had to have had a ride along. But now we can just teleport Bob and only Bob. And it doesn't like up the casting cost either. So it's just like by default, Blink would just blink you, presumably. In this case, Blink is still just blinking one person. It's just this now lets you not choose you, which I think is a pretty significant buff in terms of like combat positioning and support. Like remote send is not busted, but like really, really good. I really like remote send. Blink Mage is definitely the kind of class I would love to play. There's a lot of shenanigans I could get up to. See within 30 feet of yourself. Okay. Yeah. Same with objects. So like let's say you. It sounds like sending. Normally you would teleport with the apple. In this case, you can just teleport the apple, and that's it. All right. So like let's say you're trying to play keep away with an item, right? You've got the Rod of Kings. I don't know, and the big bad wants the Rod of Kings, and you want to stay here to body block the king. And keep that rod away from him, but you don't want to hold it while you're body blocking because then maybe he can steal it away from you, right? So instead you're just like, I'm going to send the rod 30 feet away and then remain here with my squad to body block, and we do this boss fight. And now if this baddie wants to go over there and pick up the Rod of Kings, he has to go through us and also move 30 feet away, right? So even though the main focus I would take it for would be like being able to blink Bob the Barbarian wherever I want, send still definitely has some utility, or some situational utility. You know what I mean? Rite of Returning. Okay, you take 8 hours to magically scribe an anchor point. Ooh, I like that. All right. Clear area 20 feet into it. Okay. Once completed, you may use 2 actions to instantly transport all creatures, living or dead, within 10 feet. Ooh. 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 Yes, please. Yeah. Multiple anchors across the world, but the time to do so is... Oh, this is so good. Hold on. Let me double check. Relevant creatures within a few years back to the space. Cool. It doesn't require the party to those exact same people to have been standing there with you during those 8 hours. So this is something you could set up ahead of time. So, let's say your buddies are taking a long rest. You're fine. You don't need to take a long rest. But what you can do during that long rest is begin setting down a rite of returning, right? And so maybe this is like midway through the dungeon. And then later on, you guys get way deeper in the dungeon, and things are just effed. And of course, because you rested in this room, this is a relatively safe room. So you're just like, okay, things are effed. I'm just going to get me... I'm just going to say, everyone group up on me. Everyone get close. And then you just teleport back to that safe room. So that's a very good way of like, I've scouted the dungeon, I've gotten in over my head, and now, boom, I'm back to safety. Or if the party's willing to like tolerate just camping out front of the dungeon, like that's something you certainly could have done before going into the dungeon. Is just take a day. Our Blink Mage is going to set up a return point. Don't worry about it. I know that it's inconvenient, but trust me, when things go wrong, we're going to be glad that we took the time to let Billy the Blink Mage set this up. Right? So, Rite of Returning is very good. You could also set one up at the town that you are operating out of, so you don't have to walk home at the end of your adventure. I mean, at this point in time, you're level 15. So, I mean, this kind of stuff is fine at level 15. Like, this isn't overpowered at all. But, like, this is so nice. Yeah, just being able to be like, this dungeon's too tough for us, we're leaving, or the big boss wasn't alone, he had like 2 dragons with him, yeah, no, we're leaving. Like this is basically a get out of jail free card that I very much appreciate. Cause like as a DM it lets you be a little bit more loosey-goosey with balancing, right? Because you know that the players have this up their sleeve. But then from the player's perspective, it still feels good. It still feels good to save the entire party and to be like, yes, my planning ahead has saved us all. Otherwise, we would have just died, right? It's very good for both sides of the table. Alrighty, I will go read the 18 choices in a second. I gotta use the bathroom. But I like Blink Mage a lot, it's good. Alright, nerds, I'm back. Very good. Okay. Man, this does look like a fun class. I like it a lot. And I don't know how the system's balanced yet, but like I'm not seeing anything here that seems like egregious or overpowered or anything. Like, maybe some of these things, if they were given to you, like, at level 4 or something like that, then yeah, that'd be a bit much. But, like, cool, powerful abilities, like Rite of Returning at level 15, that's totally fine. Like, powerful abilities, like Double Blink, being at level 9, that's totally fine. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen a problem with it. Alright. Looks like they're talking about deities and stuff. Well, I'm about to insert myself in the middle of that and be like, hey, guess what? Now you're talking about Blink Mage, because here's my Blink Mage text wall. No, they can just ignore it. It'll be fine. Rending discontinuation. Okay. Spend mana to force a creature you can touch into the raw ether, damaging it. Wow. Okay. Target a creature makes... Okay. Will save versus your spell save. Alright. Spend mana to force a creature you can touch into the raw ether. Alright. I don't know. Was it into the raw? Okay, so ether, I believe, is this system's equivalent of the weave. So effectively the source of raw magic for your setting. Whatever your source of magic is in your setting, you can shunt a creature into that. That's ridiculous. Oh, well, it's level 18. All right. it's ridiculous, but also to be expected. That sounds so cool, just flavor-wise. All right, I should get into the effect now. Vanish from the physical plane and appear in the ether. Got it. Sustaining a bunch of force damage. All right. And then they take a bunch of ether damage at the start of every turn in this state. Okay. Creatures can repeat their will save end of their turn. Okay. To escape and take no other actions. Got it. So at the very least, it costs them a turn, right? They failed their save. They're in the ether. Even if at the end of their next turn they do succeed and they come back, that was still you removing an issue for a turn and dealing a boatload of damage. So like this is already very powerful. It does say spend mana though. How much mana? That's my question. It looks like that's down here. All right, I'll get to there in a second. Creatures roll an additional d12 on checks against this ability for every time they have been affected by it in the past 24 hours. Okay. So if you fight a boss, and you use this ability on the boss, but the boss escapes, but you catch back up to the boss within the next 24 hours, and you fight the boss again, in this case, now the boss, instead of rolling 1d12 on his save, now that boss is rolling 2d12 plus willpower on that save. That would be a situation where that would come up. But otherwise, that probably doesn't come up too often. It's probably just the flat d12 plus will. The mana cost, okay, it goes by size. So, like your evil wizards, that's going to cost 15. Like most of your other bosses, probably going to be 20, 25. Like your big dragons and giants and stuff like that, that's going to be very expensive. So you probably don't do that. But at the very least, like evil wizards, evil knights, that kind of stuff, that's definitely doable. I would imagine 15 and 20 mana by level 18 is definitely doable. And it removes a threat for multiple turns. This is just so good. Alright, well, how good is Pull Others? Because you need to compete with Rending Discontinuation, because like this takes an entire foe out of a fight for a minimum of 1 turn. Like, even if everything goes wrong, it's still out of the fight for 1 turn. That's amazing. I mean, it is contingent on its save, right? And sometimes it just doesn't work and it fizzles and you get to feel bad, right? There's that. There's a risk here. Risk reward. Yes. But assuming that initial save doesn't get that they don't succeed on that initial save, that is such a powerful effect just for the versatility of taking something out of the fight for a round. And then on top of that, they take a boatload of funny damage. And I can't see a lot of creatures resisting force or ether damage. I don't know exactly how that's going to be simulated. I still need to go and look at that side of things, but I don't know. This seems strong to me. I don't think it necessarily seems unbalanced, because again, level 18 is a high level, so I think it's a good range for when players can start doing that kind of nonsense. But still, this is very strong. All right, Pull Others. You may teleport a number of creatures you can see within 200 feet. Okay. So that's a big radius. All right. To unoccupied spaces with it. Oh, 200. Oh, okay. Oh, within 10 feet is yourself. All right. You choose which space each creature emerges on. Unwilling creatures make a will save. The ability costs 5 mana per targeted creature. Okay. Creatures that cannot emerge in an unoccupied space within the radius are unaffected. Alright, got it. So if the party is too split up, this is a way to pull them back together at a relatively cheap cost. Alternatively, if one of your buddies has an AoE and you're okay with being a part of that AoE, you could grab all the enemies and teleport them all right next to you, and then your buddy casts Fireball. And like, yeah, you probably take significant damage, but also, like, you just effectively like gave your buddy the perfect opportunity for a Fireball, so it's probably worth it. If you combine that with like a magic item that gave you like fire resistance or something like that, yeah, I could see Pull Others being like a very powerful teamwork spell. Yeah, I'd say this is as powerful and worth considering. They're both good. They're both more than viable. I'd say Pull Others is just as powerful as Rending Discontinuation. Okay, I was worried for nothing. Because this not only has like amazing versatility, but there's a lot of BS combos you could probably do with it. Alright, and then level 20 is still just generic stuff. Alright, got it. So this is it from like the class stuff. We understand the class stuff. Everything is good here. I'm gonna skim the spells. So here's Blink. Okay, cost 2. Oh, that's pretty cheap and manageable. So times 3 for the double Blink, and grabbing Bob and then grabbing John and whatnot. That whole combo, that would just cost 6 mana. Done. I would take that deal in an instant. Like, that sounds so good. 6 mana, I get to reposition 2 of my buddies and myself. That is That is very nice. I don't know if it's overpowered, but it's very nice. I would take that deal. That being said, at that point in time, that you're only able to do that because you've taken 2 specific specialization choices, and so the opportunity cost, of course, is you not being able to blink sprint, which I don't think is that actually big a deal. I'd say double blink is like the better of the 2 options here by I don't know if it's a very wide margin or not. A blink sprint is cool for flavor wise, but you probably don't need that extra movement. I don't know. Maybe I'm undervaluing blink sprint, but I like double blink. Of course, the other opportunity cost you would then be giving up is either far step or repulse. Which, if it is intended for repulse to just be free and not cost an action, then yes, repulse is bullshit and overpowered, and you should always take repulse. But assuming that it does get an action cost added in, I assume that was just a mistake, an oversight. Then repulse is just as good as right along and whatnot. Teleport take, spin, double swing. Okay, doubling its range kind of feels a little bit weak compared to these other 2. Like, it's good versatility and whatnot. I don't know. I'll have to go look at the spells. Maybe there's something that's BS at double range, but for right now, kind of feels a little bit weak. So blink is 30 feet. So if it was doubled, it'd be 60 feet. I don't know. It's not significant enough in my opinion. 2 mana, teleport movement. Okay, you instantly teleport yourself to an unoccupied. There we go. Space you can see within range does not incur opportunity attacks. All right, yeah, fair enough. It's your Misty Step, but it costs an action and 2 mana. Yeah, got it. Transit 10 star. Okay. Uses action star. Okay. You instantly teleport yourself to an unoccupied space you can see within range. All right. Charged casting, you may opt to use both your actions in the same turn to cast the spell. If you do, pick one, double the range or halve the mana cost. That's cool. I like that. Okay. So 100 feet. Significantly more expensive than Blink, but it is just a straight buff to Blink that you could make cheaper if you did want to give up that action. If an action is worth 5 mana to you, and you really need a transit, yeah, that sounds doable. All right, so transit is just an alternative option for you, and then we do know that transit does combo with like the blind jump here, where you could. No, it wasn't blind jump. Where is it? The one that lets you teleport things that aren't you. Remote Sin. Oh, no, it's sending. Oh, okay, never mind. It's a good thing I double checked. Alright. I'm wrong. Don't worry about it. Transit's just a better blink situationally. Depends on your mana budget and actions. And whether or not you need the additional range. It's just another option is what it is, basically. Okay, so then Send is the thing that transports objects. And it's got a lot of text. Alright. Touch 30 feet. 3 mana. Okay. Instantly teleport an object you can touch an unoccupied space within range. Does require sight. So that's something that blind would get around. Actually, let me double check these. Ooh, okay, that also is sight, and that also is sight. Alright. Are there any that aren't sight? Let me actually go look at that. Tunnel. Tunnel is sight. Pocket. This is just making a pocket. Doesn't look like it would require a sight, but also like wouldn't be. Yeah. All right. Cool. So they're all basically sight spells. All the ones that matter are sight spells. So without sight, you can't do anything spell-wise as a blink mage. I mean, maybe your multi-class stuff gives you some utility there, but otherwise, blind jump does have some very good utility. And that is a significant bump if you keep running into problems where you're getting blinded. Or have to or you can't see, you have to guess something on the other side of a wall, that kind of thing. Anyway, Send. Let limitations on the object based upon your fort score. Very good. Can't be an animate object. Fair enough. Cannot target objects that are being worn or carried by an unwilling creature. The spell only affects a single object. Okay. If used on a basket of apples, for example, the spell would only send the apple you touch or the basket alone, leaving the rest behind. That's a good example. I like that. So you can't use like as an exploit to teleport a bunch of objects, but saying, I put a bunch of vials of acid, or sorry, a bunch of vials of alchemist fire in this bucket, and then I teleport this bucket above their head, and now I just cheese them. That's not something you can do. It would just teleport the bucket, or it would just teleport one of the vials, depending on whichever you were touching. So that's some very good future-proofing there, because I know that 200%, if this line wasn't in here, this would instantly become a busted spell, and players would be exploiting it like crazy. People love being able to just catapult just a rig of alchemist fire tied together, or in a bucket, that kind of thing. Finally, the object must be freestanding, and objects that are securely attached to one another are considered the same object for the purpose of determining a valid target. Okay. It must be freestanding, and objects that are securely attached. Okay, so securely attached does count. All right, so if they were like tied together, then yes, you can still catapult alchemist fire. I'm not sure I like that, but whatever. 2 planks of wood nailed together would be teleported together. Okay. But you could not teleport a window or a door out of its frame. Okay. Just only teleport an object just in occupied space. Okay. So way more than okay. Got it. So the door would be attached to the house, and because of that, you'd be trying to teleport the house, which then, via this clause up here, you wouldn't be able to do. All right, got it. No, this makes sense. This is still fine. Because at first I was like, well, why can't you teleport the door out of its... No, got it. It's attached, and then because it's attached, it now has that weight thingy. Very good. Padlocks, handcuffs, or similar shackle-type devices would be considered securely fastened to whatever they're... Okay, so you can't teleport something out of its shackles, or teleport the shackles off from that somebody. So if you touched shackles and said, I cast send, then the guy would teleport as well. Oh, actually, that could be an exploit. And objects that are securely attached to one another are considered the same object for person. Whatever they shall. Okay, let me double check here. A space within range must be able to see the destination. Okay, the object can weigh no more than must be. All right, cool. The prisoner would be considered animate. You can't target objects being worn or carried by an unwilling creature. Okay. But if the prisoner was willing, it wouldn't be unwilling. So the thing that would stop you from teleporting a shackled teammate is this inanimate clause. Other than that, this would technically let you teleport a teammate so long as they were attached to an object. Which, rules as intended, it's clear you're not supposed to be able to do that. But I can absolutely see some players not picking up on inanimate, and some DMs not being, like, at a glance seeing that. I don't know. You may want to add a ruling here on sending. Sending spell dash. Alright. Next line. The word inanimate does a lot of work here. Otherwise, you could teleport an ally attached to an object, say shackles, or the watch he's wearing, to get around not having taken What's the thing? Right along. Alright. Oh, actually, no. Remote send. Very good. To get around not having taken remote send. In exploit, I could absolutely see players arguing in favor of rules as written. If the DM does spot and values inanimate from earlier in the spell, we should be fine, but it is concerning. This is a lengthy, wordy spell, and I could see some tables running this wrong. Some players taking advantage of it. Parentheses, perhaps unknowingly. May want to add a clarifying clause. What? To that. Padlocks, comma, handcuffs, comma, or, and then ellipses, and then close quote. Wording or rephrase / reformat various aspects of the spell to make it more clear. Very good. Tunnel, 5 mana, and you can upcast it. Got it. Open a portal to a space in the space you occupy, and another in a space you can see within range, so 60 feet. Very good. Creatures can act through these portals as if there was no distance between them. The portal closes at the end of your next turn. Okay, so it only lasts for a round, but effectively you could this would let you teleport the entire party. For every additional 3 mana spent on activating the spell, the portal lasts for an extra round. Got it. So it's just like, all right, tunnel, everyone through the portal, and then everyone goes through the portal, and then you go through the portal, and then end of your turn, okay, it closes. So that'd be a very good way to teleport the party across a wide chasm or the like. Yeah, it's a solid spell. I can see it being very powerful, especially outside of combat, to kind of break dungeons, but I mean, I think that's probably fine. Like, there's no way you can avoid certain players having certain options to break dungeons. It's just a matter of, are those options in your party? And are you aware of them? And you then design your dungeons around the idea that, oh, maybe the Blink Mage will be able to break the dungeon by getting across somewhere they're not supposed to yet. Maybe not. And maybe that's something you want them to do, and it's intended, and that area over there is still balanced, or maybe that's something that gets them into trouble, and you are now scrambling to rebalance. But that's more of a DM problem than a spell problem. I think the spell is fine. And other than that, it's just very nice versatility. Ready. Let me actually redo the sending spell wording. I think I can tweak a little bit here. Otherwise, you could teleport an ally attached to an object. Get around having not taken remote send. Is it sending or remote send? Remote send, okay. There's a way to get around having not taken remote send. And on a budget of 3 mana, no less. Let's make that clear that this is a very cheap way to potentially send an ally, and depending on people's interpretations, it could get icky. Right on. Let me go add this. Wah. Pop, 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 pop. Where am I at? There we go. Blink Mage. Let's go back up here. Oh, pocket the long one. Oh boy. 3 divided by 1, and with potential to upscale, or is that 3 plus or 1 plus, depending on stuff? Activation cost possibly 2 mana, or sustaining cost 1. Okay, so sustaining cost is 1 plus. Okay, so basically, when you act, okay, okay. I'm just going to go read the upcast section down here. This might make a little more sense. When you cast a spell, you may double the activation and sustaining costs of the spell to double the size of the pocket. Alright. This may be done multiple times. So 1 and 1 for 1 by 1 by 1. 4 and 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. And 8 and... Okay, got it. Alright. So the first one's supposed to be activation. The second one's supposed to be sustaining. But down here we see the activation is 2. So I think that's just an error. I don't know if the intended cost is supposed to be 3 plus or 2 plus. Down here it lists 2 plus. Alright. Pocket. Spell. Error in casting cost in parentheses next to title. Very good. It reads, quote, and then parentheses, 3 plus / 1 plus, close parentheses, end quote. In the text below and in the upcasting example, it implies it is meant to cost 2 mana, not 3. Very good. Not implies. It states. It does outright state that. States it costs 2 mana, not 3. Alright. Very good. It makes sense if I just assume that 3 at the top is a 2. So, we're going to go now. So basically, when you cast it, let's say you're not upcasting, right? You pay 2 mana, pocket's activated. At the beginning of your turn, you would recover your mana for that turn, and then you would need to spend 1 mana to keep the pocket up and activated. If you couldn't spend that 1 mana, then the spell would drop. Is effectively what it is. Is that for each turn you want it to keep open, you got to keep marking off a mana, which should be pretty sustainable, especially if you start channeling. Anyways, you create a small portal to a pocket dimension that only you can access. All right. Yeah, so it starts off pretty small, and then of course as you upcast it, it keeps doubling, but then the mana also doubles. Contains no breathable air, has an ambient temperature just below freezing. Okay, so it's a very cold little box. When you cast this spell, you may transfer an inanimate object into or out of the pocket as a free action. Okay. You cast a spell, you have your box, and then you get, oh, no, thanks, Vast, not right now. Everyone's computer is always vulnerable according to Vast. Doesn't matter what kind of security measures you take. To be fair, I'm sure I could get hyper-paranoid and take even more than I already have, but I'm of the opinion that my stuff is pretty dang secure as is. Anyway, when you cast this spell, you may transfer an inanimate object into or out, at least secure for like a casual consumer, which I currently am. Anyways, when you cast this spell, you may transfer an inanimate object into or out of the pocket as a free action. Okay, creatures must move in or out of their own accord or be forced in through other means. Alright, so if you make it big enough and you have a buddy that can force someone into that pocket. So this pocket is tangible. It's not invisible. It's not like a little invisible dimension that you can reach into and do stuff. This is a tangible cube that appears. Normally, the opening of this pocket appears only long enough to transfer an object through it. You may opt to keep it open instead. Oh, okay. Got it. All right, so it's not necessarily a tangible cube, but there'd be like a little portal hole. And then as you were going to shove something in it, that portal hole would open up and get bigger, and then you could put it inside that little box. All right. But if you wanted to have the portal hole just turn into a portal square that then shows you the inside of the little box in space, then it could be open like that. All right. But it would increase the sustaining cost, tripling it. Okay, so from 1 to 3, if we're just doing a base cost. The moments where you'd want this, you'd probably want a bigger cube, so you probably would be upcasting it. So that tripling of that already doubled upcast cost is not insignificant. Doing this would be very taxing. So I think that, like, yes, this is already very balanced. I think this is fine. Reopen at the beginning of your next... dismiss the opening again at the end of one of your turns without ending the spell. Okay, got it. So it doesn't have to like remain with like a tiny little opening, waiting to take in your next object and expand to take it in, right? You could just be like, I conjure it. You can't see it, but it's there, and whenever I try and put something in it, it will respond and start opening it up. And if I want to force it open, I can pay a bunch of mana to do that. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. Pocket only exists as long as you're sustaining it. You may do so indefinitely, even through normal sleep and rest. Very good, so long as you always maintain enough mana to do so, which shouldn't be a problem because, again, your mana regen is probably good enough to keep up with that sustaining cost. Until you get to, like, ridiculous multiplications, right? Spell ends if you're incapacitated or killed, or dismiss it as a free action any time. Items inside the pocket while the spell ends tumble out into a space beside you. Very good. The interior of the pocket has an armor class of 1 and 10 hit points per character level. A creature that reduces the pocket's hit points to 0 makes a will save, ending the spell and breaking free to the nearest unoccupied space if it beats you. If you win, you restore half the pocket's HP. The HP is halved again every time you win this check. Okay. Got it. So things will eventually break out of it, is what I'm hearing. But you could potentially try and trap someone inside the pocket. Anyways, beyond just like its combat options, which it definitely has those. Combat applications, which it definitely has those. I more see this as a nice little portable hole. So long as you can retain sustaining it just forever and ever and ever, including out of combat, because like presumably you'd have mana regeneration outside of combat as well, and that's not an issue you'd have to worry about. You could make, like, let's say we upcast it to 2 feet, right? That's a significant That's a significant box now. You could store your PC in that, and a bunch of gold, and maybe a medium-sized treasure chest, right? That's something that you can use akin to for 5e floating disc, right? Fantastic utility spell for carrying treasure or gear out of the dungeon, or for that kind of stuff. This basically would act like that to help you carry stuff out of the dungeon, so long as you had the mana to maintain it. So this is a very good utility spell, regardless of whether or not you end up using it in combat. Assuming that like dungeoneering and the idea of carrying heavy treasure outside of a dungeon is a thing, this is a must-have spell in my opinion. This sounds fantastic. Beyond that, it has utility beyond floating disc, and the floating disc is just a disc with your treasure sitting on top of it. Everyone can see that treasure. But if you've got your stuff shoved in this portal, and this portal's not being like forced open with an extra sustaining cost and is instead shut, then like nobody can see that you're walking around with an invisible treasure chest next to you, basically. Like this would let you steal things and be like, I didn't steal the magic dagger. It's not on me. Well, it's because it's in your little portable hole over there. But they don't know that. So like this has so much utility outside of combat. And even in combat, it's still doable. Like you can shunt people into it, not shunt, but shove people into it, assuming you make it large enough. And they will eventually suffocate and die. It doesn't say that they'll take any kind of cold damage, but it's not comfortable in there either. So they're cold and they can't breathe. Very good. So yeah, you probably could try and kill someone, but I mean, they'd probably, given that it only has 10 HP, assuming that they have like any amount of willpower at all, they probably break out. Like maybe you could kill a low-level goblin with this, right? But any villain worth their salt's gonna break out, so that's not unbalanced. This is mostly an out-of-combat utility spell, I would say. But I think it's still like a must-take. I don't know how many spells you're allowed to take. It doesn't say there? Okay. Doesn't say there? Okay. Well, it might be part of like the creating your class instructions. If not, it might just be that like as a Blink Mage, you just have all the Blink Mage spells done. That could be it. Yeah, that'd be my assumption, is that you just have all the Blink Mage spells. You don't have to select them. Because there's so few of them. Yeah, there's 5 of them. And they all seem balanced and usable at low end, medium, and high level, right? They've all got very good scaling on them. And what scaling they lack, like sending doesn't have scaling innately, right? But then there's stuff like remote send to buff it. So, Blink Mage seems very solid. I really like it. I can now... Oh, I need to shorten this message just a little bit. It's 14 characters over. Alright, I can get rid of some of this. I can shorten does not to doesn't. Doesn't. Keep an eye out for those. Have I already moved Pocket Spell here as well? I have. Alright, cool. So this area over here is up to date. Alright, let you teleport you next to another Omi, leave the first Omi, grab a new one, and then teleport you to somewhere else. Very cool, no problems there. Just thought this was neat. Alright, cool. That's fine. Nothing to really shorten there. There's maybe a space next to the smiley face. I can get rid of that. Very good. These spaces at the end of these sentences. Ho 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 ho. That's something I can look out for. Hey hey hey. No, I was good and clean outside of that one. Alright, 9 characters left to shave. Let's go! In the text below, and in the upcasting example, it states it costs. I can just say it states it costs. It says it. Says is slightly less than states, less professional wording, but that's fine. Actually, hold on. Okay. In the text below and in the upcoming example, I could just say it costs 2 mana, not 3. Okay. And then that would get rid of the characters. There we go. Yeah. Yep. Cost 2 mana, not 3. All right. And then it gets the same point across. And post. All right. I can go have fun with that. And I can move on. What would be something fun to look into pairing with the Blink Mage? Let's see, Elementalist Knight. I think that Knight would be very good as a build to have like a tanky thing paired to Blink Mage. Lets you do a lot of tanky BS and be a very powerful damage mitigation support type character. But I like the idea of Assassin for flavor wise, because with all your like your teleportation tricks and nonsense, like an Assassin with those kind of tricks could be very fun. So we're gonna make Billy Blink Mage an Assassin for our secondary class. Oh, they're frail though, so Billy Blink Mage is not gonna be able to do those tanky things. Got it. Precision and willpower. That doesn't really line up, though, with Blink Mages, does it? Because that's Fortitude and Cleverness, isn't it? So it's not an optimal choice, per se. That's Might and Knowledge for Avatar. Okay. Let me go over here to Elementalist and Knight. I already have Knight open. Hold on. Okay, good. Elementalist is the only one I didn't have open. Alright, so there isn't like an optimal choice if we're really just trying to go for our primary and secondary stats being base boosted. But I mean, presumably there would be later on. But for right now, we're going to grab Assassin for thematic purposes and not necessarily for optimal purposes. For optimal purposes, I'm assuming that Knight is probably what you want to pair it with. Yeah, because Fortitude sounds like you could start doing some ridiculous... Yeah, because Fortitude is for capacity. Will is for regen. So Fortitude being for capacity, that would then allow your Blink Mage to have a lot of that mana to spend, so then you can do all these fancy upcast options, like make a giant pocket and shove the boss inside of it. So between like just the support tank versatility type of a build, beyond just that, Knight would synergize very well with it. So Knight and Blink Mage is probably like the strongest Blink Mage option right now. But also I thematically like Assassin, so we're gonna look at Assassin instead. Very good. Knife in the dark, drop in the drink. Oh, that's fun. Poison, got it. Assassin specializes in troubleshooting, human resources, persuasive arguments, and thinly veiled euphemisms. Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. They range from ideologically driven agents of broader organizations to blades for hire. Oh no, they've stopped typing over there. Well, ideally they'd already stopped typing and that was fine. I didn't disrupt too much. Oh, hold on. And what was being said here? Okay, that's just a new buddy on the server they're faffing about. Very cool. Alright. What's this DM? A video on the Liver King. Cool. Don't want to care about that right now. Oh, okay. And that's just porn. Very good. That's not for now. I'll read that later. Okay, cool. I'm caught back up. I didn't miss anything big on Discord. Just some degenerate behavior. Let me go back over here then. Alright. Oh, hold on. General feedback is probably where I should put this, now I think about it. No, that's not how this has been used so far. I probably should keep it where it is. Womp womp. Yeah. Yeah, alright, we'll keep it where it is. Sorry, let's go back to the Assassin now. Deadly poisons, devastating surprise attacks, followed by silent or rapid disappearance. Okay. So they're saying it could be like a social class, but it is more about like stealth and that kind of edgy loner type flavor. It's interesting that they put willpower as its secondary stat instead of cleverness. The way the flavor text reads, I would assume its secondary stat would be cleverness. Let me go here. Let me go ass in observations, semicolon. We bold this. For secondary stat, why willpower over cleverness? The flavor text implies a multitude of cleverness checks. Implies, we'll say, implies scenarios that would require cleverness checks. Not implies, we'll say the flavor text is littered. There we go. Littered with examples that would proc cleverness checks. Yeah, willpower is a weird choice. I mean, maybe it makes sense mechanically, right? Maybe there's like all sorts of fun things. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Looks like there's some willpower stuff mechanically, so maybe I go and delete that note. But at first glance, willpower doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And it's frail. That's fine. That makes sense. It doesn't need to be tanky. It's not meant to take hits. All right. Target vitals. When making a weapon attack against a target that does not currently perceive you, choose one of the following effects. Make your choice before rolling to attack. Okay. Roll 3d12 to attack, choosing the highest roll. Okay, so triple advantage. Got it. Or 2 highest rolls if dual wielding. Okay. So if you're just attacking with one weapon, it's triple advantage with that one weapon. If you're attacking with 2 weapons, bop bop, then this has advantage and this has advantage. I think that's what that's saying. Melee weapon only. Deal an additional d6 damage or d8 if dual wielding. What? But what if the offhand doesn't hit? And if we're dealing additional damage, then why would... If the d8's applying to both bop bop, then why would that be more per hit? Effectively like 2d8 versus a normal of 1d6. You'd think that because they're dual wielding, we'd nerf it, not buff it by a die increment and double it. That doesn't seem right to me. Okay. Target vitals. Wop wop. The melee damage buff doesn't make sense to me. It could have multiple interpretations. All right. If taken at face value, comma, a normal, well, if I can spell normal right, normal attack would get a plus d6 damage buff. But if dual wielding, you deal plus d8 instead. Why the buff here? Well, let me specify my problem here. This would presumably apply to both instances of damage, effectively making it a plus 2d8 buff. That is significant and makes no sense to me. Even if the buff only applies on one hit, comma, what if the other hit didn't land? Question mark. What is so special about the strike that did that it would deal more damage than a normal focused one-handed or two-handed strike? It doesn't thematically make sense to me, nor does it seem balanced. At the very least, add clarifying text or reword. P.S. Very good. My assumption is that it is rules as intended, that the D8 buff only applies if both hit. That would make sense to me, but that's not what's written here. LOL. Alright. Range/thrown weapons only. Deal an additional D4 damage. That's fine. That's fine. I can use the bathroom again, and then we'll get into poisons. Very good. Ready poison. When you roll initiative and are not surprised, you may quickly apply a poison in your possession to a weapon held by you or a willing creature within 5 feet as a free action. This occurs before initiative commences. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So you don't have to poison your weapon. Let's say that you're standing next to Bob the Barbarian, right? You can just be like, I'm gonna poison Bob's sword real quick. Initiative gets rolled, I poison Bob's sword for him. And then Bob says, thanks, buddy, thumbs up. And then Bob charges forward and does a smacky. Fair enough. Yeah, it's just free. I mean, it costs the poison, right? So, I mean, you still have to presumably have made that poison ahead of time. But, yeah, free action. Wow. I didn't highlight that right. Okay, there we go. Free action. Oh no. We've got a reply. All right. That needs fix. For Repulse Shadow. Not a concern because they will move. Same effective speed. 2 actions per turn. Equals 2 times movements per turn. Let me go see that. Shadow Blank, okay. Costs mana, which regions quickly outside of combat, so they can effectively just always ignore their blink disruption when not in combat. No tangible cost required. Not sure if it's intentional design or not. Okay. Let me double check Shadow Blink. Because I don't remember that being the only issue I had there. I don't think he's understanding the problems. And that's probably on me. I probably didn't write it right. Post blink spell. And twice the amount. Yeah. The problem is that them getting the stealth effect effectively for free. It's not the movement that's unbalanced. It's the stealth effect for free. Alright, so let me copy paste my assassin notes. Go down 2. Alright. I don't think I worded my Shadow Blink. Is that what it is? Yeah, Shadow Blink concerns correctly. My problem wasn't the movement buff. It's that you get to teleport, which is already a movement buff, but without the downside of teleporting. Well, there we go. Porting that you normally have. That downside being possibly blowing stealth via the noise, light, or wind disturbance. This effectively means that from now on you can pretty much ignore that drawback when out of combat. Not sure if that's intentional or not. The movement isn't the issue. The massive buff to versatility. We'll say versatility and what would be the word for it? Versatility and exploration out of combat was my concern. Alright, let's go down, and then what was the other one? Alright, seems fine to me. What part specifically? Alright, what did I say for harness? Secondary effect could use some rewording / restructuring. It is technically grammatically correct, I believe, but it does not flow off the tongue well and is confusing at first glance. At second glance, at third glance. Okay, got it. As far as harness goes, agree to disagree. I find it confusing and feel it could be communicated better. I don't care to try to explain this over text right now. Ideally, Nost understands what I'm getting at, or he can contact me and I can explain it then, or just write a rewording myself and give it to him. I'm glad it works well for your brain and reading style, but it doesn't for mine and others. Very good. Ideally, Nost understands what I'm getting at. Okay. Ride. Chess on ground. Okay, got it. That was probably for like the combo thing. Yeah, right along. Yeah. Sending. Yeah, perhaps any inanimate object. You can freely move or unbound inanimate object. Okay, that's fine. And then pocket. We got it. And post. All right. We can go back to assassin. Ideally, that's good enough for him, and he doesn't start shit. He seems like a generally helpful guy, and I like him overall. But sometimes it's just like, bruh, I'm just providing feedback. I don't want to deal with this right now. Because presumably Nost knows what I'm getting at, or he can contact me if he needs clarifications. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to explain myself to you, if that makes sense. And I'm sure that's probably not what he's intending to come off as, but that's how he comes off to me, and it does bother me sometimes. What am I doing? No longer think about the Blink Mage. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Ready poison. Okay. So you have a basic poison recipe, and I assume that as they level up, they'll get more poison recipes. But let me go see what's under the list of basic poisons. Since poisons rules, ubiquitous. Okay, that's crafting stuff. Don't care. Where's the list of basic poison? Here's basic poison. Okay. So that's what you start with. Takes an hour. Whatever ubiquitous does, I'll read that in mechanic later. Hey, Az. Welcome. I'm going over the assassin stuff now. Because I wanted to make an example character, and I figured we'd start with Blink Mage, and then I know that Knight's probably mechanically the better pair with it, but I think I want to pair it with Assassin for thematic purposes. Oh, you're still on your American Pantheon stuff? Alright, what have you got this time? Sometimes your stuff's a miss, but you got some good hits in there. Alright, so you could put the basic poison on the weapon, which we already saw above, very good, or you could stick it in someone's food. Got it. doses per batch. Very good. So you do get multiple doses. Effective duration 10 minutes on weapon or 1 hour in food or drink. Or food/drink. There we go. Creature ingests this poison or is struck with a weapon coated with it. It gains a D4 poison counters. Oh, poison counters. Oh boy. That sounds like a complicated mess. Okay. I'll read that later. If applied to a weapon, this poison is consumed after its first strike on the creature. Okay. Or is struck with a weapon coated against it. Gotcha. So as soon as it eats that food, it gains its D4 poison counters, or as soon as you cut into them, they get their D4 poison counters. Doesn't matter if you cut into them twice, all that matters is that first strike. The legend Abraham Lincoln ruled the lands with an axe and with peaceful words. He is Odin. Fair. Yeah, you could make Abraham Lincoln into some kind of god. Should probably put emphasis on but without the downside. Make sure Zinnik really gets it on the off chance he still did. Alright. Ideally, that's fine. I'm gonna try and stop thinking about it. Applied to a weapon, this poison is consumed after its first... Okay, yeah, I've already read that. Alright, cool. So, a D4 poison counter is anywhere between 1 and 4. Got it. Don't know how significant that is. Looks like at minimum... Oh, plus precision. Okay, yeah, at minimum you're getting like probably 4 out of these. I don't know why you wouldn't have more than 2 precision on your assassin character. So you're getting, per batch, a lot of these doses. So basically, at the top of any combat encounter, you're pretty much guaranteeing that the enemy is going to be taking between 1 and 4 poison counters. Because I don't see you running out of that consumable anytime soon, especially if it only takes an hour to make. You can do that during a rest, presumably, unless it specifically says not. Ubiquitous ingredients can be sourced nearly anywhere, adapted from common plant and animal product, waste, garbage, rations, food, mold, medicine, household goods, etc. These carry no gold cost for the purposes of gameplay, and are assumed to be findable in almost any circumstance. Okay. Some poisons require special ingredients. Assume that these are in addition to standard ubiquitous ingredients used for any brewing. Got it. If a GP price is listed, it should be assumed that the required materials are common enough to be found in any marketplace or could be bartered for in any suitably large group, like a caravan, encampment, etc. Otherwise, the items must be found while exploring or adventuring. Got it. Poisons list their fate. Okay, we'll do that later. Let me go back down here. So this just means that you can craft basic poisons forever, no cost. Doesn't matter. You can find the ingredients at whatever location you're at. Same for lingering poisons, same for potent poisons, and so on, and so on, and so on. Here we go. Here's something fancy. Alright. 15 gold worth of iron filings and precious metal shavings. Okay. Yeah, so that's not that bad. It also takes 8 hours to make. Okay. So it looks like a lot of these specialist poisons do eventually get balanced to the point where like you can't be constantly making them in a dungeon. But your basic poison, you're not going to run out of that. At the very least, you're always going to have old reliable here. Looks like a few of these other ones are probably also fairly reliable. But 8 hours and onwards, that's when stuff kind of gets a little bit spicy. Where if depending on how the adventuring day is structured in this system, these might not be as viable. I mean, you can still go into the dungeon with your 2 doses, right, and then use them sparingly, or your 3 doses, that kind of thing. It's just not as easy to restock once you run out of that. 6 doses is probably fine. Like, that could last you an entire dungeon. Yes to what, as? That yes could be to anything. You fool. All right. Lingering poison. I'll read the poisons later. Let's see. Weapon, ingest, airborne, radius. Okay. Yeah. This is pretty self-explanatory stuff. Agreeing with you as this gets balanced. Very nice. Okay. Very good. Okay. Thank you, As. Level 1 assassin can carry 2 batches of poison. Larger supplies are difficult to conceal and impractical to keep in a stable state. Oh, that's a very good limitation. Alright, so you can't just, like, I take downtime, I craft a boatload of poisons, I now have, like, 50 different little poison vials on me at any given time. Alright, they put a stop to that. So you get 2 batches. So in this case, let's say your precision's 3, right? That could be 5 basic poisons and 2 lingering poisons. Or that could be 10 basic poisons, or that could be 4 lingering poisons. Basically, they limit it by batches. Batch is a nice keyword to limit it. I like that. Yeah, something I could see myself doing is going for something like this that has a relatively high batch, even though it does take a little bit to craft. Oh, that's actually very expensive. Ooh, never mind. Well, we'll see. But I could see myself going into something that's like a very cool, powerful one, and then like one with it that's also powerful, but that has a very small batch, like Racking Woe, and then using like that or Fate of Damocles is another small one, very early on in the dungeon, and then like the very first rest opportunity we have, then I just go and make basic poisons, because then I will have freed up that second batch, because I use up both those things in the Damocles batch, but I still have my 6 batch from before that I can slowly ration out as things are needed. And then of course I could craft that basic poison just fine. So yeah, I think these poison rules seem balanced at first glance. They seem very nice. They seem simple enough. Like there's definitely a degree of complexity. There we go. Here, but they seem fine. Okay, other replies. Okay, cool. Awaken sees the overpowered potential in Shadow Blink. So it's not just me. Whew, I'm not crazy. We're fine. Any class that has stealth will basically want that. Yes, I would agree. Like, if it is significant enough. Well, how many levels until you get it? Wow. Level 6. Okay, well, it's still something to consider, especially considering that this already gives you a bunch of other fun little utility options as well. So I think that it is a concern. Shadow Blink is powerful enough that if you are a class that relies on stealth, that this kind of does become like a must-have dip. Not dip, because like you can't dip, but you know what I mean. A must-have class option. That is a good way of phrasing it, and that does voice my concerns well. Alright, back to Assassin. If an assassin's... hold on. A level 1 assassin can carry 2 batches. Okay, large supplies. Okay. Oh, it just says a level 1 assassin. Oh, I assume that as they level up, they'll be able to carry more batches. Got it. They're just making it clear that it's just level 1, and then presumably somewhere in this nonsense, like those increase. Got it. And you can carry 3 batches and 4 batches, and then you get an extra special hidey hole. Assassin/Blake combo could be quite ridiculous. I'm reading Assassin right now. Smiley face. The harness disruption effect does really word vomit at you. Okay. Alright. I don't think I want to go through the list of poisons and their effects. I don't know if they're balanced or not. I'm not sure I care to scrutinize them at this exact second. Let's finish up this poison section, though, and then go back to the base of the class. Okay. If an assassin's poison is applied but never used, it deteriorates harmlessly at the end of its duration. Deteriorated poisons leave behind only a faint, unidentifiable residue or mild bitter taste. Okay. Got it. So if you don't end up using your potion fast enough, it's not as though they're just like, this is poison. You were going to poison me, weren't you? And it's not like that you get it discovered immediately. Like, they might not be able to identify it. They're just like, oh, well, this sword got oiled with something weird at some point in time, or killed a weird monster that left some residue on it. It doesn't out you immediately. So I do like that. It's just like, okay, a weapon once poisoned doesn't necessarily mark that weapon as a poisoned weapon forever, even if it goes bad, expires. There we go. Doses are scaled to be effective on individual creatures. A single dose is not enough. For example, to poison a river and affect something downstream. Okay. Oh, a single dose is not enough, for example. Okay, got it. Poison. Okay, yeah, that's technically formatted correctly. I'm just dumb. We're fine. So you just poison a single person, you can't dump your poison vial in the water supply and just expect it to do anything. It's not going to do anything. You can't dump your poison in the well and poison the town. That's not a thing. That's a very good thing to have in writing, because otherwise that's something DMs have to deal with, and as a DM, I don't want to deal with that. So I'm glad that we have this sentence here. It means I don't have to deal with that. An assassin can spend up to 3 hours brewing potions during the night's rest and still gain the benefits of the rest. Okay. Got it. And then that's night's rest and day's rest are interchangeable, and I often will use the term long rest because it's just what I'm familiar with. But basically it's saying like, okay, cool. So a good portion of that long rest, you can brew your potions, you're good to go. Alright. Preparation times are cumulative and can be split among multiple brewing sessions. Okay. I'm not comprehending correctly. Give me a second. Preparation times. Okay, so the preparation time. Okay, are cumulative and can be split among multiple. Okay, got it. So for basic poison, it only costs 1 hour, right? Here we go. Potent poison costs 2 hours. So what it's saying is that you can spend 1 hour making potent poison, pack up, move on, do something else, and then unpack, spend the other hour, and now the potent poison is done. Those 2 hours can have some content in between them. They don't need to be 2 hours straight. The procedure can be interrupted. So that's just what that's saying. All right, we're good. Using a poison, applying it to a weapon, food, or other means of delivery consumes a dose. Well, duh. All right, it's fine. It's better safe than sorry. You never know. Someone rules as written. I can poison an infinite amount of times because it doesn't say it consumes a dose, even though that should be common sense. I get why this is here. It's here for the asshole players, but it makes me sad that it needs to be here. All right. And then we wanted to go back up here, now that we know how poisons are crafted effectively. Poison use. Assassins learn to prepare and conceal a variety of deadly poisons from common to esoteric. From common or esoteric ingredients. There we go. Assassin poisons are designed to be undetected and made on demand by an assassin, regardless of the circumstances they find themselves in. These poisons are transported in multiple inert parts that appear as, and may in fact be, completely innocuous personal items, jewelry, accessories, rations, or sundries. The assassin performs the final steps required to combine and activate a poison when they apply it to a weapon. Okay, got it. So the poisons aren't active until they are applied to the thingamajigger. They are inert until they add the secret spice and then spread it on Bob's longsword, effectively. Got it. So even though they technically are covered in poison, in like little rings and in like an amulet and hidden away in their rations and whatnot, like they have all sorts of hidden poison on their person. It's just not technically poison until they add that last secret spice. So it does set the precedent that if an enemy were to steal the poisoner's stock of poison, without knowledge of what exactly it's missing to activate it, they can't actually use that poison. It doesn't function as poison for them unless they are, like, if the enemy was an assassin as well, let's say, then I'm sure they could probably use that poison. They'd be fine. But otherwise, like, the everyday man, they can't use the assassin's poison. Only the assassin can use their poison, because they're the only ones that knows what the secret ingredient is that it's missing. That works. It's an interesting ruling, but it works. Makes sense to me. Because of this multi-part methodology, batches of inactivated assassin's poisons are unidentified. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's just stuff that this top thing implied, but they're just making sure that it's outright stated so that people get the picture, which is good, because not everyone would have gotten the picture from just reading this. Okay, yeah, the maximum of 2 batches. There is text below that implies that can change at higher levels. After application, most poisons have effective duration, after which they evaporate or otherwise deteriorate beyond effectiveness or detection. They did specify that below as well. Very good. So that is intended. It's been stated twice in 2 different sections. That's very clear. People can understand the poison rules. I'm very much on board with that, because sometimes poison rules are sloppy and not good. I don't like 5e's. I don't like Pathfinders. I haven't found poison rules I like. But these poison rules, at least at first glance, I do like. See the Assassin's Poisons rules sidebar for more details. Okay, got it. Which I already did, and it looks good to me. So yes, assuming that there's nothing mixed in like the specifics down here that turn me off to poisons, I'm 100% on board. The basic generic poison rules between here and the top section, perfect. I like this system. I think it's fine. Assassin skills. I will read this later, but skills are the feat. No, that's perks. Perks is that. Okay. Assassin skills are probably just stuff that we can pick up along the way. Or is this just things that they just automatically get? That might just be things that they just automatically get as part of this class. Yeah, because that's kind of what the Blink Mage did with its spells. It doesn't say that they like only choose a handful of them. So presumably this is just stuff that assassins get. Which does make them a rather complex class. Goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is disguise, and it's kind of complicated. Gives them 7 different things on top of like all the basic actions that all classes get, and on top of whatever their secondary class would give them. So I don't know. I'm gonna not think about it. Blah, but I probably should read through this. I don't want to, though. I want to get to the specializations. I'm sure I'll have to come back up here and read this. Weapons of convenience. Gain a small weapons training and improvised weapon fighting. Oh, sorry. Gain the small weapons training. Okay, and improvised weapon fighting perks. Cool. So you just start off with 2 feats that are specialized to your kind of combat. So perks, combat perks. Slashing. Okay, no. No. Oh, I'm not seeing them. Where are they at? Oh, it's the training perks here. Okay. Small weapons training and improvised weapon fighting perks. Okay. Where's improvised weapon fighting? Okay, so it's right here. And small weapon training is right here. Okay. Got it. If armor requires a training perk you don't have, wearing it incurs a fuck ton of stuff. Got it. If a weapon requires training you don't have, you make attacks with it on -4 penalty. Okay, that's a significant penalty. So having these 2 perks does a lot for you. Very good. I do like that. Basically putting weapon proficiencies and whatnot in perks, but then allowing like some classes to come baked in with those proficiencies. It's a good way of being like, yeah, your class has proficiency in this and this and this, without having to like have stuff be weird with build. I don't know. I don't have a good way to put it to words right now, but I like this system better than the way 5e does it. it's just like, oh, cool. You want to be able to use that weapon? Just take the perk. Like all the classes, like let's say it's Blink Mage and I don't know, Avatar that you're doing, right? You come to Blink Mage, you see level 2, I can either get mana regeneration or I can get a perk. You're just like, I want my Blink Mage to be able to use a sword. I choose the medium weapons training perk. Done. Easy. Now my Blink Mage can use a sword. I don't have to like play a knight for that, you know? I like that. Unless Avatar already gets swords, then I'm just an idiot. Okay, we're cool. They don't get swords. My example works. We're fine. All right. So this is they have weapon proficiencies. Got it. Light armor. Okay, so they can also wear light armor. Got it. Alchemic tradition. Gain additional poison recipe of your choice. Oh, okay. Doesn't say like any limitation. So you could grab like anything here. So probably whatever the most powerful thing down here is, you probably grab that. So you start off with the most powerful poison and basic poison as a good backup that's easy to make in a dungeon, and you're good to go. I mean, some of these more powerful ones presumably are balanced by their gold cost, whereas one of them that was really expensive. Mage's Grasp is fine. Here's something that's situational. So that would be an example of a way to limit that. And then here's one that's very expensive. There's another one that's very expensive. Okay, so you probably don't grab these last three. Not because they're not worth it. They're probably worth taking, but because they're kind of situational. In a campaign that's focused on undead, you probably could get away with grabbing Racking Woe, but it is what it is. So you probably grab Mage's Grasp, Fated Damocles, Tailored, Superior, Potent, or Lingering. It's probably what you'd grab is one of those. Very good. I get it. Makes sense. Standard fare for level 2. And then Swift. Speed increases while wearing clothing or light armor, which you do have light armor proficiency already, so that's probably it. Oh. Clothing gives even more, though. Okay. So it's going to be an increase no matter what, but if you forego that light armor, that's actually worth considering. Method actor. You may add your willpower score to social checks. So that's why they're using willpower instead of cleverness. I guess that makes sense. It's still a weird choice. Is there any other mention of willpower here? I'm not seeing it. This is something they get at level 3 as well, so it's definitely not something baked into their core. So they don't really have their persuasion stuff baked into their class until level 3. I don't think I like that. Especially considering... And you add your willpower to the tool. Okay, so disguise skills off from willpower, that's fine. Alternative... Okay, so willpower skills. Okay, so there is still some stuff that has willpower to scaling. If you are not an initiative, you may add your willpower to your let's okay. I guess it's fine, because a lot of the core stuff that they get out the gate also goes off from willpower. I don't know, I'm on the fence about it. I could tolerate it. It just seems like a weird choice. Let me go back to core, actually. How does willpower read? Maybe there's something about reflavoring that makes it make sense. Mental strength, emotional robustness, determination, conviction, or zeal. I mean, if you are an assassin taking a life, you probably do have emotional robustness, determination, and conviction. Like, that does track. Alright. That does work. I know that the other thing had a lot of flavoring that to me pointed towards cleverness, but I can see that working. Willful characters can resist influence. Okay, got it. Righteous civil servant. There's nothing. Oh, okay. A righteous servant determined to root out corruption. Be just as willful as a winner-take-all, ruthless tycoon. Worshipful zealot, okay. So ruthless is part of the theme of willpower. I guess it fits. Assassins are probably willful in that regard. It still seems like a strange choice. It's whatever. Maybe there's another, like, rogue-type class that gets cleverness, and they're trying to differentiate them by just dividing them this way. Hold on, I've been added from 2 different servers. That's not what I want to see. Is it just a meme? Why did he add me for that? Alright, it is what it is. I'm just gonna assume it was a mistake. Very good. Thank you, my face. Very good. Alright. Alright, we're good to go there. Then didn't I have stuff on Assassin here? Why willpower point? I see that mechanically there's a lot of willpower stuff down below, and that level... Whoa, where is it? And that method actor... There you go, and that method actor would need replacing if we changed it all to cleverness, but it's still worth noting and considering. IMO. Willpower technically fits in Assassin via the flavor text found in the core rules. I just don't feel that's reflected well on the Assassin's page itself, based on the wording there. Cleverness makes more sense. Alright. That's all like subjective and like based upon feeling, and I don't know, maybe the mechanical basis for using willpower instead of cleverness is stronger, but to me it's just like I don't see the difference between the two right now, and cleverness seems more thematically appropriate. So if they're mechanically identical in terms of how they would function, then why would you not use the one that makes the most sense flavor-wise, is where I'm getting at right now. And maybe we do run into some areas where like willpower is mechanically necessary, and it's not so easy to just switch over, right? I don't know. We're not there yet. All right, so we have method actor. And here's stuff from your minor influence. Very cool. Increase your precision increase your precision and willpower by 1. Got it. Increase your stamina capacity by 2. Got it. Standard fare. Bide. You start your turn undetected by any hostile creatures. You recover an additional D8 stamina. Okay. So if there's... alright, I do have to go and read this. Because if there's a way to like make yourself unseen at the end of your turn, then that's very powerful. Because then you will just pretty consistently get back 8 stamina. Not 8, sorry, 1d8 stamina, anywhere between 1 and 8. So if I guess on a low roll, it's not that powerful, but still. Move unseen, range self, action, 2 plus stamina for upcasting. Alright. As part of this skill, make a hide check. If you are not in initiative, you may add your willpower to the result as well. Again, why willpower? What about your will? What about your emotional fortitude is allowing you to be better at this? Being clever, allowing your hide to be better. That makes sense to me. But not willpower to be clever. I feel like willpower is being mechanically forced here, and it doesn't need to be. Again, my assumption is because they want to conserve precision and cleverness as a combo for other stealthy classes. And so this one's just getting willpower because they prefer to do it that way instead of the reverse. Which might, I don't know. I don't have the big picture here. I can't complain about this. It's just so weird. I mean, I can complain about this. I just don't know if it's justified. I'll get to the end of this class and then I'll think about it again. It's just so weird. Add +1 to the results of the check for every additional 2 stamina spent. Okay, so you can spend a bunch of stamina to, like, all but guarantee it. Got it. Alright. Can only be upcast during initiative. Very cool. Brew/apply poison. DT/O? Oh, downtime/action. Okay, got it. So during downtime, it's brew poison. During O. What is O? O for overworld travel? I don't know what O is supposed to be symbolizing here. Or downtime/out of downtime? Would be out of combat? No, because if it's an action. I don't understand what the O is symbolizing here. Like, it makes sense. I think I've, like, the concept has been communicated to me via this line right here. But I don't know what O is supposed to mean. I don't know if that's worth noting and actually writing in my little section or not. Yeah, alright, it's worth noting. We'll go write it down. Brew/apply poison ability dash next line parentheses DT/O close parentheses quotation mark comma. What does the O mean? From the context below, I get that it means... I get that it is in reference to the apply and action well, not from the text below, because some of that's there as well. From the full context, from the full, well, I'll just say from context clues. context clues in the ability. I get that it is in reference to the apply an action portion of it. Okay, proving downtime for post. Okay, very good. Applying action, you coat weapons. Okay, got it. All right. But if so, wouldn't it make more sense? There we go. To make it an A. So quote parentheses DT/A close parentheses close quotation marks. It's better than DT/O close parentheses close quotation marks. Is what I'm saying, but I also don't know what O stands for. Maybe it's brilliant and I just don't get it. LOL. I also don't know what O stands for. Maybe I'm actually good. Very good. Did I put a space there? No, I didn't put a space there. It's just formatting it weird. Whatever. Alright. Fade costs 4. Self reaction costs 4 plus stamina. Movement not slash retreat. Tags are movement and retreat. Very good. Oh, retreat. Oh, okay, very good. Okay, when you take damage, you may use your reaction to move up to half of your speed and direction of your choice. The target that damaged, you cannot take an opportunity attack on. Cannot take an opportunity attack on you during this movement. I think that's once again grammatically correct, but I feel as though it could be worded better. The target that damaged you can't take opportunity attacks on you during this move. I don't know. I'm just gonna let it be. Zinnik didn't like it the last time I said that it could use rewording and it wasn't clear, so it's whatever. I'll let someone else worry about it. Upcast. For every 4 additional stamina spent on this skill, move an additional 5 feet. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that me making verbalizing that this feels clunky and needs rewording wouldn't have value. It certainly would. I don't think it's worth the hassle. I don't want to argue my point on it, and I feel like he would require me to. So it's not that my criticism isn't valid. It's that I don't want to deal with that bullshit. Hopefully that makes sense to anyone watching. When you take damage, you may. All right. Isn't that already something that you can do though, baked into core? For every 4 additional stamina, move an additional 5 feet. Okay, so it's half, and it costs 4 plus stamina, and you can move even more with it. All right, let me go back to core, because I'm pretty sure that's already something you can just do. Here we go, retreat. Okay, after taking the damage, you may use your reaction to retreat, moving up to half your speed directly. Okay, got it. Without incurring an opportunity attack from that source. Yeah. Oh, it's the losing an action. Okay, that's the difference here. Losing an action and not having the ability to upcast it. Got it. So instead of losing that action, what you could do it via fade instead, and it would cost 4. So you could either lose that action by doing it the normal way, or you could pay 4, which in most cases paying 4 would probably be better. So I get that. That makes sense. I'm on board. I can see why this exists now. This is a buff to that thing. Well, not a buff, but it is another option to consider, another route. It adds some flexibility. I like it. All right, we're fine. We're fine. And then, of course, if you really need that movement buff, then yes, you could also do that. Viper Strike. Cost 5. Range of self. Action. Cost 5. Okay, I already got that. Okay, as a part of this skill, make a weapon attack or unarmed attack. When the attack is over, you may immediately move as if you had taken the move action instead. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, that's fine. It's just like letting you take the move action and the attack action as one, but at the cost of additional stamina. Okay. It does say make a weapon attack. Which would still cost stamina, I believe. Because by default it costs stamina. So it has a minimum cost of 6, more or less, if I'm understanding it correctly. I should double check. That's something that might not be working as intended. Viper's Strike ability and dash and go underneath it. Says it costs 5 stamina, not 5 plus stam. Sorry, plus next to the 5 usually. Okay, got it. Stamina. The wording below. Wah, 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 wah. Double check exactly how it's worded here for attacks. Bip, 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 bip. List of options. Action. Okay. It's not exclusive. Blah, blah, blah. Got it. All right. Choose a weapon. So if you take the attack action, costs 1 plus stamina. Choose a weapon you have equipped and a target within its range. Roll 1d12 and add your might or precision score, depending on the stuff. If the result meets or exceeds the AC, the attack is a success. Okay, very good. And then you can, of course, buff it via that method. All right. So the attack is stated like that. All right. How is it phrased here? As part of this skill, make a weapon attack or unarmed attack. Okay. When the attack is over, the wording below sees you making a weapon attack. There's nothing saying whether or not that attack costs its usual 1 stam, nor whether or not you can apply careful / power. That's what it was. / power to it. We'll just go with that. I've run out of character space. Oh no. Oh no. Let me grab that. Yes, we'll just post it. And then we'll say assassin Observations continued. Bold. Go down a line. Paste. All right. I think I did that right. I'm giving myself a headache. Assassin. All right. Because the wording in Vipers specifies a flat 5, would that imply that the cost of the attack is included in the 5 and that it can't be modified? Or that the cost of the attack, parentheses, and the cost to modify it simply aren't included and must be paid separately. Neither rules as written nor rules as intended is clear here, comma, IMO. Please add clarifying text. Awakened is also confused about the O. By assumption, it's a typo, and then he meant to type in A. Oh, but A's on the other side of the keyboard. Huh. That's weird. Alright, well. Maybe it's not. I don't know. It's fine, it's fine. Also, I don't think I'm running this store today. The weather still looks like it's shite. I clicked on the little weather thing at the bottom, and it sure didn't tell me at the weather. I like this. No, I want to. This looks like the weather. Give me that. Alright, yeah, it's just 14. Yes, I know my PC's being slowed down, and yes, I know that I'm showing off the area I live in. For people concerned about me doxing myself, I don't care that people know that I live in Fargo, North Dakota. That's something I've already told my homies. Doesn't mean you know my address. Like, if that gets leaked, then I'm in trouble. But people knowing the general area I live in, that doesn't concern me. Alright, so it's not gonna get any warmer. I'll go shopping tomorrow. I can go a day without spinach. It's not the end of the world. And snacks. I do want snacks. Yeah. It'll be fine. Surprise strike. Okay. I I think I worded the Viper Strike concerns correct. Good to go. I should probably come and grab some of these notes, though. So target vitals was the last thing I'd written. Come back up here. So I'm missing the bruise. Let's apply poison section. Very good. Oh, no. Control Shift V. There we go. All right. And then I can reformat that, and I'll put it on like its own little separate doc and then share it with them. But for right now, it can go in this notes section. Ass in. All right, what else is it saying? Gee, that's supposed to be a 0. Oh, okay. Format that makes it look like an O. Okay. Would 0 make sense? Downtime or 0? So then the apply would be 0. So it would either cost downtime or 0. Effectively downtime or nothing. Got it. That's not true. It still costs an action, not nothing. Alright, well, let me copy this real quick. That kinda makes sense. It being a 0. But also, I still recommend A, because it technically doesn't cost 0. It costs your... Sorry, it costs an action. Action. And downtime / action is right below it. There's also precedence for not having to put a number. Well, no, that's for disguise and downtime down below, so never mind. We'll just leave it there. So even if it was a 0, even if it did look like a 0, I think I'd still be squinting at it perturbedly. Perturbed. Discord's dictionary doesn't know how to spell perturbedly, and I apparently don't know either. Perturbed. Okay, well, let me pull this up then. There we go. Perturb. Ed. And then just add it. Oh, okay, no, I spelled it right. It just doesn't recognize it as a word, which, fine. I could understand that. Perturbed. Alright, we'll just post that. Alright, we're ready to go there. Surprise strike. Range of self action. Activation costs 5 stamina. Okay. Yeah, I've covered Viper Strike. We're good. Okay. Cost 5. Range of self action. Okay. As part of this skill, make a weapon attack or unarmed attack. If you hit a target cannot Oh, okay. That cannot currently perceive you. Okay. But Skies doesn't. Let me go look at the other stuff. See if there's any other precedents for. Okay. No, there's not. Fair enough. Still confusing. And I don't like it. Oh well. Alright. No, I'll let them figure that out. It's not my system. I don't need to. If I don't like it, I can always change it myself. The attack deals maximum damage. Okay. Let me repaste my notes here because I do need to start writing surprise attack. Surprise strike. Surprise strike ability dash and next line. Say as part of skill make attack. No, okay, it's just this next line. If you hit a target cannot perceive the ellipses missing that in between target and cannot. Oh. Alright, move on. The attack deals maximum damage. That's very cool. Once you have damaged a target with this skill, it cannot become the target of this again for 24 hours. Got it. So if you do this on a boss and the boss escapes, if you counter that boss later that day, this isn't an option. Very good. I need to pull up chat again. I messed that up. Very good. Alright. Oh, hold on. I'm going to do it again because I need to go with this, and then we pull that up. And then we pull this up, and then we go there. Alright. I got there. Alrighty. Surprise strike. Yeah. Surprise strike makes sense, and it seems fine. It costs 5 stamina. It's got a basically once per combat limitation on it at the very least per enemy. Kill shot 8+. Target self action. Duration cost 8+ stamina. Attack buff critical. Okay, as part of this skill, make a weapon attack or unarmed attack. Okay, your critical range for this attack is increased by 1, meaning you score a critical hit on a roll of 11 or 12. Very cool. Oh, this also sees you making weapon attacks. Hold on. The same is true for not vipers, surprise strike and kill shot. Yeah, because they'll have the little thing about the weapon attack, but it doesn't specify the details about the nature of that attack. The critical range for this attack is increased by 1, meaning you score. Okay, very good. The skill may only be used once per round. Alright. Upcast for each additional 4 stamina spent on this skill, increase the critical range for 2 additional 1. That's cool. Expensive, but cool. So, in essence, you can make it cost 12, and now you crit on a 10 or higher. Once per round. Alright. But there's nothing to address here, other than, like, that stuff I already addressed. Alright, disguise. Range of self. Use downtime. Because you fair. You have to wear your disguise. Got it. Over the course of a night's rest, you can modify a set of clothing to be a passable disguise for a region or area you have seen or been given detailed information about. You can make 1 disguise and still benefit from a rest, or up to 3 disguises if you forgo the rest. That's neat. This does not make you appear as a specific person, but rather someone who does not raise suspicion. Oh, okay, got it. It's not disguising you as a person, but it's a disguise for, like, the staff there. Or a foreigner from the east. Whoa. Small weapons, an assassin, poison can be concealed. Okay, very good. Got it. It's just putting, like, common sense limitations on it. Again, things that should be common sense, but I mean, I'm glad that it's outright stated, because otherwise players will argue. If you are any creature wearing disguise, your willpower is okay. Adding the willpower is another thing that's like, whatever. What does this have to do with the disguise? What does disguise have to do with your conviction, your emotional fortitude? To me, that's a cleverness thing, but whatever. Try not to be upset about that. This also applies to social checks made to maintain the ruse, such as intimidation. I'm glad that intimidation is strength. Very nice. Lying, persuading, etc. Okay. Must not apply in combat. Alternatively, this ability can be used to make camouflage, granting the same willpower bonus to hiding. That's cool. You just go into a forest, and you take out your green ghillie suit, and you're like, dang it, this is useless because the trees here are purple. Oh well, I guess I'll take downtime and make a purple ghillie suit, and then there you go. Now you can be sneaky in the forest. There are limits on this ability. Disguise will not make a centaur swim, nor a mere... No, swim like a mere. There we go. Will not allow medium creatures to pass among giants. Humanoids to appear as dragons, and so on. All right, very good. Yeah, it's just like, this is a physical disguise. Be reasonable. That's it. All right, so we can go back to the class stuff now. Bide, start undetected, recover a bunch of stamina. All right, so that bump in stamina may be significant. There's nothing that really, like, super helps you hide per se, so you would still need to take the hide action. So I think that's fine. It can effectively work like channeling, in a sense, where it's just like, yes, you're giving up your action to channel, or in this case, you're giving up your action to hide, but you get more mana, or in this case, more stamina. So this is just like a small channel on a die, right? Instead of it scaling per turn that you're channeling, it's just a flat, you hid last turn, you start undetected, you get a d8 stamina. Very good. Honecraft. Gain an additional 2 poison recipes of your choice. You can conceal an additional batch of poison in your inventory, total 3. Okay. Crafting. Additional 2. Okay, so 4. Got it. You can conceal additional batch of poison in your... Okay, yeah. Okay, so total of 4 recipes. So basic, and then 3 others. And then now you can conceal 3 batches. Before it was 2. Okay, cool. So this is just a flat upgrade to your poison. Very good. You'd have to wait till level 6 for that, though. I think that's fine. Yeah, because I don't think that I'd put this at level 3, and that would be the only other opportunity to put it earlier. Yeah, alright. I guess waiting for level 6 is fine. Level 9, Lunge. On your turn, you may spend 2 stamina to move 5 feet without using an action. Limit once per round. It's a weird choice. It's technically useful, but 10 feet is diddly squat. I'm not sure, not 10, sorry. If 5 feet is diddly squat, I'm not sure 2 stamina is worth 5 feet. Because, like, I know that movement would otherwise cost an action, and that hurts, right? So this lets you move, technically, without having to use an action. So any amount of movement without an action is good, right? This is technically a powerful feature. But 5 is very little, and then they already have things baked into them, like Viper Strike here, that I would prefer to do anyways, right? To me, this feels like a very weak, incredibly situational, borderline useless ability. And for you to only get this at level 9? It feels weak. Yeah, I think that is worth noting. Lunge. It is the only thing you get at level 9, and it feels very weak. A very disappointing level, potentially. Depends on well, we'll just keep it at there. It's technically free movement. You didn't have to spend an action on, which is nice. But also, it's only 5 feet. That's nothing. There are also other movement options. Sorry, options that conserve your action baked. There we go, baked, there we go, into the class. Like, and then let me go grab the name of that. Viper Strike. Was there any others, actually? I should double check that. Your action technically gives you movement. So Viper Strike, Surprise Attack doesn't, Kill Shot doesn't. Okay, this is just Viper Strike. There might be other things here, though, that let you do that kind of stuff, though, so. See, Maim doesn't. That doesn't. That doesn't. Okay, so it's just Viper Strike. All right. We can rephrase this, though. There is already a movement option that conserves your action baked into the class, comma, Viper's Strike. More often than not, you'd be better off either just taking the move action or using Viper's Strike. That 5 feet being actually useful is ridiculously situational. To the point that I, as a player, would feel disappointed that I did not get more for my level up here. I recommend replacing or buffing it to 10 feet or nixing the 2 stamina cost. Very underwhelming feature. All right. And then we can go over to higher levels. Hold on, very underwhelming feature, especially for such a high level, parentheses, 9. A better feature or buffing it to 10 feet, nixing the 2 stamina. What does Blink Mage get at level 9? Yeah, this is when they get double blink or blink sprint. If this is the kind of power level we're comparing to, yeah, sorry. Or both of those latter 2. Compare to Blink Mage. At level 9, they get blink, sprint, or double blink. Lunge is nowhere near as good. And will almost never come up. A very weak level 9 compared to other classes. Level 9. I think that gets the point across. It might be a bit harsh, but I think that's fine. I can reformat this sentence here. Hold on. Get rid of this. And then paste. And then we're good to go there. Let me grab Viper Strike and Lunge and copy that over here. Strike already here? Okay, it is already here, so we'll instead do this. Nope. Do that wrong. Ah. Tries again. We'll just grab Lunge. Alright. Very good. Moving on from disappointing level 9, I weep. Maim. When you score a critical hit on a target, choose one of the following effects. The effect lasts until the end of your next turn. The target's attack rolls suffer a minus d6 penalty. Alright. Target speed is halved. Alright. Or the target's stamina regeneration is halved. So this gives you expanded crit choices. So it's not just that you can have the die explode to maybe hit more or bank it as a fate point. This is an example where you're just like, instead of having the die explode or banking it as a fate point, I think I do want your attack rolls to suffer a penalty. Or I think I do want them to not be able to move as much next turn, because now they can't reach my allies, right? And of course, as we saw here with Kill Shot, you can really like overspend your stamina to try and guarantee those crits. So you're just like, ooh, I know it's still luck dependent, but also I know that I can't allow this guy to go across the map and hit Bob the Barbarian. I really need to make sure he can't reach Bob. I'm going to overspend on the kill shot to make my hit range, I don't know, 8 and up. And then we're gonna go for a maim, and I'm gonna try and have his speed. And then let's say you do roll an 8 rep, and then there you go. Happy timeline, right? So I do like that. It's a fun little decision tree that we have here for the assassin. I think playing the assassin would be a lot of fun. I know I've been nitpicking a lot of the wording here, and willpower frustrates me. But overall, this is like a very fun and good class, and I like it. Target stamina regeneration. Okay. Alright. If the target is maimed multiple times in a round, choose new effects for each instance. If all effects are already chosen, you may choose duplicates, and the effects, pardon me, stack. Okay. So it gets quartered. This gets quartered. They have a 2d6 penalty. 2d6 penalty to attack. You might as well just not even try. That guy's not going to attack. Masterful Craft. Gain an additional 2 poison recipes of your choice. Okay, cool. And then you can consider... Oh, got it. It's just another poison upgrade. Both those 2 things increment. Understood. Deft Hand. As long as you have at least half your maximum stamina, your first hit with a weapon each round is an automatic crit. Okay, so if you can keep your stamina above half, that's actually ridiculously powerful, because that just lets you either just get a bunch of free fate points just constantly, or it guarantees you one of your maims. So that's very good. I think I'm good to go there. I should probably go through the poisons, but then other than that, I'll submit and go to a different class. I gotta use the bathroom again. Sorry, I'm dehydrated. I got a little salt in me. I guess I'll just suffer a dry mouth, because this is clearly not working. I drink the water from my throat and my mouth more so than I really need it, because I'm talking a lot, but If it's just gonna go right through me because I don't have enough salt in my body, then I can't keep doing that. Alright, okay, that's good to go. So basic poison is the poison counters. Oh, that's right. What are poison counters? Does anything say poison counters? Or do they mean poison damage, maybe? Let me go over here. Go over to poison. Oh, if you end your turn with 20 plus poison counters, you die. Okay, got it. Fortitude checks made while poisoned are reduced by -1 for each poison counter. Got it. So poison counters don't actually matter until you reach 20. Or unless you're poisoned. So what this assassin really needs is a way to cause the poisoned condition. Because otherwise, this is just an alternative damage type, right? And not that strong of one either if they're just dealing them in increments of 1d4. So the way the poison mechanics work right now, this doesn't seem like a viable way to kill it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, and by default, you can't even die from poison counters as a player character either. Not unless the enemy itself is dealing poison counters. So on paper, basic poison is kind of useless. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding. Gains 1 poison counter. Okay, this poison remains in effect. Okay, got it. So lingering poison just sticks around, but it only does 1. Okay. A creature ingests this poison or is struck with it. Okay. 3d4 poison counters. Alright, that's a bit more viable. If you roll high with that, that gets you pretty close to 20, right? It'd be 12. 12, and then, like, let's throw in a few more basic poisons. That can get you there. Applied to weapon, this poison is consumed after its first strike. Okay. So if you're using potent poisons, this could do it, right? Two good rolls, you could kill them with your 2 potent poison hits. All right. Otherwise, I think the party either needs to have multiple assassins in the party or have multiple sources of poison counters. Because otherwise, poison counters is kind of not an option. Not even to mention that I assume there are some monsters that would end up being immune to poison, like the undead. Or dwarves. Maybe not immune, but resistant to it. I think that's probably a concern I'll voice, but I'm going to read through the rest of these poisons just in case. Maybe there's something here that gives them the poisoned status, and then things make a bit more sense. Alright. Poison. Okay. Effect duration 1 minute. Alright, got it. So these are all very much doable in combat. No problem. Even a minute's fine. That's still 10 rounds. That's still more than enough. Superior poison. 10 minutes. Alright. When a creature ingests this poison or is struck with a weapon coated with it, it gains a number of poison counters equal to brewer's precision plus half of the brewer's character level. If applied to a weapon, this poison is consumed after it first strikes a creature. Not sure I completely understood that. Hold on. So it's just a normal poison, but in this case, its poison counters scale off from precision plus half character level. Alright, so let's say level 20. Just for S&Gs, right? So level 20, so that's 10, plus precision. If precision was max, that's 10. So a level 20, 10 precision assassin just turns this into an auto kill. That being said, that's only at level 20, and that's with both those 2 damage potential things maxed. At any level below that, like let's say 19, that's still 19. That's still 1 poison counter short. Actually, no, that'd be, if we're having and we round down, that'd be 18 poison counters, right? I don't know, I can't math right now. But still, you get my point, is that this could potentially be a 1-hit KO at max level and with max precision, but otherwise it's probably not. With good precision and a decent character level, it's probably like a third of the way there. It's at least comparable to Potent Poison, but without the drawback of it technically being random. So I think that Superior Poison is very good and worth considering. There's definitely, I can see what we're getting at now. Superior Poison and Potent Poison. What you could do is obviously start with basic poison, right? And then this is just for like when they're really close to death and you just need a little bit more. So you use like your 2 or 3 superior poisons or your 2 potent poisons, and then you come up just a little bit short. You're like, all right, well, my second batch was basic poisons, and now I can kill you with poisons. That would put them on a 3-round clock, which is fine, even if they're a boss. But if they're not a boss, that kind of feels bad to just have a normal enemy on a 3-round clock. Like, your other party members might have already killed it by then. So I think that poison is kind of situationally useless. 9 times out of 10, it's not worth it. I don't know. We'll see how this playtests, but I mean, these are still all ubiquitous, so it's not like they cost money. They just cost like a little bit of your downtime. So it's fine. Even if they end up being useless, it's still probably fine. They really, before they become viable, though, they really do need party support. Unless it's a boss. If it's against a boss, then suddenly it becomes a cheese tactic, and then, oh boy, we don't want support. Abort, abort, abort. So I can see some problems here. Either the system needs to print support for the poison counter death condition, or they need to avoid that like the plague, because then that could suddenly flip it on its head, and now it's overpowered, and you can just 2-round bosses with it, right? Or 1-round bosses with it. I'm not sure I like the poison counter system. I think I would replace it with something else. I would replace it with some kind of damage. Even if that poison is just poison damage. Sorry, even if that replacement is just poison damage, I think that'd still be fine. Because I know that the enemies aren't going to use these stat blocks. But usually in the example given, there is like a third category where it says like any damage, right, contributes to that category. That's still damage being contributed to the any damage category. Oh, hold on, there we go. Which is always going to be useful regardless of what your party is doing and regardless of whether or not you're trying to do bullshit poison stuff or not. Because I think doing the bullshit poison stuff just doesn't matter. That 9 times out of 10, your poison counters won't matter and the guy will just die before then. Which means that in order to make it matter, we need a way to inflict the poison condition. Because the counters themselves probably don't matter unless you're trying to cheese a boss. I don't know. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't lurk in as. It is what it is. That's fine. It'd be kind of hard to have like a dialogue about design stuff with chat at this point in time anyways, so it's all good. You lurk, man. I like poison, but I don't like poison. I like the overall mechanics of poison, but in practice, the basic kit at least does not seem like it's useful. At first glance, it's just like, oh, poison, cool, and I like these mechanics, it's balanced, I'm on board with it. But then you actually like read the mechanics behind it, and it's just like, but when is this useful? When does this result in someone dying outside of scenarios where you cheese a boss? In which case, then, do you just save your poison for cheesing the boss? Is basic poison effectively useless? And as at earliest opportunity, do you just make like 2 batches of superior poison and then just cheese the boss that way? Because 6 doses would probably get the job done even at low levels. I don't know. I guess it depends on how jacked you can get precision at low levels. But even if you can't get it jacked at low levels, then it's just a matter of like, yeah, 3d4, even if like not jacked, that's still a minimum of 3. And odds are you're not going to be that unlucky. So at that point in time, it's just like 4 vials of potent poison. That could get the job done as well. But then that also assumes that you have 4 rounds in which you are taking an action to apply it, and then an action to stab, and that you hit. And assuming that at any point in time you need to move, so you don't have that action to apply it, or at any point in time you miss, then suddenly that timer goes up and up and up. So now we're getting into 5-round combats, and 6-round combats, and 7-round combats as these things get in the way, and as the situation remains dynamic. At that point in time, if you got a 7-round combat against a boss, like that boss is probably wiping the party, or the party is already killed it. So then all your poison uses just got wasted, which is fine because they didn't cost anything, but it's still like, why bother? I don't know. It just feels bad to me. As a player, I would feel bad. Anyways, let's keep going. Maybe one of these poisons like gives the poison condition, and then like the little tiny bits of poison counters end up mattering. Tailored poison. Okay. Oh, sample from a creature in the type category. All right, so this might be a little bit hard to come by. So this is kind of a situational poison that isn't very reliable. Any creature of that type struck with a weapon gets poison counter. Just 1 again. Just these small amounts. All right. When a creature of a target type is struck. Oh, and any creature other than the type. Okay, so any creature is just 1. All right. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Now that can be weak. All right. But this is 44 plus precision. All right. This is a lot more doable. If a sample was used as an ingredient, it instead gains 40s. Oh, okay. Hold on. So you can do it without the sample? Or hair sample from a creature in the turn. Oh, optional ingredient. Oh, okay. So this can't just be ubiquitous. All right. So even by default, this is 44 plus precision for that creature type. So assuming you go into a forest and you say plant because there's a bunch of plants here, that's still like gives you 44 versus those plants. And then once you have like a petal from that plant, then you can brew this. Well, that costs 8 hours, so that's not very doable. I guess it depends on the scenario. It might be doable. I'll apply 2 weapons. Okay. But assuming that you have the time to pull off one of these 2 right here, right? Suddenly the poison counter death strategy feels a little bit more doable. So that's anywhere between 4 and 16 poison counters on just the base version, which at most would put them 4 away from death. So what would the average be there? 2 2s and 2 3s, so that's 6 plus 4 is 10. Yeah, the average would be 10. So on average, dose per batch is only 1. Never mind. Tailored poison is just not viable at all. Ugh, alright. Pass. Fate of Damocles. Creature dosed with this poison gains D2 poison counters every 24 hours. Oh, but this is touch or ingest. Okay, so this is something that stacks over time. That's fair. Let me go double check exactly what these are. This is weapon. This is ingest. If it ingests, does it keep procking at regular bases? Maybe ingest is worth it. Let me double check what ingest says. No, it's just a delivery method, so it doesn't say it procs multiple times. I don't remember it saying that anywhere else here. I mean, it'd be a good way to start combat, per se, right? You get someone to ingest it, so now they have some poison counters on them. And then round 1 of combat, you have your free poison your weapon, and then assuming you hit, there's some. And then maybe you're just like, all right, round 2, now that I've already moved during round 1, because I kind of had that action room there, if they don't move away from me, then I can just action 1, action 1, tailored poison, action 2, I stab them with it, and now they just die because they already had like those 2 smaller stacks from before. I could see that being possible. What I'm coming to the conclusion of, the conclusion I'm coming to, there we go, is that poison is borderline useless 90% of the time. But every now and then, in the right circumstances or with the right kind of roleplay opportunities, it can become ridiculously strong. It could also be used to cheese bosses. So you probably want to either build towards bringing about some kind of social interaction that allows you to cheese an encounter, or you probably either want to build around that, or you want to go with a hyper-specific superior poison, potent poison type of a route, where you just try and save all of these for the boss encounter, and you just use them all, and maybe it dies somewhere between rounds 3 and 5 if you're lucky, and maybe that would have been earlier than your party would have killed it. Who knows? Right. I don't know. My problem might be that I'm comparing it to 5e. Maybe monsters last a lot longer in this system, in which case then yes, like a round 5 kill is very good. Maybe that is very fast in this system, and I just don't know any better, right? I don't know how to feel about this. I kind of want to, like, type feedback about poison and voice these concerns, but... voice these concerns, but my problem is that, like, how do I put this in few words? And also, I'm whining about things that might not actually be an issue. Well, let's keep going on. Maybe there's something that, like, does the poison condition, and I think that would just fix all of my problems here. That's just more stuff. Oh wait, hold on a moment. Gains D2 every 24 hours. Okay, how long does this last? Duration ambiguous. Ingested. Batch 2. Effective duration 1 times. Carrier's willpower hours. On carrier. What? Okay. For the touch method. Got it. Or ingested 1 times brewer's precision hours. Okay. Creature dosed with the poison every 24 hours and cannot remove them by any means other than the assassin's antidote. Creature that has 20 or more poison counters dies. Okay, yeah, we know that part. As part of the brewing process, the assassin may create an ingestible antidote to nullify poison removal. Okay. Oh, that's divided by. That's not for touch. No, it is. No, it is, because then it says on carrier and it says in food and drinks. Never mind. I don't think this is worded right. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because let's say it's the precision route. Let's say that it was put in their food and drink. Let's say their precision was 3. 3 hours. Got it. So it lasts for 3 hours. Creature dosed with this poison gains 1d2 poison counters every 24 hours. Except it's only active for 3 hours. So they gain 0 poison counters. Let me double check. Hey, Jenny. 1 minute. Hang on. Okay, so the duration might not be the duration the poison itself lasts. Maybe this poison is just permanent and they die unless they get the antidote. Let me go see if there's other methods to remove poison. Because if not, then this is either weak and useless or the most powerful thing in the world. What will be the section I gotta check? First of all, I guess we'll go back up here to the poison section. Special ingredients. Does it say how long they last? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, because these things say that like it gets consumed on strike. So does that mean this just doesn't consume and it just keeps going and going and going? I don't know how to put this in a few words. I'm just gonna say poisons. I have a lot of words here. Will be typing a thing on them later or PMing NOS. The balance is good. Mechanics no, I'm just gonna keep it brief. Let's say thoughts here. All right. Let's Mage's Gasp. I assume it messes with their mana. Bring this poison results in a satchel that can be placed on a timed fuse. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. Makes a little poison grenade. Poison is releasing cloud-laced toxins. Okay. Here's the flow of ether. Very cool. The fun thing is this also sets a precedent for clouds interfering with the flow of magic, right? So even non-assassins could potentially try and weaponize this by like coating walls with this same process to make like an anti-magic room, that kind of thing. Let's see, any creature that starts its turn within the cloud is a mana generation halved. I got a fort save. There we go. Against brewers contested, but they get to add 2 things to it. That's all right. Those are both their main things too. So it's stacked very much in the brewer's favor, is what I'm hearing. Very good. Creatures that fail this check have their speed halved as well. All right, yeah. So this really just messes with the mages. They can't run away. They can't. Well, they can cast spells. They just don't regenerate very fast. So once that mana runs out, they're kind of effed. Yeah, this is fine. I like this poison because it doesn't deal with poison counters. When the poisons don't deal with poison counters as their main mechanic, I love them. This is great. My problem is poison counters just they're either not useful or they would cheese things. It's just all right. Racking woe. This was the thing that comes from the undead. Very cool. Gains a poison counter and has its speed reduced by 5 feet for every poison counter it has. Ah, here we go. Something that finally stacks off from how many poison counters you have. Alright. This effect lasts for 5 minutes from the time it is poisoned by racking woe. If a creature's speed is reduced to 0 while under this effect, it is incapacitated for 24 hours and can only be roused for an antidote crafted alongside this poison. I'm gonna have to go crack open an energy drink. I drank the last little bit of the one I was drinking yesterday, but goodness gracious. I want to keep going here. I'm not nearly as far into this as I'd like to have been. So they can't move. Got it. Incapacitated. Incapacitated means that they now have a damage threshold that if they are just slapped and that threshold is met, they just die. So Racking Woe is just like, okay, the 1 poison counter, that doesn't matter. They reduce the speed to 5 feet, that doesn't matter. What does matter is that if it gets reduced all the way to 0, because you do stack enough poison counters on it, then with it being incapacitated, you just get to kill it. So it doesn't necessarily die to those poison counters, but let's say 30 feet is still like the average movement for most creatures. And 5 divided by 30 is 6. So long as they have 6 poison counters, they are incapacitated, and then you can just kill them. You can just basically coup de grace them. That's doable. Getting 6 poison counters is doable. Like, do like a single potent poison, and then the 1 off from well, actually no. Like if we're looking for consistency, superior poison is probably what we're going to do, right? Because they need to be a minimum of hold on, because they get basic and +1, right? Poison use. Poison. Where's the thing that teaches you poisons? One creature within. Okay, no. Ah, there we go. Basic. Okay, basic poison. Okay, you just have basic poison at the very beginning. Got it. Is that true? What's this? Additional. Okay, so you do start with 2. But basic isn't solid enough. So you would want something else to be able to combine with this. So when's the next nearest area you get poison? Level 6. Okay. So level 6 would be the earliest that this build would come on board. And at level 6, 6 halved is 3. By now you've also had some chances to increase... No, just 1 chance. All right, to increase your precision. So whatever your base precision is +1. Let's say it's around 4. How about that? 4 plus 3 is 7, which is already above 6. So, and then the +1 from the undead poison would put it at 8. So yeah, at level 6, anything that has 40 move speed or below, you can 2 combo with 2 poisons, right? The superior one, yeah, the superior one, and then you use Racking Woe, and you coup de grace. It's a 3-round KO, assuming that all goes well. All right, that's fine. See, this is the kind of creativity I like, because it is a cheese method, but like you do still need to hit. You do still need to prepare these things. You do still need to find an undead, and you do still need to make the proper investments and choices for this. Because at this point in time, like you have a finite amount of poison choices. And so if you gave up one of those choices on Racking Woe, that was still something you gave up. That was some flexibility somewhere else that you don't have. All right. After it first strikes creature. Very good. Yeah. Yeah, so much of this, I don't know if it's balanced or not. I guess that just comes down to me knowing how long things last in combat. I'd like to be able to get feedback on it, but I don't think I know enough to be able to get feedback on the poison stuff yet. 3 sisters, yeah. Rendered deaf, mute, and blind. Hey, 3 sisters, deaf, mute, and blind. Makes sense. All right. For 1 hour per poison. Oh, good. Another thing per poison counter. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, I was just disappointed by the earlier methods by which to stack poison counters and the idea that like the death isn't going to happen. But it doesn't matter if that doesn't happen, because then you combo it with like 3 sisters or Racking Woe, and suddenly bada bing, bada boom, you're good to go. All right. I'm back on board. I think this is probably fine. It still needs playtesting, but I mean, of course it needs playtesting, so I don't have any feedback right now. We'll just have to wait and see. Swan-Seed Kiss. Oh, big pricey. Oh, and specific monster's venom. Alright. That's... Yeah, it's not, there's not a gold price there, so you would need to hunt that down. So this is just a for fun poison. This probably doesn't come up. It's very campaign dependent is what I'm understanding. Unless the DM wants to let you buy glands of basilisk venom. Effective duration, multiplied the carrier's willpower per hours on carrier. Alright. When a creature is dosed with this poison, parts of its... Oh, here's a stone. Very good. It's 3 stages progression. A few hours. Victim cannot move more than 30 feet in a round and suffers 1 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet it moves. Okay. So basically it can't dash anymore. If it did have beyond just base 30 mobility, it can't benefit from that. And then it's potentially taking a bunch of bludgeoning... Well, not a bunch, but upwards of 3 bludgeoning damage if it does move. So that's fairly mild. But it does require 6 hours. I also think I misunderstood the duration thing. I think that unless it's like consumed on the attack, that it just continues to brew in them. My concern is what stops it from continuing to brew in them. Are you just at the mercy of the assassin? Is it just your death is inevitable unless the assassin gives you the antidote, or is there a way for you to cure yourself? Is my concern. Because if there's not a way to cure yourself, then some of these things that just don't have a duration just kill you. Which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. I know it technically takes time, so that means that this is only applicable outside of combat. But that's still a very powerful tool to have, to just be able to like poison the king and he dies like in a few days. And there's nothing that he or his men can do about it. I guess the DM could make up bullshit. It's like, oh yes, this powerful alchemist has reverse engineered the nature of the poison and tried the few antidotes and one of them worked, right? I don't know. I don't know if that'd be good or bad. Because it does mean that if the DM doesn't like it, the DM does have to have that hard stance, which then the player could get pissed about. It's like, oh, the DM won't let me kill him with poison. That feels bad. Now my ability is useless because the DM is being a butt, right? So I prefer ways to not die to poison be baked into the rules somewhere. So ideally that gets addressed somewhere. When a creature is dosed with this poison, parts of their skin begin to harden like stone, cracking and breaking off as it moves about. This poison has 3 stages of progression. What was the other stage? Alright. Now it can only move 10 feet. Can only take 1 action. Cannot take reactions. Gains the diseased affliction. Okay, that's powerful. The victim solidifies into an inanimate stone statue. Got it. While brewing, I got it. Yeah, so this is another one. The Sandos can only reverse the effects if administered before the 3rd stage. Got it. All right. After 12 hours, victims of this poison are indistinguishable from actual stone, and the antidote does nothing. Victims at this stage can be cured by the still warm blood of a fleshly slain basilisk, but little else. All right. So if caught in its infancy, it seems like this could be reversed. But otherwise, this is just another one of those auto-kill poisons. Yeah. This is definitely something that I'm going to go over again later on once I have a better understanding of this system and the potential rules there are for removing these poison status effects. I'm also not sure what rules as intended is when it comes to that kind of stuff. Whatever. I'm just gonna post my follow-up thing for the assassin. And then let me grab this. And was there anything B? Did I already have lunge here? Okay. Bunga indeed, as my brain doesn't want to work right now. Whoa, this is almost as bad as Pokemon lore. Oh, I just want to paste the thing. There we go. Alright, I need the energy drink. I need to see if I've got any ham left. Alright, so I did have ham left. Oh, looks like Az go bye. You have a good night, Az. And now I don't have ham left. Alright, cool. And then they haven't replied to my stuff on Discord yet. That's fine. Alright, but I understand what Assassin does now. So, I know what Blink Mage does now, I know what Assassin does now. They might not be like the best combo, but we're just gonna go with it anyways. I think we now know enough that we can go back to... Here we go. So first things first, choose a species. Oh, I'd already opened it. Hold on. There we go. Billy the Blink Mage is not a centaur. No. Dwarves, maybe. Billy the Elf? Nah. Billy the Fae? Maybe. Billy the Fiend? Maybe. Vermolites. Touched by Celestials. Oh, okay, so these are like your ASMR. Got it. But I'm sure that's copyrighted or something. Oh, open sesame. Silly drink. Yeah. Sorry to disappoint Ginny, but I'm not going to do Pokemon lore tonight. I thought about it, but this this poison nonsense with the assassin just done me in. I'm in that same state of I guess shock that I was in last night. Where I'm just like, I can't concentrate on this. I can't fathom this. I need to sleep to be able to digest this. So brain full for today. I don't care to stack Pokemon on top of it. That being said, I did buy Pokemon X. One of the auction bids did stay low that I bid on, so I got it for a little under $30, which I think is a good price for it. A used copy of X. That includes shipping, by the way. I don't do that where it's like, it's $20, but also shipping, and now it's $30. So, I will be able to plan a legit copy. which means that if I do find any shinies, I do get to keep them and transfer them up and whatnot. Like, I'm not against emulation, but for stuff like Pokemon, I do try and play legit when I can. Unless it's a ROM hack, then, like, obviously, but I do like to be able to keep my shinies and catch them on legitimate cartridges. Oh, there we go. Alright. So Firmalites. Billy the Blink Mage, being a holy man, was also an assassin and a Blink Mage. That doesn't... It could technically work, but it's also a very muddy design. A lot of conflicting themes there, so I don't think we want to do Firmalite. Are these like your elemental type people? Furykin avatars of the world. Are these plant people? Subsets biome. What does that mean? What are subsets? Does that mean that they have like a subrace? Subset fairy pixie, okay. Bonus per day with free action per okay. Oh, here we go. Biome, that's what it is. See species page. While you are in that biome, your mana and stamina regeneration increase by +2. Okay. Got it. So these are like your elemental type thing. But it's not just elements, it could also be like forest or hillside. So now when you're on the hillside, you get to have your stamina and mana regenerate faster. Got it. Okay. This is cool. This is probably more of like nature theme than elemental theme is what I'm reading here. Yeah, okay. These are plant boys. Got it. Not Genasi. Humans. Billy the Blink Mage is a human would make sense. Fish tits. Very good. We don't need to be Billy the Fish Tits. Undead sound fun, but maybe not now. Wilderkin, the best of some world. Speed varies. Dark vision varies. You can choose a preset Wilderkin genotype or craft your own. Details below. This is the end of the page, my dude. What do you mean details below? Alright, playable species. Okay. Let me go over here to Wilderkin. Details below. Alright, and then on this page, there's still no details below. Oh no! Oh no! Oh hey Nos. I'm just alright. I'm trying to select species. I went all through the Blink Mage class. I understand it. I've gone through the Assassin class. I understand it. Because I wanted to make a joke character. Here we go. Billy the Blink Mage. His last name is Blink Mage, by the way. It's totally a coincidence that he happens to be a Blink Mage. And I was just trying to pick out a species for him, but I guess Wilderkin isn't. Yeah, I'm glad you saw my notes. I'm quite pleased with them. Like, overall, these classes are very good. I have, like, no complaints about the Blink Mage. It is like, as a player, this is the kind of BS that I love doing. Like, there's so much versatility and fun nonsense I could get up to with the Blink Mage. Like, it's a very well-designed class, and I would very much like to be able to play it someday. High praise there. I can't praise you highly enough for it. Good design work. Assassin, I have a lot of thoughts about poison. I also feel very strongly about willpower as its secondary. I really feel it should be cleverness, but I'm trying not to judge you there. But I don't know. I'm very conflicted about Assassin. Overall, I really like it, but I feel like it definitely needs some play testing. But I mean, that's what we're trying to get anyway. That's not in the parking lot. Okay, very good. Cursed by birth, Billy is. My problem with poison is that a lot of them just give you poison counters, but in very small amounts, and they don't really have an effect until they reach 20. And there's also no mechanic on the assassin to give them the poisoned status, which then has an effect. So up until you grab some of the very specific ones near the very end, like there's the one that costs undead. Here we go. Racking Woe is something that does track your poison counters for an effect to reduce that speed, which then could let you cheese them, step on their head, make sure they're dead because they're incapacitated. So that's one that I very much like. Same with Three Sisters, because it tracks hours per poison counters. Those are the type of poison effects I like, because otherwise these poisons at the beginning, they just feel useless because you deal like between 1 and 4 poison counters. Oh, hold on a second. Clarification. Having a poison counter, oh, you're already poisoned. Oh, never mind. Ignore all my complaints. The assassin's fine. Like it just needs playtesting, but it's fine in terms of the poison stuff. In that case, other than like the corrections I suggested, lunge is my only complaint. Lunge feels very weak. But outside of lunge, I like the assassin. All right, so yeah, it needs rule clarity on a lot of this stuff, but otherwise, mechanically, I think it's strong. I've done a 180. I needed that clarification. I've done a 180. I like it again. But yes, lunge, because my problem is you already have the Viper Strike. You probably already read it. Never mind. You probably already read that. But the Viper Strike already gives you a way to move without using the move action. And so, yes, you can technically move without the move action here, but 5 feet is just so insignificant that I feel like it's very rare that you would want to just do the 5 feet and not like want to do the move action or do the Viper Strike to get that additional movement. So the situations where you would lunge, period, I don't feel like they would come up all that often. And even then, it's not that strong a feat because you're probably already attacking on that turn, and you probably already don't mind spending the 5 mana on Viper Strike. So why not just do Viper Strike instead of lunging? Lunge just kind of comes off as this useless feat. That's okay. It's not useless, but it is so situational that it is borderline useless. Like you could go like I'd wager 10 sessions without using it, and be completely fine. I don't know. Maybe playtest reveals that, oh, it's a busted feat and I'm just complaining about nothing, right? But it feels useless to me, and considering this is all you get at level 9 from Assassin, like, oof, owie. As a player, when I hit level 9, I sure would be disappointed. Especially, like, if you compare to the other classes. Like, Blink Mage, this is your Blinking Sprint or Double Blink. I love Double Blink. Oh, Double Blink is so good. This makes me happy. Anyway, like, you compare it to the other classes, right? And the kind of stuff they get at level 9. Let's this Knight Errant and Flourish and okay, yeah, very good. Like, you compare it to the other classes, and this is just lunge is so weak. It makes me sad. That's my feedback on the assassin. Everything else is perfect now. Okay, it's not perfect. It needs playtesting, but I don't have any legitimate complaints anymore. That is a clarification that I very much like. Holy fuck. Okay, now that I know that the poison status is baked into all of them, that makes this all so much more viable. Oh, assassin would be such a fun class. Okay. I like it. Built on an early version of the system where damage and such were much lower. Fair enough. Yeah. My other concern with poison is that, and this might be intentional design, but for Racking Woe, it may end up being too powerful. Let me double check. Yeah, all right. So if we go up here to Superior Poison, at this point in time, at low levels, you'd have Basic and then +1. So let's say Basic and then Superior Poison. In order to do this combo, you would need both Superior Poison and Racking Woe. So that means that our minimum level for this build coming on board is level 6, right? So turn 1, you apply your Superior Poison for free via the thing at the top of the page. And then your level halved is of course 3. Your precision is probably, let's say, 4, right? Somewhere around there. You probably want high precision on your assassin by level 6. So that's a total of 7 poison counters, right? So turn 1, you deal 7 poison counters. Turn 2, you deal 1 poison counters, bringing it to 8. 8 translates to 40 feet. So anything with a 40-foot move speed or lower is incapacitated. Via the incapacitation rules, we can step on its head to make sure it's dead. So that's a 2-turn cheese, is my concern. I like it, but it also might not be what you're looking for here. Is that, like, I like the idea of that kind of min-max poison type of a cheese type thing, and it works on, like, basic enemies, but my concern is, like, a boss enemy. A 2-turn cheese with poison versus a boss kind of feels bad. Okay, yeah, you see, it seems like you get it. With the prep time. Yeah, fair. The prep time is lengthy. So, like, it's definitely something that you would have to prep before you go into the dungeon, and then just, like, hold your 2 little vials throughout the entire dungeon and just never use it, right? But then as soon as you hit that boss, whambo bambo combo time. And you do have 2 of it, so you could actually use it on 2 bosses. It's way too much to tie to speed, though. Tying it to speed. Oh, okay, I get it. Tying this to speed. Got it. Tying the incapacitation to speed, yeah. Because my assumption is that base speed is probably somewhere around 30. So 40 is already, like, very, very doable. Like, most... anything that's not a very agile monster, probably this gets cheesed by. Definitely any, like, humanoid bosses would get cheesed by it. So yeah, I think, yeah, that might just be the only problem, is just not tie it to speed or nerf it. I don't know. Or maybe don't tie it to poison count? No, but I like it being tied to poison. I don't want to change its design. I don't know. It needs a tweak somewhere. I'll leave it there. That's the only concern I have, other than it's not really clear when Fate of Damocles ends. Because some people might think that effective duration means that's how long it lasts in that person's system. And I don't think that's meant to be the intention, because then we never hit a 24-hour mark. So I assume it's supposed to last indefinitely. But if that does happen, then, like, death becomes inevitable without the antidote. And I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. That seems a bit strong. Same vibe without pagan. Okay, yeah, okay. Still moving stuff. Because does it like go away on, like, an extended rest, or what's it called in this system? Be at the bottom here. Full rest. Like, if poison goes away on, like, a full rest, then I guess we're probably fine. But if not, then it's just like, if that assassin doesn't give you the antidote, you just there's no way to live. Okay, so it does go away at full rest. Okay, cool. So Fate of Damocles is totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah, if things are gonna go away at the full rest, we're fine. Because that's just take a week off. Grievous wounds for each week spent. Hold on. Doesn't say during this time from. Alright, doesn't say in full rest. That would be something you would need to add to the poison rules. Survive this long and be okay option. Yeah. The survive this long and be okay option would be what I'm looking for here. Oh, sorry. There we go. Because otherwise, rules is written like you get stabbed by Fate of Damocles and you just die. I mean, not in combat, right? But, like, it would feel kind of bad to, like, poison. Yeah, it's a jest. Yeah, poison the king's drink. And there's nothing anyone in the kingdom can do to cure them, rules as written, and that king just dies. Which, oh, teehee, alright, well, maybe that's intended, but as a DM, I'm not sure I like that. I mean, as a DM, you can make stuff up, right? You can be like, the king has called in an alchemist, and that alchemist was able to reverse engineer the poison and has made their own antidote. So now it's not just the assassin with the antidote. Now this alchemist has the antidote and has cured the king, right? So you can make stuff up, but that still involves the DM going over the rules head and going over the player's head and saying, no, player, you can't do that. And that, to me as a player, would feel bad. And to me as a DM would make me feel bad because I effectively said, no, sorry, you can't do that. And I don't know. There are certain times where, like, as a DM, you do have to put your foot down. This is an area where, like, you don't necessarily have to, and it comes off more as, like, the DM being salty about having his campaign ruined, right? So, I don't know. Overall, I really like the poison system. Especially now they know the poisoned effect is just automatically on. Yeah, adding clarification for that would be amazing. Okay, I'm really excited again. I did a 180 on Assassin now that I got those clarifications. Also, okay. More praise for you. Killshot, brilliant. I love Killshot's synergy with Maim. I love its synergy with, where is it? No, where is it? I thought there was something else that synergized with it. Maybe it's earlier in the class. Whatever. I can't find it right now. But there's a lot of really cool, like, crit rate boosting synergy that just, there's so many, like, okay, so the example I was giving is that, let's say Bob the Barbarian is low HP, and he's, like, 30 feet away, and you didn't make sure that the enemy does not have the capacity to move over to where Bob the Barbarian is. You could then overcharge your kill shot by spending just a ridiculous amount of stamina, go for that really extended crit range, get that crit, get that maim on him. Beautiful. Save Bob the Barbarian. Like, there's so many cool things you can do here, especially, like, okay. I really like maim. I like maim. I like its synergy with kill shot. I like the idea of just spending all your stamina on, like, one clutch, really, really good turn. That to me is a really cool choice and a really cool moment of, like, risk reward and spending your resources. I don't know. There's a lot of really cool opportunities for that in this class. I also like Fade. At first I was like, wait a moment. This is just that retreat reaction. Isn't this already in the core? But then I realized that, okay, never mind. It's not quite that, because it doesn't cost your action on the next turn. It instead costs stamina up front. So it's just a better version, or I guess a situationally better version of the other one. And I like the assassin having that option. It's very good. Because it also is thematically appropriate, because you can see them, like, getting in and out of combat really quick, and just that, I don't know. Improved retreat, yeah. That's effectively what it is. It makes me happy. Let's see. Oh, the other thing is, we figured it out. That's a 0 next to the DT. But at the same time, it being a small lowercase o was very confusing. I'm sure it's just a quirk of the font. But that maybe make it an A for action, but I understand that, like, there's precedence for putting numbers here, so we probably should keep it a 0. I don't know. It's probably just a quirk of this font, and that, like, in a proper book with a different font, or just a different font on the website, I'm sure the 0 would be fine, and I'm just an idiot. But that O, that lowercase o, it vexes me, it taunts me, it hates me. Don't ask me how I know that it hates me, but I know that it hates me. Alright, that's really it off the top of my head. Because, like, you fixed all my problems with it, for the most part. Like, there's lunge. That's my one issue now. The lunge. Everything else is just, like, tiny little things, or subject to playtesting. Because I don't know if, nixing the 2 stamina would make it busted. To me, like, just being able to, like, for free once per round have 5 feet movement, to me that doesn't sound busted. That is worth having. So nixing the 2 stamina could work. Alternatively, buffing it to 10 feet of movement could also work. Could also consider both. Because even if you did both, I think that would still be in line power level with, like, double blink. Blink sprint to me feels a little bit weak, but it's fine because you get to choose one. So, I mean, you just choose double blink because it's so fun. I like double blink. But yeah, that'd be my recommendation. Recommended fix for lunge is to like do one of those two buffs, possibly both, and then you don't have to change anything else. It's that, or you just lunge is bad, and I'm gonna put a new feature in that does feel worthy of level 9. Rah! That kind of thing. Right. So this does it. Provoke attack of opportunity, lunge. It would, rules as written here. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't, but it needs to specify. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing here, pardon me, there's nothing here that specifies that it wouldn't provoke opportunity attacks. So yes, right now lunge does provoke opportunity attacks. So that could be another way to buff it, right? Tweak the stamina, tweak the movement, make it not do opportunity attacks. I mean, honestly, no. That could be the fix right there. Just keep stamina in 5 feet as is, but this now being basically a free disengage, that's powerful. Yeah, never mind. That could be another fix right there. Yeah, right. 100%. 100%. I think that could be an alternative way to balance it. We have a lot of different ways to balance it. Good luck, Nost. Good luck, buddy. you got options. All right. What was I gonna do here? The power. Such power. I don't want Wilderkin. Hold on. Where's the? No, I don't want Elementals. There's the species page. That's what I wanted. What was I thinking? I think we'll go Fiend. I think that sounds fun. That sounds Billy the Blink Mage being a Fiend. Like, you've got some magic in there, but then also, like, you could play into the whole tiefling stereotypes of, you know what? I don't need to rise above and prove people wrong. I kind of am nasty. I think I am ready to poison a bitch. Yeah. I don't think Billy the Blink Mage is a good person. Nightcrawler? Well, the Nightcrawler is good. Alright, well. Alright, this is evil Nightcrawler. Isn't there like a red version of him? Is it like Azazel or something like that? Or is that just for the movies? I forget if that's also in the comics. Nightcrawler but bad. Alright. Yeah, very good. Nightcrawler but bad. Okay. So then we want to come to playable species Fiendling. See if there's any additional information here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. That's fine. At a glance, okay. 30-foot speed, elementally imbued, size medium, reservoir. Reservoir means that when I go in the funny bubble, I retain my mana, but I don't regenerate the mana, and if I hit 0, 2 really bad things happen. Got it. Alright. So just don't touch anti-magic fields. Easy. H will be mostly lunar aesthetics. Okay, yeah. Subspecies. Oh, okay, well this is effectively the subspecies. So what kind of fiend are you? Because there are cold planes in hell too. Very nice. Whenever you would take damage with chosen type, reduce it by 1. Oh, hold on. Choose one of these. Okay, so we only get one of these. Okay. So it gives you DR to that damage type. Alright. Then casting spells tagged with chosen damage type costs 1 less mana. Oh! I like that, but not for here. I assume that Elementalist would probably have some really cool synergy with it. But for right now, that's not something that Blink Mage can make use of. So we probably would want to go with fully imbued if it has anything fun to it. You are immune to all damage of the chosen type. I do like that. Casting spells tagged with the chosen type cost 1 less. It's more caster stuff. Okay, well, we just don't get to make use of it with our particular Billy the Blink Mage, which is fine. We can make slightly suboptimal choices. Spells tagged different elemental damage. Still deal damage of the chosen type with no mana. Hold on. Spells tagged with a different elemental damage type instead deal damage of the chosen type. Oh! Does Fully Imbued change the damage type of the spell to your particular tiefling damage type? I'm gonna keep saying tiefling, by the way. I know it's fiendling. I'm sorry. I force a habit. It's elemental, yes. Okay, cool. All right. That's very neat. All right. It doesn't work with Blink Mage still, so it's still useless for Billy. But I could see a lot of fun nonsense once we have more class options coming about. Very good, very good. All right. So right now, this is kind of an arbitrary choice to me. It's a choice between DR1 and damage immunity. Hold on, how is Fully Imbued not just better in every way? If you're immune, that's better than DR. And you still get to reduce the cost for your spells, and it also gets to have that damage type. Which I would see that damage type as a buff, not a nerf. Because if you want to access other elements, I guess. I guess. It removes flexibility. That's fair. Removes flexibility. But is that worth being immune? I mean, in my case, it does, because I'm not dealing with that rule anyways, because I don't do that damage type. So we're good to go, I guess. We just go with Fully Imbued, because it's just better. Something to potentially consider if you plan to, like, change the Fiendling. Is that this kind of, on most builds, the drawback is not a drawback. Alright. Set the building on fire. Yeah, just set the building on fire. GG, go next. Fair enough. Set the building on fire, just leave. Alright. No, you don't even have to leave. You could just sit there, sipping your tea or whatever. The little comic of the dog that says, "This is fine," while everything's burning around you. Yeah. That's one way to do it. I mean, IV book reference. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah. Sorry, I haven't read your book. I probably will eventually, but it's not 100% my priority right now. Let's see. Blasphemer. Blasphemer. I'll do it eventually, okay? Give me like 2 years. I was gonna do magical fire. Okay. I mean, if it's her magical fire that's burning down the tavern, then I mean, yeah, it works. Oh, okay. No, it's all good. You're doing it in a way that I can understand well enough. Presumably, Ivy has some kind of fire-based powers, and she's immune to them, and she can burn things. It tracks. I don't know who Ivy is, but I know she can burn things. Building fine. Alright, I'll let you guys talk about that. I'm gonna go add the Fiendling stuff to Billy. Good old Billy. The other part of Fully Imbued doesn't matter for right now. Billy Blink Mage. Oh, that's right. For some reason, Firefox wants to... Alright, we're good. Speed, size, reservoir, dark vision, yes. Alright, so we can get rid of Elementally Imbued for now. And then we're going to get rid of Partially Imbued. Alright. I've been collecting my Discord stuff to send you directly in case you missed the other stuff, but it sounds like you haven't missed it, and I also have to verbalize a good chunk of them anyways, so we're good to go there. Let's see here. You're immune to all damage of the chosen type. Okay. You're immune to... We will replace that bit of text with, now let's go freezing. freezing sounds fine. Immune to all freezing damage. Oh, we do capitalizations over here. Let's keep with that theme then. Freezing damage. Casting spells tagged with the chosen. Cost 1 less mana. That's also not relevant to us. We can just get rid of that. Billy don't care. Actually, no. What will be our influence? It might matter. Dicks. Okay. Well, we'll get to that, and then if we need to hack that text back in, we'll hack the text back in. But for right now, we're gonna choose freezing. Just be good with that. There we go. So, Fiendling. Next line. We'll bold it. Make it a little bit bigger. Billy Blink Mage can also be made. We'll go 16. Very good. Alright. And I know that character sheets exist. And I'm sure there's a way to make them form fillable. But for right now, I'm gonna try and just do it here. Give myself some good notes as I go along. What am I looking at? This tab. Here we go. Got a lot of tabs open now. I'll check out Avatar and Knight and Elementalist later, but for right now I'm going to close out of those tabs. Choose one martial class, choose one mage class. Alright, so for the martial class we're grabbing Assassin, for the mage class we're grabbing Blink Mage. Woohoo! Choose one class from either category. Okay, so you do choose 3. Got it. Okay, and this major, minor, and influence. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. Assign one class to each slot, major, minor, influence. Alright. I think we wanted to do major Blink, minor Assassin, and then I guess... Never mind, I do have to choose an influence now. Oh, no. Let me go below this. What does influence and minor give you? Because I assume major just gives you, all the stuff. Specialization, blah, 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 blah. Okay. What does minor give you? Some stuff based off from their primary and secondary. You choose a martial class and stamina capacity. Okay. When you can still access... while you can still access the entire spell or ability list for your minor class, all mana or stamina costs are doubled. Okay, that's the drawback. Got it. This includes sustaining and upcasting costs. So I would still get all this fun assassin stuff, like Move Unseen and Viper Strike and whatnot. But these casts would all be... Not casts. Costs would all be doubled. This stuff's still viable, doubled. Move Unseen would then cost 4 minimum. You were not an issue. You may add your willpower to results as well. Okay. All right. Well, what else? Before I consider that, you choose a martial class, add a +1 to your stamina capacity if you chose mage. Okay, I already read that. So that it. Let's see here. Note that as you level up, you can pick specific spells and skills. Yeah, that's true. I did see that. Where is it? Here we go. Level 8. Here, was there another level? Here we go, level 4. Ooh, is there a pattern? Oh, let me go look at level 12. Okay, there's no pattern. Okay. Level 16. It just skips a level, that's all it is. There's a pattern. Oh, it's level 10. Okay. Level 10. Alright, yeah, there's quite a few opportunities. Alright. So early on, those additional little abilities from your secondary class aren't as viable because they're going to cost a lot. But in the long run, once you have those reduced, then things are a lot more viable. Alright, that makes sense to me. I think that's fine. So right now, having Assassin as my secondary feels bad because a lot of these things at double the cost feels really bad. But once I hit level 4 and so on, then stuff starts becoming a lot more viable. I like that. That works. Influence class. Has the least effect on gameplay. Okay. Ah, Mr. DJ. I am also currently working on that. Oh wait, you can hold on. Blink Assassin Assassin. Does that mean that you can choose Assassin as your influence as well? Is that what you're denoting there? Choose one class from it. Yeah, it doesn't say that you can't double down. Oh. Oh, I can double down. Alright, what does influence allow me to do? Final unassigned class is your influence class. Your influence class has the least effect on gameplay, but can provide you with useful skills in a pinch. There we go. It represents things you have a knack for, tricks you picked up, and hidden talents. Okay. Choose one. Add +1 from the primary stat, or add +1 from secondary stat. Okay. You chose a martial class, stamina capacity. If you chose a mage, mana capacity. Okay. Well, you can still access the entire spell lists for the influence, all mana. Okay, quadrupled. Got it. So doubling down on the influence really only matters for grabbing like the stamina capacity and then one of those 2 key stats there. In this case, you probably are just grabbing precision. So the influence you probably want to be a class that shares like your core stats. This one seemed like it was largely going. I should probably go look at chat for a second. No mechanic for that, but it's being batted around on Discord a bit. Got it. All right. There released a point in that though as of now. Yeah, because all it does is it makes it so that like you lose out on a third class's worth of abilities, which yes, it would cost ×4, so you're probably not going to use them all that much anyways, but it's still, unless you really, really need like those ability scores, right? Like if I really, really needed fortitude, and let's say that I didn't want to go with Knight for some reason as my influence, then I could double down on Blink Mage and make Blink Mage my influence. So I guess that does technically make sense, but it also means that I will now lose out on the potential to have Knight's little ability list. Let's see. I think I'd better grab other level 1 ability. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What's the next martial class gonna be? Field Medic. Woo! Field Medic! Just trying to break the maths. Going ham on the math. Very good. Oh no, I've been added. Oh, you shilled my stream. That's what that. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. I wasn't expecting. All right, I'm on board. So these new arrivals are probably you bunch of dorks from the server, huh? Is that what's going on here? All right, fess up. Who are you? No, it's fine. You can keep your secrets. All right. Well, now I need to go and choose my influence. I guess I could just double up for now and just grab Assassin again. And I know that's an option. Class is Assassin. Avatar. Let's go. Avatar could have like a fiendish influence, right? That was one of the options, I believe. I believe you posted something about that. Yeah, you can have Inferno. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll go influence Avatar for a little bit of flavor. That works. Oh no, DJ's from the server. Spooky. Alrighty. So okay, classes, and we're gonna go Blink Mage, Prime, and then we're gonna go ass, and second. Nope, not at. Second. There we go. And then we go Avatar. Infla. Ooh. Influ. We'll go influ for now. Influ. That looks fine. What is the proper terminology, though? It's not called prime, is it? Oh, didn't mean to zoom in. No. Okay. Major. Okay, so that could be MAG, MIN. All right, yeah, I'll go to that. Maj. Min. Avatar. All right. Very good. Character creation. Let me go back up here. Assign core stat points. Divide 8 points as you see fit. Add any bonuses from species or class choices. Calculate mana, stamina, and endurance. Gather starting equipment. Oh no, starting equipment. Oh no. Alright. Choose species. Is there anything here that tells me about ability score increases? Sorry, stat increases for species. I'm not seeing it. So it's probably would just be here on their little sheet, but I'm not seeing it. So I'm assuming Fiendling's not one that gets any bonuses. That's fine. That's fine. I don't gotta worry about it. No ASI for most species. Yep, got it. Very good. So don't have to worry about species. Up here, so I have 8 points, and then class choices. So the class choices was choose one +3. Hold on. Add +3 to this class's primary stat and add +1 to this class's secondary stat. Okay. Or add +2 to both. Got it. That would make for a more well-rounded character. The primary for Blink Mage was Fortitude, though. And Fortitude does go into capacity, and I would like to have lots of mana to be able to do BS with. So I think we do go with option 1 for Billy. So Billy, go Fort +3, just making a note for now. And then that was Might, Precision, then it went Cleverness, then Knowledge, then Willpower, and then Fortitude. Okay. Fortitude. Might as well spell it out. We've been spelling the rest out. All right. And then the secondary was Cleverness. Very good. So Cleverness is +1. And I'm still of the opinion that the assassin's secondary should be Cleverness and not Willpower. But I mean, you do you, man. We'll see how that ends up. So, there's not really any synergy there, but that's fine. Billy the Blink Mage doesn't need to be the most busted build in the world. I'm just toying with the system to see how it works. Give me 90% is going to happen now. I have to remember why we did Will, but clever. Yeah, because, okay, alright. My argument. Assassins specialize in troubleshooting. Troubleshooting is cleverness. To me, anyway. Human resources, whatever. Persuasive arguments, cleverness. Thinly veiled euphemisms, yeah, I said it right, okay. That's also cleverness. Ideological driven agents for broader organizations and blades for hire. That implies like a social skill and a need for hierarchy and whatnot. You could read into that in a variety of ways, but to me, cleverness is another thing you could read into right there. Prefers to blend in with a crowd. That's more precision, so that's fine. Infiltrate the target's inner circle. More social stuff. That's cleverness. Being able to lie would be needed to infiltrate. Strike silently from nowhere. That's precision. They all share a penchant for deadly poisons. That could be will. See, my argument for will is that it does like denote a certain amount of what was the wording? Let me go back up here. Wow. There it is. Emotional robustness, determination, conviction. Yeah, if you are an assassin crafting poisons, if your job is to kill people, and that is something you've accepted, that does require a degree of emotional robustness, determination, and conviction. So I do think that willpower still does make sense. My big complaint is that thematically, Assassin seems to be pointing you in the direction of cleverness. So I don't know. I think they both work technically. I prefer cleverness, but if you were to keep it at willpower, I think I'd be able to make peace with it. My problem is that, like, yeah, the flavor text is just like, this is a cleverness character, and then you come up here and it's orange. I love the color orange, but no, it should be teal. Alright. The initial concept was more intimidate and scary, so will. But clever fits. Yeah, okay. Intimidation and scary works. Yeah, why kill someone when you can threaten to kill someone? Okay. Yeah, in Under the Skies, there's some of that here where we can see intimidating and lying and persuading. Ah, that beautiful teal color. Delicious. All right. It would cause you to rework some things, right? All these mentions of not all, but a good chunk of the mentions of willpower would then need to be cited out for cleverness, and then the method actor feature would need to be replaced with something else minor. So I'm not saying that, like, it's not a bit of work to swap that around. So if you don't swap it around, like, it's fine. But also, like, thematically, I would prefer it be swapped around. But that's just a nerd on the internet nitpicking. So, again, you do you. Don't let me influence you too much. But for right now, off from the Blinky boy, we have Fortitude and Cleverness. Got it. All right, let's go back over here. Make note that any additional perks or features that you gain by choosing your class as your okay, hold on. Any perks or features that you gain by choosing. Make note. Okay, no, we're fine. That's structured right. I'm just dumb. We're fine. So it's just saying write down your spell list. Got it. I can do that. I mean, I'm not going to do that, but it's in my noggin. Alright, if you choose a martial class, add 1 to your stamina capacity. If you chose a mage class, add 1 to your mana capacity. Alright, so we're gonna go down here. Mana cap +1. And then didn't Fiendling also do something like that? No, that was just DR. Yeah, that was just DR. We don't have to worry about that right now. I guess immunity with my choice. Classes detail page. Choose a martial class. Okay, very good. Okay. Make any level 1 specialization choices, if applicable. Okie dokie. Doesn't seem applicable. Let me go back up here. Nah, that's not applicable. The only level 1 feature we have is the nerf to our teleporters. Oh no. We have to choose how we get outed. We can't just teleport silently until we get the fancy thing that lets us do that. Top disruption choice. Bam. Very good. I like the flash of light. What I really like about the flashlight. Okay, hold on a moment. Let me go find it. Where is it? Where's the thing that lets you double ranges? Harness disruption. Hey, here we go. Harness disruption. Okay, if you don't go the Shadow Blink way, I like the idea of being able to double your range on purpose, because then what you could do is combine harness disruption. Well, here we go. With remote send later on to create like a signal flare, right? You can just be like, I take this stone and I'm going to remote send it, I don't know, 60 feet in the air or whatever, however far you can make that go. And then I'm also going to make that light visible for 600 feet away by doubling that. So you could use that to like start off a raid on a castle, or coordinate with people on like the other side of like a heist operation. It could be a lot of fun. And like the castle guards are just like, what's that giant light in the sky? The giant light in the sky means you're effed, boy. It's go time. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I'm okay with you not thinking about that because like that's more than okay with me because I as a player this is the kind of stuff I love is taking like perhaps unintended combos that are highly situational but that like feel rewarding to me. This is the kind of class that has a lot of nonsense and decisions and whatnot baked into it that rewards creativity and flexibility as a player, and I really like that. It's my kind of class. I like this kind of stuff. It doesn't matter if it's not rules as intended, but rules as written, I can make a giant light in the sky. When is that useful? Probably once per campaign, but I mean, for that one session, boy, that'll be fun. I don't know. I like Blink Mage. I'm enjoying this a lot. I'm sure I'll like the other classes too once I read them, but Blink Mage is really cool. Alright. Add the toughness rating to the character's toughness. Okay. So the toughness rating was like 4, right? 4. Very good. Toughness plus 4. Alright. Let's go here. Specializations. A way to further customize your class and the main choice you make during level up. Each class has different specialization options for each level. Some are unique to your major class. Some increase your stats, and some allow you to choose extra perks. Better incorporate your other classes. There we go. Your major class description has specific details. Okay. Got it. So then... Specialization. Let me just do Control F. Special. Oh, it's the level up chart. Never mind. I'm a fool. All right. Cool. So I don't get any of the level up chart for Assassin. It's just the Blink Mage stuff. But I already have like the core of the Assassin stuff already, and I will be able to make my stuff more viable at certain levels like this to get rid of those multipliers for certain abilities. Very good. All right. So that's how that works. That's fine. I can get behind that. Minor class. 2 from the primary stat or 1 from the from both. In this case, I don't care about willpower. I think I do just want the +2 precision. I mean, I probably should care about willpower because, I mean, in previous editions, wisdom saving throws have been very important. But for right now, Billy the Blink Mage. No, he doesn't need will. What am I thinking? There we go. Precision. There we go. I want Dex. Dex. Okay. I gotta get the right page. Nope. I'm almost there. There it is. All right. If you choose a martial class, add... okay. +1 stamina capacity. Very good. Stam cap +1. Womp. Let's see here. Add a class's toughness rating to your character's toughness. Okay. Which was 2. That much I remember. I don't need to check there. Where did I write the other one? Oh, did it get moved to the next page? Oh no, it's just right here. Okay. I'm a fool. Alright. This page. Okay. Well, you still have access to the entire spell. Okay, got it. This is just saying the things are doubled. Makes me sad. No sneaky stuff. That being said, the core of Assassin does still give me a lot of stuff. It still gives me all the poison nonsense. It still gives me target vitals. It still lets me poison Bob the Barbarian's sword at the start of combat. So all that core stuff I think I still get. If I'm understanding this correctly, it's just the specialization stuff that's locked. Yeah. Yeah, so if Assassin was my primary class, I'd also get the weapon proficiencies and whatnot. But because it's not, all I get is like this stuff, and then this stuff that costs a lot. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm seeing you in chat. I'm right. Then poison stuff. So I'd still get my basic poison and then +1 choice. obviously, while there's still the capacity to have a busted combo out there, we take superior poison. It's the best poison. Actually, that's not true, because I just realized that the poison choices increasing is tied to the the assassins' primary specialization stuff. So I actually don't get additional poison choices. Oh no. Okay, so if I had to go through the entire campaign with just basic poison and then +1 choice, do I still want superior poison? What would I take? I like Mage's Gasp, being able to F with mages. That's situational, but it's good utility to have. If no one else had any like nonsense that messed with mages in the party, that's something I would take. But let's assume that someone else in the party has some capacity to mess with mages. If we're going with like the most unbalanced one narrative-wise, we obviously grab Fate of Damocles, because that just lets you kill anyone. It's getting patched. Shh, I know it's getting patched. So I'd probably grab 3 Sisters, actually. Being able to do those 3 status conditions, I do have a way to apply poison counters via the basic thingamajigger. Again, I can go and poison Bob the Barbarian's sword turn 1 for free, and then I could poison my own, and then I could stab someone with 3 Sisters, and now they're, let's say Bob the Barbarian rolled a 3 for his little poison thing. So, for 1 hour per poison. Okay, yeah. So then they'd be poisoned for 3 rounds in that example. That still sounds like a fun combo. Even though Assassin's not like my main thing, that's a good bit of utility that I can provide for the party. I think that would be my choice. 3 Sisters isn't... Oh, it's not a weapon poison. Oh no, you're right, that's touch. I have to slap someone on the back for that. That's fine. I can teleport in there and just whap. I doubt that it's a slap on the back. Let me go see how it reads. Can be applied through physical contact with the target, but is too delicate for a weapon or unarmed attack. Ah, that would count as an unarmed attack. All right. I can't slap them. Oh, I can slap them. Oh. The designer says I can slap them. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it, because I think that right now, with the material we're out, I think Knight plus Blink Mage is the best possible combo for Blink Mage. That being said, thematically, I like the idea of like a teleporty assassin-y type character. So that's where I'm going for this test build. But yes, if you can slap someone on the back to meet the condition of touch, then yes, I would go with 3 Sisters. If I can't slap someone on the back, then that's fine. Deliverer is typically protected in some fashion. Okay, yeah, got it. This protected, got it. And I'd still have to be able to slap something that's also not protected. So that also implies that the enemy needs to be an enemy with exposed skin. So that would be situational, even if slap is allowed. That kind of is a built-in nerf to it. So I think you're right. 3 Sisters. As much as I love it, that's not the way to go right now. And that's not viable. Racking Woe is situational because you do need the DM to provide you with undead to fight. But otherwise, this is probably your best bet. Again, this one might end up getting nerfed, but I mean, even though it's situational, let's grab Mage's Gasp. Why not? Let's grab Mage's Gasp. Let's say that there's not someone else in the party that has something to deal with mages. So we'd grab Basic and Mage's Gasp. How about that? Basic, Poison, and Mage's Gasp. Because a smoke grenade that messes up mages makes me very happy. Okay, the GM and you would say you have to do it on an unawares target. Got it. The designer in me is telling the GM in me that he needs to write that. Fair enough. It would be a fun mental image. Just someone just teleports in front of you, just slaps you across the cheek, and then you go blind. Like, the barbarian stabs you, you feel the minor effects of poison, and then some tiefling slaps you and lights out. Lights out for 3 rounds. It's a fun mental image. The GM in you is probably right to be cautious. You probably should listen to that voice. But also... slap poison's fun. It's... What you should probably do is allow slap poison to work for now. We play test it. If it turns out to be bullshit, you can always nerf it. Or like make it more difficult. Apply like actual rules to it. I don't know. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. 'Cause I think you're right. Slap poisons might be a little bit too bullshit. But also it's funny. Oh, and also deaf and mute as well. So you can't even tell anyone about the tiefling that just slapped you blind. Very good. Parking lot, got it. Very cool. This is such a dumb build. All right. Yeah, we grabbed the magic one anyways for Billy the Blink Mage. Sorry, not Billy the Blink Mage. That's right. His last name is Blink Mage. His parents hated him. Billy Blink Mage has the magic gasp. Right. Let's go back over here. That was it for that. Then we need to grab the influence. That's what I need to grab now. Billy Blink Mage, the Blink Mage. Yes. What a powerful lad. For the record, I would never actually play Billy Blink Mage. If I end up playing a Blink Mage assassin tiefling, he will be renamed and he will be given like proper due diligence in terms of character design. But for right now, working title, Billy Blink Mage, will get the job done. Billy B Link Link G. Very good. That could work, especially for an elf. Elves do the funny little fantasy little apostrophe, not apostrophes. Not quotation marks either. Not ellipses. I don't remember the terminology for it right now. But that's how I tend to name my elves. So I'll put in those funny little... It's not a quotation mark. Denotation mark? Apostrophe was right. Oh, okay. It was apostrophe. Alright. Should have trusted my instincts. Thank you. Influence class. +1. Oh, okay, it's just +1 from either. So in this case, we're choosing avatar for our influence. So might or knowledge. Neither of those play into either of our builds. Okay. Might probably lets us carry things. I like that. But also, we kind of already have like our little extra dimensional space we can shunt things into, so we probably don't need might. So having knowledge is probably what we go with. And we're already like a mage who also like does poisons and whatnot. So I feel like we'd be a knowledgeable character. We'd probably grab the +1 knowledge. It's more thematically appropriate. +1 knowledge. Oh, that's right. Yeah, knowledge is first aid. Yeah, first aid is good. Alright, I might try and look for opportunities to boost my knowledge further then. Well, we'll see how this class reads. Because I forget if it just locks you into your core stats or if any of them... Oh, yeah, no, there are some general ones here. Okay, very good. Then at higher levels, we might dip into knowledge to get to the point where I can cure... Well, no, but that would only cure 1 because it gets halved. Never mind. That's not all that useful. Giving up your action to heal 1 damage... It only really gets super useful once you can base boost it. It is what it is. It's still good for, like, checks, right? It'll be fine. Billy Blink Mage does not need to be optimal. Billy Blink Mage does not feel like an optimal character. For now, Billy Blink Mage gets to remain a joke character. And then do we get this or not? I need to go and look at this. Choose that. Okay, well, you can still access. Okay, we do get that. Very good. Do get it. Oh, very good. And then I think Avatar would count as a mage class, right? Let me go up here. Well, it doesn't say, but it says casting stuff and it says spells. I'm assuming it's a mage class. Yeah, it can be a mage class. Oh. Very good. Okay. You've been touched by the power of material world. Okay, we're grabbing Infernal because it fits. Once per rest, after you have dealt damage to a creature with an attack or spell, you may deal half as much Infernal damage to it as well. Your avatar damage type is Infernal. Okay. Once per rest, after you've dealt damage to a creature with an attack or spell, you may deal half as much Infernal damage. Okay. So we want to try and deal a good quantity of damage. And then we use the Vessel trait. And then it will deal half of that big amount of damage as Infernal damage. And then our damage type is Infernal, which I assume some of our spells will reference. So in addition to playing around with poisons, there might be some fun things we can do with Infernal damage types involving these things. So that's something I'll have to look into later. Yeah, very good. So we choose our opportunity because it is once per rest. Whoa, it's once per big 8-hour period. We gotta choose our window here. What would be like the biggest amount of damage we could get with the Blink Mage? My thinking is the thing that lets us roll a d20, but that's not always consistent. Yeah, here we go, Telefrag. You do have to blind teleport into someone in order to deal that d20, and then you still have to roll high. So as fun as that would be, A, it doesn't come online till level 15, and then B, it doesn't come online till we're at level 15, and then it's not consistent either. Okay, so what's another way we could deal big damage? Combine it with an assassin kill shot. That's true. We could just go for the crit. Let me go look at this. Wow. Does the crit actually deal additional damage? Or does it just up the rate? Your crit range for the attack is increased by... that just increases the range. It doesn't actually give extra damage. And I don't think, by default, there's any crit option that increases damage. I mean, on the Assassin's class here at MAME... No, not even MAME does that. Okay. What gives you crit to damage? Let me go try and find that. Find what the Assassin's kill shot target. Oh, target vitals. Okay, let me go look at that. Target vitals. That's probably an ability. No, it's 5%. Okay. Vitals. I'm not seeing target vitals. It's fine. Oh, top of page. Whoa. Ah, the very top thing. Okay, and that is something we have access to. Okay, this works. Yeah. That's 2 attack. Yeah, that's just a hit. Ah, okay. But here's how we would... Oh, I remember now. Okay. So another concern I have with the Assassin. I don't know if you've covered this already, so I apologize. So if you're hitting with a single melee weapon, it just gives an additional +6 damage. But if you're dual wielding, it gives +8 damage. And the way that it's written, it's not clear if that means D8 damage, you know what I mean, per hand, or if that's only if both hit, or if that's just period so long as one of them hits, that whichever one hits first would give that D8. That seems weird and unbalanced that it would be like that. Okay, D8 total. Okay, so long as at least one of them hit, you get a D8, or do they both have to hit before you get that D8? any hit plus d8. Okay. It's an interesting choice. Because it still implies that it's still just an attack, right? Just the same as like you would do with the other one that just grants a d6. It kind of does pigeonhole you into doing the dual wielding. Way to reward the dual wielder without making dual wielding required. I guess, but it kind of does make it required because it's just more optimal. You get a higher damage dice by taking up your other hand, even if that other hand doesn't actually hit or do anything. So I guess, I don't know. Because, I mean, it depends on what you can do with that other hand, right? Like, if you have access to a shield, or if you need, like, an arcane focus in your offhand or something like that, then I guess it's probably not that makes sense and is fine and balanced. But otherwise, it's just like, well, why wouldn't I dual wield for a bigger damage die? It's bigger damage potential, so there's already that incentive to dual wield. But then on top of the bigger damage potential, because your offhand might hit with that exact same attack that you initially did, you also are getting that higher die on top of it. So if anything, it just makes like single weapon attacks feel less valuable and less viable to me. I don't know. Flat per round. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. But it definitely needs rewording at the very least. I don't know if you want to tweak the balance or not. What was the other thing? There was like one other thing. Because it went kind of hand in hand with this. Oh, what was it? Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Okay, let me scroll down here. Maybe I can find it. I'm not seeing it. Oh well. Think are not flowing as it should. I believe there's a max damage effect. Okay. Max damage effect, but is that down here? Deft hand. No, it's just auto crit. Okay. Anyways, let me go back up here. Max damage. I think you're right. I think one of these does do a max damage. Oh, here we go. Surprise strike. There's the max damage. Okay. I found it. No, you're good. You're good. It's surprise strike. I'm just an idiot. As part of this skill, make a weapon attack. Okay, I remember now. All right. So as a part of this skill, make a weapon attack. Same for this and Viper Strike and Kill Shot. Is that weapon attack's stamina cost included in the 5, or is that in addition to the 5? So is the true cost effectively 6 plus if you wanted to add on the powerful modifier or something like that? Or is it 5 is the total cost? Okay. So does that mean that you can't then modify your attack, and that 1 stamina for a normal attack is replacing those mods? Got it. Okay. I would try and find a way to denote that and make that more clear. I don't feel as though with the current wording between this section and in the core rules section under attack, that's exactly clear. Where is it? Yeah, because making weapon attack makes sense. My problem is that it does say that you make a weapon attack, which to me uses the same word attack as here, which means, okay, well, I'm making an attack as a part of this. So does that mean that I now incur stamina cost and can still apply my funny things here or not? And your intention is that no, you don't. It's already paid for, and you can't apply stuff. My problem is that like it's not stated under Assassin that's the case. Which would add extra text, which is annoying, but I don't know. There might be a way to bake it into the core rules somewhere, or I don't know. I'd hope that there's some ruling for it somewhere, because otherwise I could see some people running this wrong. Because I was gonna run it wrong. My interpretation was that okay, so Viper Strike costs 6 plus, and then I can go and add more stuff. Was my interpretation of it. So I'm glad that we got this ruling. But otherwise, yeah. So to combo the Assassin with the Avatar and the Blink Mage all together, if I'm trying to get the most out of that Infernal thing, I think you're right. I think my best bet is to make Surprise Strike cheap with my 4th level or whichever was the soonest thingamajigger is, and then for 5 stamina. Because if I'm doing mage stuff, I'm going to be using a lot of mana, so I should have some stamina in reserve. Then I can double that damage. So then what I'm looking for now is what is the biggest damage category that I can have. If you hit target, can perceive you, the attack deals maximum damage. Okay, so I want the maximum die, and then I want to see if I can combine it with this to give me, once again, the maximum d8 here. When making a weapon attack against a target that does not really perceive you, because that could be fun. Round 1 of combat, I teleport in there, I whack someone. They didn't perceive me because I was out of their line of sight or the like, or was at a weird angle and hidden ahead of time. And then that will give me an extra d8, assuming that my offhand isn't a shield and is just anything. So then it'd be a d8 for damage plus... Oh, that would be plus might right now. I need to go look through the perks. If there's a perk that lets me do dexterity to hit. I should also look at weapons. Maybe finesse weapons exist. Precision weapons exist too. Okay, got it. Some small weapons. Unarmed attack. Okay, blackjack. Oh, here we go. Precise. Yeah. Okay. So finesse exists. It's just called precise. Got it. But dagger. Oh, dagger has a d8? Oh, divided by 2. Okay. So it's like a d4, but different. Okay. Alright. We do Control F. Precise. So there's dagger. There's Psy. Psy just does 1 damage? What? Critical effect disarming. Okay, but you can disarm with it. Alright. But we're looking for big damage dice. What's the biggest damage dice we can get? So far, a d6. Okay. Yeah. The dagger's math is a little bit different, especially if you round down. Well, yeah. Alright. So far we have Stiletto as our biggest damage potential. Unless we go up to medium. Blade short. That's right, because all we care about is our dominant hand. That's the only thing that we have to care about for the 2-weapon fighting thingamajigger, is that the offhand doesn't matter as much. If we need to take a penalty of the offhand, that's fine. All we're caring about is maxing our damage with that initial strike, because that's the thing that we want to have that d8 on it. So we probably should look into grabbing a perk that would give us medium weapon proficiency or higher. Let's see. Okay, so short blade, it's just a d6. Inflicting bleed is probably good and fine and whatnot, but if we're just looking for a d6, we can just go back up to the stiletto. Fine blade. Oh, skilled weapons. Oh, okay. Require... Oh, okay. So some of them don't require the perk. Right? Let me double check that. Let me go open that up and read that. Weapon requirements training. Okay, no, they do. They do. What, they don't? Oh, now I'm confused. Left side, no perk. Right side, yes perk. Okay, got it. All right, cool. So never mind then. Then we can just already use short blade, or we can't use stiletto, but that's fine. We don't need to, because there's already something that does a d6 over here in medium weapons. So we don't need a perk. If all we care about is that d6, we're already good to go there. That being said, what other fun precision weapons are there? Oh, a whip sword. Oh, someone's been playing Elden Ring. No, that's not true. Whip swords existed before then. D12, but halved. Maybe. Different curve, but otherwise, maybe. Hold on, this is the... No, we're back up to the top with small weapons. Okay, so there are no big weapons that have precise. You know what? That makes sense. So it looks like what we probably want to do is have a short blade in our dominant hand that we can just do for free, and have a dagger in our offhand that we can do for free. And now we don't have to worry about might. We don't have to worry about hitting off from the second one for our big infernal combo. All we're looking for is the first one, and then that maxes that, which is 6, and then it maxes the D8, which is then, I can't math right now, 12, 13, 14. So then 14 plus our precision, which right now our precision is just 2, but we have like those 8 things to go and add to it, so we could definitely make precision bigger. But still, that's like 14 plus 2. Let's say we invested 2 in precision by that point in time, right? Then that would be 4. So that would be 14 plus 4. That'd be 18. You have 18. That's 8 infernal damage. Okay, that's an example of how we could min-max that build. Is opening round in combat. We teleport in there. We give him the good old stib stab with the short sword. We deal 18 probably piercing damage, whatever that weapon is. Slashing. Okay, we'll deal 18 slashing and then 8 infernal. That's a very powerful opening round. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Okay, looks like you guys have been going off on math. I was looking at it. Okay. English. I was trying to double strike for crit. Hold on. Minor nerf what? Oh boy, I'm missing something. Quick. Oh. Let me go look up quick. It's quick. Choose one. Quick. Make another free attack immediately after this. Wow, okay, that is nice. Limit once per weapon per round. Oh. No, per round, okay. No, per weapon per round means, yeah, okay, so you could have both those going, okay. But that's in the medium category, so not the staff, but is there anything else? Was dagger quick? Yeah, dagger is also quick. Okay, I can see what you mean. Yeah, that would be strong. You just get all the dagger attacks, all the free attacks. Double dagger, okay. Yeah, I can see why you'd be worried and want a nerf dagger. In this case, though, if you're doing that kind of like quick crit fishing type of a thingamajigger type build, you're probably not worried about the damage die itself. You're probably looking to base boost your precision modifier as much as possible so that you can just deal as much guaranteed damage as possible. So you can stib, and then whatever dice ends up being, whatever, it's still like, let's say, +4 damage off of your modifier, and then stab, and then the same thing. And then because the first one, if it crit, procced an attack, you get to stib again, and then if that second one before had procced a thing, you can stab again. So effectively you get to attack 4 times if you crit twice. Which right now, that's easier said than done. Let me see how Killshot's read. Depends on how Killshot interacts with it. Does that weapon attack include your offhand or not? Because if it does, then Killshot might be a good way to really crit fish. Because otherwise, I'm not sure if there's anything else that lets you. What rules? Okay, got it. All right. So right now, Killshot, you could just spend all your stamina, like let's say 4 additional stamina. I don't know how feasible this is, but let's say you wanted it to be improved twice beyond that. So that'd be 8, so 16. Let's say you use Killshot for 16. Now you crit on a 12, 11, and then 10, right? So then you could stib stab and then pray that both those shots rolled a 10 or higher, And if they both did, then you could effectively be attacking 4 times that turn. Which is nasty. If that's intended, and if the game is balanced around that, it's fine, and you don't have to nerf it. But I don't know how much damage that ends up being. That 1 at 10 is about 1 in 100 chance. Okay, fair enough. If it's a 1 in 100 chance, then I mean it's probably fine. It's probably fine. The assassin is supposed to be a hit and run class, so I think that's fair. Fair enough. Yeah, 16 sounds like it would tap you out. Uh-oh. You math? Oh no. He math. 6%. That's doable. So you're telling me there's a chance. Very good. Yeah, because it's a D12. But it's also got to happen twice. It's 3 of the numbers on the D12. I don't know. I'm not good at percentage unless I bring out a calculator and actually like keep track of that kind of stuff. But it seems doable, especially if you can spend all the way down to like 9 and up for kill shot. I don't know. It's probably fine. I'm sure that there's some munchkin out there that will do it. Very good. It's all good. I'm not at anything major. Don't worry about it. For kill shot, I think it's probably fine. Because even if there is the potential to attack 4 times, it's really not guaranteed. That being said, it does give you a high likelihood of being able to attack 3 times, which, depending on how high you get that precision bonus. So let's say you're really min-maxing. Your precision bonus is plus 10. That's still a guaranteed 30 damage plus whatever those 3 dice rolled, and then halved for the dagger. If... Wait, no, the last one wouldn't necessarily be maxed, would it? No, what am I doing? We're not... No, that's the modifier. No, we're fine. Yeah, no, I'm doing it right. So that would be 30 plus whatever damage. How fast could you get to plus 10, actually? All right, so let's say Assassin was your focus. You found another class that also had Precision as its focus. So that'd be plus 3, and then plus 1, so that'd be plus 4. You had 8 to invest. I don't know if you could pour them all into the same stat. Is there any limitation on that? %3 chance. Okay. 3% chance is still doable. I like 3%. Anyways. What was I doing here? What's the limitations on investing as you see fit? Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you could just start off with plus 10 and precision. That's ridiculous. Okay. That's fair. Like, it would... At this point in time, okay. If the influence also was there, that'd be a plus 5. So then you'd give up 5 of your 8 points, which means you'd only have 3 amongst the other ones. So yes, you would be highly specialized and kind of frail in like all the other categories. So that does have its own drawback, right? But basically out the gate, 10 precision is very doable, which does mean that the double daggers under Assassin probably has a pretty high chance of consistently dealing 30 damage, I would say. That is a concern. Assuming that your monsters aren't made to take 30 damage regularly, that is a concern. Yeah, it's definitely glass cannon. But if nothing can take 30 damage, it doesn't matter. Because if it just dies in 1 round, or 2 rounds, right? Is there no precision one-hander? Is that on purpose? There was a precision one-hander, I believe. Stiletto was a precision one-hander, and then there was also the short sword, whatever that was called. Where's my tab for that? There's my tab for that. The short blade, here it is. Yep, because it's precise. It's also in like the default, so like everyone can use this. You don't need the perk for this. you can just have precision. There we go. Straight blades. No, short blade. Ah, I got it right. Okay, there we go. Short blade. I'm selecting the right one now. The downside is that it's medium, so you can't offhand that. So you would need to downgrade that offhand to the dagger. But in this particular example that I was going for, like, you'd want both of them to be daggers. Because that gives you, assuming that you can combine it with kill shot, that gives you a very high chance of just being able to do 30 plus damage immediately. Which sounds nasty to me. Well, I don't know. But 30 damage sounds nasty. Even if it costs all your stamina and your other ability scores are kind of weak, so you'd get humbled. Well, okay, let me go look at where's the character sheet. Pop. What determines toughness? Okay, your 2 classes and then buffs/debuffs. So none of your ability scores can do toughness. Got it. So what you really care about is toughness. Toughness is like your big thing. That I think you're more likely to die to versus like damage and the rest. So your ability scores not affecting your toughness means that it doesn't actually affect your survivability all that much. You'd want to not dump might because you do need like high stamina. So you'd want to dump as much as you could still get up to that 10 precision and then still have your 3 points left over, right? Let's say you put those 3 into might. That would be something to consider. Then really the only weakness you'd have is if people make you make fort saves or will saves. But otherwise, like, toughness would be fine. So, like, you would be a little bit hecked. You would definitely have a weak spot for sure that the DM could use against you. Be that will and fort or both. But honestly, if we're being a little shyster with daggers, I think that's a more than viable build. Like 10 precision, deal 30 damage, pray that nothing survives that. And then if it does, you can take a hit, because again, toughness is determined by your class. So it would depend on what your minor class is. Because your major class, you go assassin, right? We're going assassin for the kill shot. Or at the very least as your secondary class, and then like somewhere along the way, where is it? Here we go. Level 4, right? Level 4, if you wanted assassin as your secondary instead, that's fine. You can pick it up at level 4. So then you probably want to, because assassin is so frail, you do need to look at some of the classes that have higher. Yeah, Avatar is 5. That'd be worth considering. It's not a precision class, though. I know Knight's not either. But once more classes are out, there's definitely the potential to do some shenanigans. I don't know. It's still probably fine. At the very least, the DM probably has ways to deal with it. The DM can just, like, ask for fortitude saves, make enemies that proc that kind of stuff. This is at a glance? Okay. We're looking for green here. Money, money, money. Oh, Legionnaires. Hey, there's what we like to see. Precision and good toughness. All right, so Legionnaire would be a good backup class to consider. Scoundrels. Decent toughness. I'd like to see more. Same with scouts. Yucky. No toughness on scouts. No. That being said, our secondary class waiting to be a mage, huh? So actually we can't look at those. Wow. So it looks like druids at 4 and then a good amount of toughness. Alright. The dagger wielding Giga Druid. Force mages at 4 as well. You could do martial mage. Oh, okay. Or all martial is it? Okay. I would make that clearer. Because here it says choose one martial, one mage, and then one class from either, which implies that you can't do martial. At least one would need to be mage. It also implies you can't do mage. At least one of them would have to be martial. So if your intention is for people to be able to not take mage, I think you do. Hold on, the process is Oh, okay. It's in the little tiny text down here. Got it. Got it. There's also an advanced class section. All right, let me go try and find that. I'm not seeing it. Let me go Control F. Oh, okay. Advanced isn't a thing, so at least it's not on this page. But from what I'm seeing, it's right here. So you're right. It does say it, but it also doesn't say, like, I don't know. It's not as clear as I'd like it to be. How about that? We'll leave it there. But sure, if we can just do Marshal, then that does open up Legionnaire to be a good choice to combine with the Assassin for this particular build. And then you could use something like Force Mage or Druid as their influence. Or yes, if Magic can be their influence instead, right? Because they're not a null and they do have something, then there you go. Either way, like, there's routes to do it, to base boost that precision. Wizard! Yes, okay. Wizard is coming. My beloved, I can't have you yet, but soon. Okay. I have concerns for necromancers. I didn't give the feedback in the written thing, but since I can verbalize it now. I can get into mechanical concerns in a second, but my concern is flavor-wise. Oftentimes, undead are bad not because they are, like, mechanically bad, but because of the storytelling implications. Necromancers should concern most of their families. Fair. The storytelling implication is that one of two things. Either necromancy is bad because it does have some lingering effect that harms the forces of civilization and the forces of nature. And if there isn't that drawback, then it is now an exploitable resource that now you can just raise the dead, and you now have a workforce that is immortal and has no drawbacks, and now we get into an area where we begin to create a utopian society based upon undead-based labor. So there does need to be some kind of drawback in universe to it. And oftentimes what myself and other people will do is make it so that they kind of have a radiation sickness type of a thing going on. Oftentimes negative energy, where they kind of embody anti-life, and those around them have their immune systems weakened. Plants begin to decay. We get dead zones and fertilizations. Forests start dying, right? That normally you don't want a necromancer or their undead to remain alive because the earth will die. Civilization will be affected. It's not good. So you usually kill necromancers on sight and kill undead on sight. But if we don't do that, then of course we have those bad world building things to grapple with, which I don't like. So there's that issue there. So to me, that does mean that either the setting's gonna be flimsy, or your necromancer is probably evil, and the party probably should be killing your necromancer. Because even if they're not evil, what they do causes more harm than good, or is much more likely to cause more harm than good. Depends on how bad the radiation is, which again, if there is no radiation and it's not bad, then of course we have Area B, where we have to grapple with undead utopias, which I personally hate the idea of an undead utopia. That's not for me. I don't know about them mechanically yet. I'm still talking about them thematically, unfortunately. Sorry, Harrow the Ninth? I have not read that. Yeah, so the radiation kills the party, potentially, but even beyond that, it also can affect people in that, like, oftentimes it affects plant life, it affects agriculture, it makes things weak, it tends to be a force of anti-life, is the way that's flavored. And if it's not flavored that way, then of course, undead utopia. But we're going to pretend that it does have some kind of drawback that makes civilization not want to be around it. And if so, then we do have a dilemma here, is that it does kind of quickly become like an evil campaign only type of class, which I'm all for. The necromancers that I have played in 5e have been evil. and I've loved them, and I'm totally down to play evil characters. But my problem is that it's very hard to inject that class and that character into any given campaign unless they're kind of built for a specific type of evil campaign, unless the party's prepared for that. So Necromancer just being a casual option, I would like to see like some kind of section for DMs on Necromancers on how to integrate them into their campaigns, and just like a primer to make sure that they know what they're about to get into. You know? I don't know. Sustaining mana cost equals Necromancer's magic is tied up to keep minions up. Yeah. I'm sure there's definitely tons of ways to balance them. I'm not too concerned there. I think it'll be fine to balance. With the one concern of action economy, I guess. Depends on how that goes, and minion management, how long their turns take, depending on how big their horde is. But that's fine, because that's a problem 5e has as well. And it's just as easy as the Necromancer player has macros on Roll20. They say, I have 5 skeleton archers. They all use their short bow this time. I push the button 5 times, and then there's all the dice rolls, right? So that's usually an easy way to get around that. But yeah, a sidebar talking about it from like a world building perspective, and then also on talking about it from a party dynamic perspective. That would be my recommendation. If you don't have the time to write that, once Necromancers are up and I can kind of see what kind of flavor they're going for, let me know. I'd be willing to write that. I've effectively already written that for like my own players and fellow players in the past, giving them advice. I could try and steal and recycle from that. But yes, I have very strong emotions about Necromancers. I like them, but them as playable classes scare me. They break worlds if you don't think those worlds out. And at first glance, people are just like, oh, undead utopias, how cool. But then you think about it and you realize how busted that makes that setting. And how unbelievable and unfun that makes that setting. Because, like, why would anyone do anything when you can just have the undead do it for you? And it would kind of create this upper class, well, not even upper class, but, like, just everyone is at home just with their undead servants in a utopia. What motivates them to go out and adventure? It's not impossible to come up with motivations in that kind of society, but it's not conducive to adventure, and it frustrates me. I don't know. I'll get off my undead rant for right now, but but I like this, but also it scares me. Muses, okay. To me, Muses strikes me as like the Bard equivalent. I'm excited to see what Muses ends up looking like. Force mages sound cool. Enchanters sound cool. Or are these like an artificer type thing? That's my assumption. Elementalists we already have, which I will look at later. Bardy, yes. Dynamancers. Gravity. Oh, that's cool. I know it's not like next on the list, and I'm sure it's probably gonna take a few months to get there, but Dynamancers sounds like a really cool concept. I'm excited to see how that turns out. Oh, gravity mages. That's cool. All right. I'm gonna stop thinking about it now. Blood mages are also very cool. Oh, might-based blood mages. Muscle wizards. Let's go. Every scrape an opportunity. What's a little sanguinomancy? There we go. What's a little sanguinomancy between friends? Okay. That'll be fun to play with. That's another maybe evil class. I'm sure you could have good aligned blood mages, but come on. Sometimes it's just fun to play a bastard. Alright. Okay, yeah, this is a fun, solid list. Okay, I'm on board. Yeah, no, you don't have to reply in chat. You could focus on taking notes. If I'm saying stuff and it's good, feel free to take notes. It depends on whose blood. That's fair. I mean, me personally, I only peddle in the blood of children and innocents. It's really like the purest source. If you peddle in muddied blood, your spells just aren't gonna quite have the right zing to them. You know, they're still gonna be effective, but they won't have the right kind of flavor to them. You really need child blood and innocent blood. That's what makes the spells pop. Mechanically, it probably doesn't make the spells pop, but it could be fun to play an elitist blood mage. I mean, those spells do be popping, though. You gotta have that nice blood. It's not written yet. Yes! Give me the elitist blood mage archetype. Oh, Antiquarians. I think you have access to my document. Yeah, you told me about that. I don't know if you read it or not, but I had a ridiculous amount of ideas for Antiquarians. If once you put out like a rough draft for that, let me know ASAP. That's something that I would very much like to help you out with. I have many different directions we could take it. But Antiquarian is a very cool flavor, but it's also like a vague term. You could take it so many ways, and I'm very excited to see what you end up doing with it. Oh, you don't know what you're doing with Antiquarians? Okay, alright. Well, let me go try and find that document then. Hold on, would it be... What's this document? Thoughts on... Nope, that's not it. That's crafting. I don't think I have it open right here. Okay. Let me see what this is. Oh, that's just generic. It's not saved. Oh, it's because I'm logged in the wrong one. Hold on. There we go. Relict class ideas. Yes, this was the homework from Zinnik. There it is. Okay. So, what immediately came to mind was Darkest Dungeon, right? Obviously, there's the big theme there is like helping your party acquire treasure. So you can make them be that support, skill monkey, rogue type of a direction, where they're there more so to like keep the party out of trouble and disarm the traps and get the very much and I don't stink. Thank you very much. Oh, it's Rye. What did I call Stinky? Was it Zinnik? Did I call Zinnik Stinky? Is that at the bottom? Ah, it is. Okay, Rye is Zinnik. I figured you out. Very good. But yes. Okay, so there's the survivalist skill monkey type direction. I've got more detailed ideas here if we want to go with that. But going beyond the video gamey understanding, I went and looked at the definition of it. Relating to or dealing in antiques and rare books, and a person who studies or collects antiques and antiquities. So we could go the more knowledge direction, right? Where they are a scholar of books, a collector of rare things. So we could like kind of combine that with the skill monkey direction, and then there's definitely more than enough there if we wanted to make them a more mundane class. If we wanted to take them a magic direction, I'm just gonna skip over this. There's some good stuff in here. Please do read that if you do care about the knowledge direction. But what intrigues me most is the idea to make them magic. Oh, gotta take the dog out? Alright. Still listening, hands not free? Okay, very cool. Let me just find where that section is. I think I'll just read it off. Sell them useful, generate quests. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's just more talking about relics and downtime activities and whatnot. Here we go. So let's go back to that relic hunter theme I touched on. A direction to consider is that perhaps these relics have a sort of magic an antiquarian could tap into, a source of power, an emotional imprint. We could go with a drawing power from a haunted/cursed item theme. So what I was basically trying to go for is that my personal beliefs when it comes to like poltergeists and ghosts and whatnot is that it's likely not like someone's soul, like an undead spirit right? At least in our world, in the real world, right? That it is most likely either some sort of phenomena that we don't understand, or it's just demons and they're messing with us, right? But if we're going away from demonology, right, and going more so towards unknown phenomena and the quote unquote science that isn't science yet, then a pattern that I've found in my research of the weird is the concept of emotional imprint, that people have certain objects that they believe strongly in to some degree or another, or that they experience harsh emotions in the presence of that object, and that somehow that emotion affects that object. And that's where we can kind of get like a kind of haunting type of effect going on, if that makes sense, or a cursed item, right? That perhaps these relics that this antiquarian curates and tracks down, that they have a past, right? Like a scepter of a king, right? That's been involved in all sorts of stuff. The weapon of a serial killer, right? That's certainly been imbued with many emotions from that serial killer's killing spree, right? So the idea is that they could collect these relics that would then give them abilities based upon their origin. There either needs to be a long list of different like examples that you can just pick whichever flavor is the best, or it would be down to the DM to design stuff. So there's a bit of ickiness here. This is something that would need to be workshopped and worked on quite a bit. Let me go into this example here. Here we go. So, as I was saying, we could go with drawing power from haunted/cursed items. A priest who was burned alive clutched his amulet and prayed until he was reduced to cinders. It grants the antiquarian use of a spell or a spell-like ability involving a fire theme. Or the manacles of a serial killer, worn by them for the remaining 24 years of their life. They grant the antiquarian some sort of ability involving binding, a sense of despair, some sort of debuff, or maybe the frenzied bloodlust of the mad slasher of Aubrookville. So you could maybe do like a Berserker's Rage type of ability, of course a debuff ability, or maybe some binding ability, right? We can be flexible here. It doesn't have to be gloomy stuff. Maybe the cherished brooch of a noble grants some manner of command or leadership themed ability/spell. Or a humble abbey monk's amulet grants a holy spell or skill with a pen. And then it does remind me a little bit of Pathfinder 1E's Occultist class. I think that they had more of like a psychic theme there, but the idea of having objects that granted abilities was still a theme there. So that could be a place to go mining for inspiration and ideas. Let's see. And then it looks like I finally looked at the website. All right, it looked like you were going for knowledge and willpower. Yeah, that works. I'd say keep knowledge. I'd say the second one probably precision or cleverness. Willpower doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe you go a direction that I'm not picturing though. But for me, cleverness. I talk about right here. What am I doing? It makes more sense to me because that's the stat that you would use for wheel and deal, right? That's your equivalent to charisma in this system. But then it also seemed to be like the ones for puzzles as well, which could overlap into puzzles in a dungeon and getting the party more loot. That whole central theme of acquiring things. See, willpower over the item to maintain mental state and not succumb to emotions. Okay, never mind. I'm back on board. Yeah, if we go the caster route, I do like the idea of willpower to control these items. That these items, the reason why most people can't tap into them is that if they try to, they would become overwhelmed and bad things would happen. So most people, they don't know how to, and then even if they had the gift, they probably would still fail. But this antiquarian not only has the know-how and the gift and the skill, but also the willpower to not succumb. That's cool. I like that idea. That'd be a good way to work willpower back into it, as if they're a casting class. But otherwise, if we don't make them a casting class, if they're still that more like skill monkey, survivalist, jack of all trade type dealio, I think probably knowledge and cleverness, or knowledge and precision. Otherwise, yeah, if we want to double down on knowledge and willpower and not give them like a precision type attack physicality type of a stat, then yeah, knowledge and willpower would still work if we went with that whole dominating the cursed item flavor. A catalog of imprinted items and weird tools. Yeah, bro. If you need help, like I am more than willing to come up with just a catalog of just all sorts of weird stuff, and then we can have like a little like note for the DM where it's just like you can brew stuff, right? You can just reflavor any of these tools to be any other object of that category, and then that should be simple enough, and the DM can go from there. Where it's just like, okay, cool. Here's this necklace. I mean, we probably do want to bake some of them into the core class, right? Like at certain level thresholds, like we say at like 9th level or whatever, choose to I think implements is the term that the occultist uses, right? So let's say that at level 9 they gain 2 implements of their choice. And this is abstracted that during their downtime or in between adventures or whatnot, they've been talking to their collector buddies, and they've made some good wheels and deals and whatnot, and now they have these 2 new things. So we can kind of extrapolate that and put that off screen to a degree and like just give them some stuff. But otherwise, they could act as good rewards like magic items, or like 5e does their wizard, right? Where it's just like you can expand that spell book. If the DM wants you to be able to, the DM could reward you by giving you enemy spell books and the downtime that you would need to mark stuff down. So beyond just the implements that your class grants you, the DM could allow you to gain custom campaign-specific implements, which could be a really fun type of thingamajigger. Should I have levels attached? Maybe. I think it's fine so long as they're all kept pretty minor and balanced, and presumably they don't really need levels because they will cost mana or stamina. And that mana/stamina cost already kind of acts as a balancing force in this system. I think you could be right if we do go a little bit hog wild with their effects. If we cut down on like the hog wild aspect of the effects, then I think we could be fine balancing just with stamina and mana costs. But otherwise, yeah, maybe we do need a secondary limiting factor. Have to pick a few to prep per day. Oh yeah, prepping implements per day would work very well too. Yeah, that'd be a good limiting factor. Cut down on clutter. Yeah, pick X at start, unlock more from the trinkets you've been studying. Yeah, that can work. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I read chat things out of order sometimes. Yeah. Oh, okay. I like this. I'm on board with willpower. If we're going this whole cursed item route, I'm on board with knowledge and willpower. It also keeps them more frail feeling, right? Because you don't have that key might or precision, that key physical stat. I mean, you also don't have fortitude here either, but you know what I mean. Like, it makes them feel more as though they're there to be knowledgeable and to be useful with their funny little tricks they can do with their various implements, and as well as like the expertise and skills they bring to the table as in terms of like both a knowledgeable person and a survivalist, right? That they're there to keep the party alive and be generally useful. They're a well-rounded utility caster would be the theme I'm thinking of anyways. Constantine, yeah. Yeah, Constantine would be a good flavor to add into the mix here. 5, sure. It would also give me an excuse to go read his comics, which I have been meaning to do for a while now. I've seen him in a few other things. I've seen him in some crossovers. I've also seen the movie with Keanu Reeves. So that was fun. But in terms of like reading his mainline stuff, I haven't gotten around to it. I really need to. It looks like it's a lot of fun. Called that from day one. Very good. I don't know. I'm excited. Okay, that's just general advice. Okay. Yeah, my summation here at the end did a pretty good job. So there's all sorts of different directions we could take it. Like a collector/merchant direction, a loremonger direction, a supportive survivalist/guide/skill monkey direction, and a whisperer of haunted artifacts direction. Useful nerd can go back under loremonger. That's fine. I'm doubling down there. So there's a lot of different directions. We could literally take all of them, but it might be a little bit hard to fit all of those themes in there mechanically. So we might have to pick and choose. Like, I think that the whole knowledge and will stuff works well if we wanted to grab the loremonger and the useful nerd side, and of course the haunted artifact side, and then maybe probably the survivalist side of things. That'd be my gut. Well, no, the collector/merchant works better with the haunted artifacts. Okay. The survivalist/guide/skill monkey thing, that can come about via their knowledge checks and via what their implements are capable of. I think that will be fine. We don't necessarily need to like make them a rogue type of a class. I think that we can make them their own thing, and they can still be useful that way. That'd be my recommendation anyway. That's what I'm feeling anyway. Oh, now I want to brew. You've got me distracted. Hold on. Let me go over here. Nope. Here we go. Right now it's under Martial. All right. I think it's still fine if we keep them under Martial, even if we give them some spellcasting stuff. Their focus could still be Martial, and it's just that like a few of their spell abilities aren't really like spell power that's through them, but it's through their magical artifact. They're kind of spell-like abilities, you know? So I think it'd be cool if we kept them in Martial, but we allowed them to be a little bit magic. Yeah, if priests are under Martial, we should be fine. We should be fine to do that. And they can have a little bit of, like, flavor to them. This doesn't have to become a full-on caster. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then I actually want to start brewing this. I know that I don't know what I'm doing, so this will need to get revised, but... Okay. Let's see what I missed. Wasn't it? Loremonger, what class would that be? I guess Loremonger could be its own class. Be a bit of a stretch, though. Even like Compass of a Famous Explorer. Yeah, Compass of a Famous Explorer. That's a good idea. Re-say the survival part you were just saying. Oh, no. Oh, no. How nice is... Oh, thank you. My chair is nice. Existential panic. All right. All right, hold on. No, it's not what I meant to do. Stop. Go back in here. File. Here we go. New document. Antiquarian. And I'll make it look fancy later on. For right now, We can still give it a version number. That's something I like to do to make myself feel better. It's bold and stick it at 18. It sounds good to me. And this can be at like 14. And now we need to undo that. Oh, 11. Okay. I don't know how you handle flavor text. There we go. In your final copy, but I kind of like to give myself a bit of a mission statement, keep myself on track. So I think what my goal here is where is it? That's not it. That's still not it. There it is. All right, let me drag this over here. Okay, good. That's logged in the right stuff. I am going to try and consolidate this. Copy. Paste to a degree. Give my oh, that's right. Firefox doesn't like that. Oh, Firefox, why are you so rude? Okay, we don't need this. With mechanics involving looting. Okay, well, let's start at the bottom actually. So we can start here with these themes. That's good. That's good. An antiquarian is a wise collector of, we'll say, historic baubles and tomes. Nope, not times, tomes. That's a good start. Let's see. You need to jump off at 8? Okay. It's all good. I'll send this to you when it's done anyway. /after what I missed. Got it. Shoot. I didn't see when exactly you get on, so well, good luck there. But at the very least, in terms of the area you're jumping off, how long until 8 for you? Is that the top of the next hour for you, or is that the next hour? So for right now, for me, it's 6:48. So would you be jumping off in the next 12 minutes or the next hour, 12 minutes? So I know what kind of like timestamp to give you, so you can just teleport to there in the replay. $10 minutes. Okay. So in 10 minutes, the record time says it would be around 6:16. 6:17. Let's round up to 6:17. There we go. You left off around 6:17, probably. All right. Very good. And then you can just copy paste that somewhere else. All right. Wise collector and baubles and tomes. Okay. Do we want to use the word implements? I think for now we do borrow from the occultist and we just use implements. Because the alternative would be use the term artifacts, but artifacts kind of have like this connotation of being very powerful because D&D made all their artifacts really powerful. Sure. Some of these items, yeah. Some of antiques? I guess that's true. We could, yeah, tomes would still be an antique. Well, that might not be entirely true because the emotional event might have happened in recent history. That does have that connotation that it has to be old. That's fine. It'll be fine. We'll use implements for now. Yeah, some of these items bear the will and emotions of strong individuals. The antiquarian can tap into this emotional energy to not cast. They're not technically casting, are they? Imprinted items could work. But in terms of like, well, that's still just 2 words though. Yeah, I'm gonna call them implements for now. Can tap into the, hold on, the emotional energy of their implements. And then in the mechanical text for the class, we can also explain what I mean by implements, but this is a good, there we go, first mention of it in the flavor text. Oh, not there, these, there we go, these implements. Ah, that's right, I can zoom in. I forget the stream can't see this very well, can they? Very good. These implements to create minor wonders. How about that? Create minor wonders. No, that's to perform minor wonders. That works better. Because they're not making anything. They just are performing a minor wonder. It's conjuring it into being. All right. They use their versatility. What this? They use this, this. Hesitating to not say the word magic. Okay. Between their implements. How about this? How about, oh, I need to get used to spelling that right. There we go. Between the abilities of their implements, their knowledge, sorry, their depth of knowledge. There we go. Depth of knowledge and their cunning, wit, these versatile, there we go, versatile collectors do a pretty good, pretty good job. How about this? Harnesses the residual resonance these items leave on the ether and physical plane. That's a good flavoring. It's the residual resonance these items leave. Physical. Yeah, that works. Let's see. Their depth and knowledge, their cunning, wit, style collectors. This are a boon to parties wishing to stay alive. It's just that simple. Boon to adventuring parties and explorers. There we go. That's a good little bit of flavor text. I like that. That'll keep me on focus. Residence can be residue, but it's a start. I think it's probably fine. The residual probably emotions. No. Residual emotions these items leave on the ether physical plane. The maybe get rid of residual and replace it with emotional resonance. Harness the emotional resonance these items leave on the ether and physical plane. That would work. Emotional resonance. I like that. Oh. Okay. I'm actually going to copy paste this. See if I can find a spot for it. Just the emotional. There we go. These implements to perform minor wonders. They harness the emotional resonance these items leave. Okay, so this would just be something that I could work into this to rework this sentence. Okay. Hold on, between the abilities, there we go. Their depth of knowledge and their cunning wit, these versatile collectors are a boon to any adventuring parties. Any adventuring party. Or group of explorers wishing to stay alive. That flows better. Longer, wordier, certainly, but flows better. Why is tomes? No, not times. Ugh. I know what a tome is. Silly spell check. Antiquarians is not also... Oh, I actually did do that one wrong. All right. Good job, spell check. You caught me there. All right. Let's see how I want to restructure this then. Oh, I'm going to put that there so I know that that's where that sentence was. Okay. The Antiquarian can, how about this? Harness the emotional resonance their items no these items, because we are just, this would be right after here. Okay, very good. These items. If we wanted to put implements in parentheses, we can. Right now, we'll put that there. If we come up with a better term for them, we can replace it later. And I think it's okay to like steal some inspiration from places. Like you're never going to be able to have like a fully original idea, and some words are just good. And I think implements is a good word here. So I think it's okay if we steal that from Pathfinder. If we decide that Artifact does a good enough job of breaking away from the whole 5e powerful artifact type thing, and we can make that very clear, then I guess maybe we do Artifact or some other term. But yeah, we can punch up later. Sure enough. Resonance. Hold on. Harness the emotional resonance of these items. Okay, yes. Correct, Google. Of these items to perform minor wonders. Very good. I like that. That does sound a lot better. I like combining those two ideas of flavoring. Wop, wop, wop. And now we can wop, 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 wop. All right, we're good to go. Implements. Okay. Oh, yeah, not a problem, man. You have a good time with, was it the dogs? Or what were you going to do? No, you already did the dogs. Whatever. You have a good time doing whatever reason you do around this time period. This is the kind of stuff I enjoy, digging into this kind of stuff. And I've got the time and I've got the motivation, so it's not a problem at all. And now I'm excited to go and design art. Antiquarian. There we go. Fam time. You know what? Fair enough. It is good to set limits. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. Have fun with your family. I'll message this to you later on, and then of course you're welcome to go do the replay. Again, it was at 6:17. Oh, never mind. It's 6:18. Whoa, 6:18. We're getting ever farther away from that too. Oh no! You better leave. Alrighty. So we've got our nice flavor text. Let's go steal from ass in. So how do they format it? Oh, there is like a little bit of flavor text. Okay, very good. But there's a title. Okay, and then we say level 1 they gain, and then very cool stuff. All right. That's how they have it formatted. So they have a title to their flavor text, and then they go from there. Bop, bop. Flavor, text, title. We're not bold and make this 16. Very good. And then they do at level 1 gain the following features, and then we go from there. They like to bold italics. Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, alright, I'm doing it. Okay. Ass in. They do bold and underlined. Are they always bold and underlined? Is that... Oh, that's a consistent thing here. Okay, bold and underlined. Got it. Let me go down just a little bit just to make sure. Okay. Bold, underlined. Very good. And then... what do we want to do here now? I think we do want them to have, similarly to how the assassin has their 2 little poisons to start with, we probably do want them to have at least 1 implement of their choice. Possibly 2. And then we probably should also give them like some sort of ability that also flavors either their ability to hobnob when it comes to like antiquities and auctions and whatnot, or an ability that has to do with their books, or an ability that has to do with survivalist stuff in a dungeon. It probably should be part of the core of dipping into this, and then we can get into specifics in like the actual main class section. I think that makes the most sense. So let me... oh, that's right, we do need to do it at a glance. Oh, at a glance is currently saying the stuff from Blink Mage. Alright, got it. We can at least take this. We don't need... hold on, we don't need this big thing of inspiration text anymore. We can go look at that document if we need it. So then we need a tagline. And then we do this. No. Okay, fine. There we go. Happy. Knowledge. And we make it blue. Okay, that's not the right shade of blue, is it? It's more of like a little bit of a teal and a little bit lighter. Oh, it's too dark of a teal, but if I go there, that's too bright. Might be good enough. A little bit darker? Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough. Willpower. Willpower was like that orange color. With that. There we go. Toughness rating 2. I'd like to see that get higher. Consider making it higher. Question mark. Alright. Okay, and then back down here is just Blink Mage stuff. Got it, got it. What are examples of these little punchy taglines? Where are the classes list? Okay. Is that the same thing as the tagline? Go down and look at Blink Mages, see if they read the same. Is Blink Mage not here? Where's Blink Mage? Tell you pass it. Oh, can you teleport? Okay, that is the tagline. All right, cool. We do have the tagline already written for us. I don't have to write the tagline. It already exists. So then they like to italics, and we like to pip. Wield specialized tools developed in their pursuits. Oh, okay, but that's not quite what we're going for anymore. Specialized tools developed in their pursuits. Occasional useful, the occasional useful artifact is still there. Okay, we can keep this for now. I'm gonna go over here and say revise tagline. Not sure if we're keeping the specialized tools part. Then we can. We'll actually put this in brackets. That tends to divide stuff for me. We don't need the tagline anymore. We can now go primary stat. No. Oh, well, that doesn't be italics. We're fine. Knowledge, willpower. Ooh. Consider making it higher. Alright. I just feel like a weird space there. I guess that's just part of the font. Oh well. We're gonna work in these brackets. Maybe an implement or two of their choice. And then either a... And then, how about this? A minor on-brand feature. Like one that denotes their historical knowledge, skills as a... Sorry, skills/connections. Skills/connections with... what was the words I used for that before? Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, we could just give them researcher. I like that. Yeah, give them 2 implements and then a call on. Very good. That could work. If we don't put that in, like, their core class, that definitely would work. Yeah, 2 implements and then that. I think that would work very well. No, that should probably actually be one of their abilities, shouldn't it? Because that's right, the abilities are going to be stuff that they can access at base anyway. Do all abilities cost stuff? I guess disguise self costs downtime. Let me go look at the night. Night, please. Thank you. So it gets cool training. Pardon me. 3 perks. Ooh. Endurance. It's per rest when you take damage, use reaction. Okay. That's cool. And then train reaction when you roll initiative and you're not supposed to be adopted. Got it. Got it. Declare nemesis. Oh, that's cool. Alright. And they have all these things that would be available from the get-go. Okay. But then they do have some things locked behind the specialization wall. Got it. Nightstands. End of this section. Okay. What's at the end of this section? Hold on. Night stances are up here, though. No, it's like skills. Oh, okay. Your stances. Oh, Mortal. Very cool. Alright. Got it. Alright. So there can be like 2 categories of choices. And the poison stuff for the Assassin was like that too. And the Assassin also had like features baked into the area above specialization as well. So we can put some stuff above specialization. We can put some stuff in the class. We can put some stuff below the class, which is probably what the implements choices are going to be. So in this case, our implement choices are kind of our equivalent here to no, where is it? Yeah, we go. Night stances. Our implement section is our night stances. The difference is that we're letting them start out with 2, or possibly just 1. But of course, we also don't have like this stuff above board. Oh, they already get a night stance. Okay. 4 initiative counts. Okay. Wait, you can top to one that you know, but do you get any by default? Oh, you learn 1 night stance of your choice at the end of this section. Okay, very good. Okay, so they would start with 1. So if, depending on how powerful the meat is, right? Because here's some meat. We have precedent for them having a stance. In this case, that would be our implement choice, right? Now, would 2 be too much or not? I guess that would depend on how much we add flavor-wise. They all have like fancy little actions. And some of that flavor stuff could just be denoted in like the fancy little actions, the skill sections. Okay, I think I understand how this is balanced for the most part. Then a minor on-brand feature, like one that notes their historical knowledge, skills / connections with antique collectors / enthusiasts. What was the other one? The survivalist flavor is the one we're missing. Or usefulness. Wow. Dungeoneering. There we go. Okay. That's a good little note for now. Compare to what Knight gets. We can probably get away with 2 implements and quite a lot if we keep the toughness, there we go. Toughness at 2. But I'd like to see it buffed to 4, there we go, or higher. So I'll try to not give it so much. Yeah. The Knight already gets a lot and gets the toughness rating, so Knight's already very powerful. So comparing scaling to the Knight, we could probably give it quite a lot without unbalancing things. Is this presumptuous of me? Yes, but I'm going to put his toughness rating at 2. Not 2, 4. There we go. And if he wants to lower it back down again, that's fine. It's my Antiquarian. Haha. I can do what I want. We'll keep the note about revising the tagline, though. Alright, so in that case then, let me go over here. Relic. Relic could be a term if we don't want to use implement. Relic could be a term we use. Okay. I'm gonna try that. Let me read this, but cite in Relic. Some of these items bear the will and emotions of strong individuals. The Antiquarian can harness the emotional resonance of these relics to perform minor wonders. Between the abilities of their relics, their depth of knowledge, and their cunning wit, these versatile collectors are a boon to any adventuring party or group of explorers wishing to stay alive. Yeah, well, we'll try Relic. Relic. Of their relic. We're gonna change this to Relic. Relic. Very good. Oh, did I not spell relic right? Oh, a relic. Okay, it's fine. 2 relics. Okay. Of these relics. Okay, very good, very good. We want to use the word relics here in place of items. Could use the word objects instead. Some of these relics bear the will and emotions of strong. We'll say objects. To denote that not all the baubles they carry around have this trait. Only some of them bear the thing. And then those things are relics, as denoted here, here, and then down there, and then calling to the relics section down below. Alright. Anyways, let me go over to Night. Where's Night? There it is. I have Night over here to make my life easier. You learn 1 night stance of your choice at the end of this section. Okay. Nope, that's not the right page. Here we go. I'm gonna keep that note there. Antiquarian relics. Antiquarians relics. And then we can bop. You gain 2 relics of your choice from the end of this section. And at the end of the section, we can have Antiquarian. Well, I didn't spell it right. Relics. List of cool stuffs. This is the area, quote unquote, at the end of. How does this phrase it? This section. Antiquarian. Where we go? Okay. So then this can get bolded. I'll at least make that a 14. We'll go from there later. What was the 14? That's a 16. Ooh, okay. What sort of fun precedents do we have established here? Okay, so the top is very big. Oh, never mind. Let me go look at Night. Night's actually complete. Okay, top is very big. Then very big for the flavor text. Then a little bit smaller, possibly the same size. I can't quite tell. And the features themselves are significantly smaller specializations, that same size. Okay. So it looks like everything's around the same size once you get to like the special secondary thing. So if we have 16 here, then we might as well do 16 here. And then we can have like the other titles for like the abilities section, the skills section, that's what it was. Be like 14 or 12 and then bold, that kind of thing. That should make it familiar without having to make it all fancy. draws a good parallel to the official text. No, compare is fine. Useful engineering. Okay. Very good. So some of the stuff, though, can be given via their abilities. So I am going to go and write those abilities now. How's that formatted? We have a header, and it's skills, not abilities. Let me double check Assassin. Yeah, it's also skills. Okay, very good. And then I know that they have a downtime activity, so I do have precedence for that I can steal from. Same with the knight, I think. No, they don't. All right, but that's fine. Because I want them to have a downtime activity to like maybe be able to earn some money, right? Like manage an auction or find a piece for an old lady that's like a collector, you know. That's not the right page. Here we go. Antiquarian skills. Very good. And then old, make that 16, baby. Yes. All right. Nope. I keep clicking on that. They make sure to divide it with like lines and stuff. I think we can skip that for now. It doesn't have to be 1-to-1. So long as we keep like that enter key in between that section and that, we should be fine. Specialization. Is that just what it is? Underneath skills, we go specializations. Okay, and then we go with this. Bip. Specializations. The world though. All right. It's not formatting. Oh, no, stop it. All right, fine. Oh, I'll never get used to doing this on Firefox. If Antiquarian gain the bonus below as you reach the indicated levels. All right, very good. So let's put some space between that section and the skills section for now, and then we'll come back to that later. All right, now we have a nice skeleton. We can start putting stuff in here as we think it up. Spitballing. What? Compass of a famed explorer / far traveler / Did he have any words on the compass? Look at that. Like scroll up. What? Compass of famous. Okay, he said famous. Yeah, famed is okay. Well, we'll do that. We're far traveler. So far traveler. Shackles of a serial killer. I did like that idea of mine. Amulet of the penitent? That'd be a good word for it? Penitent. Go over here. Penitent. Feeling of sorrow. Regret for one's wrongdoings. Okay. I mean, the person would be devout, but it's not the word I'm looking for. Oh, hold on. I've been added again on Discord. What's this? When was this? This camera is getting... Okay, very good. Fair enough. Spite is a powerful thing. Alright. Amulet of... I guess we could go with the devout, but that doesn't... What would be a word for someone that regularly prays? The faithful. Of a faithful. Faithful. I mean, Amulet of Faith sounds better. It flows off the tongue better, but this is denoting a person that the amulet belonged to, and that person's strong emotion. So Amulet of the Faithful. Faithful. Wait a second. So, oh, okay, apparently I've searched Destroyer before. Let me go over here. Destroyer, alright. Faithful. Wop, wop. Affectionate, ardent, conscientious, dependable, devoted. Of a devotee, that could work. Amulet of a devotee. I think I also had like brooch of a lord. Was another example of mine. Let me go over here. Do I have anything else fun? Anything else fun? Okay, so there's the manacles. The amulet of the priest being burned alive could fall into that other category. There's the noble with his brooch. Ivy monk's amulet. Okay. That also falls into that category. Of the damned. That's something I could do. Despair. Something I could do with despair. Wop, wop, wop. Anguish, gloom, desperation. Doom, sorrow, pain, misery, melancholy, discouragement, despondency. We'll just say item of no, that doesn't work. We'll also swap that out for what about prayer beads? No, not prayer beads. No, that's not what I want to do. Because I know that there's things that people can hold when they're praying that's not just prayer beads, because prayer beads is very much more like a Buddhism type thing. What is it? Object you hold while praying. Enter. Okay, well, not a knife. That's not what we're looking for. Prayer wheel? The ritual objects. Sutra? Forming salat. The barrier between himself and no. Prayer beads. No. Alright, well. Let's see what we got here. Rosary, that might be it. Yeah, I think we do rosary. Rosary. I think this is what I'm looking for. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. That's the image I'm looking for. Yep. Because that could be reflavored into prayer beads if it's more of a Buddhist thing. If it's to a god, then like they have the little holy symbol at the very end. Yeah. Rosary of a devotee works. Rosary of a devotee of a desperate, doomed person. That doesn't work. If you are a doomed person, what does that make you? If you are a doomed person. Let me go look up doomed. Ill-fated. Ah! Correct. Devil. Convicted. Okay. Let me go ill-fated. Disastrous, blighted, destroyed. Okay. Ill-fated. Okay. Amulet of an ill-fated. Is it a dash? Yes, it is a dash. Okay. Ill-fated. We can just say, how about mortal? It's both gender neutral. It also doesn't like say priest or condemned criminal or anything like that. Shackles of a... It's the serial killer. Let's say condemned criminal. That's a lot more vague. Condemned criminal. Rosary of a devotee. Brooch of a lord. Signet could work too. Signet. No, not the brand. Ugh. That's more of a ring, though. How about we can go something of a fallen kingdom. Okay. I want to put here. Brick of a fallen kingdom. Do I want to do fallen, though, or destroyed? Decimated. Plagued kingdom. Doomed kingdom works. Brick. Not brick. Oh well. Oh, I don't have stream up right now. Okay, there we go. I have stream up. Sorry, chat. Where it is here. Oh goodness, yeah, he wasn't kidding. He did put a lot in parking lot. Cheers, man. On the one hand, I'm glad I contributed. On the other hand, I'm sorry I added a bunch of work to your schedule. Alright. Maybe not brick. I'd say coin. Coin would be thematically appropriate, but why would an individual coin have the collective suffering of it? So this would sort of need to be like a proper relic. Crown of a fallen king could work. Scepter. Scepter of a fallen empire. Fallen emperor. Very good. Well, except I can't spell emperor, apparently. Or rod. No, if I say rod, people will make dick jokes. That's a good starting point. Condemned criminal. We need to have at least one madman object in there. Of a madman. I guess we could use bauble. Bauble of a madman. Trinket of a madman. Heirloom? Heirloom sounds good. Heirloom of a madman. Maybe we save heirloom for something else. Precious item will be something that is very valued, but that doesn't necessarily have to be of value. I guess antique, legacy. Yeah, beloved. It's not. There's gotta be a better word than heirloom for it. Something better than bauble. Something that someone had a fixation upon. Would not part with it no matter what. This is mine. That sort of passion. Sort of desperate passion from like some guy living on the streets. How do I denote that in a single word? Hoard, but that imply multiple. Claim? No. It's too vague. And we'll start with hoard. Let's see if any fun words pop up. Put away, accumulate, amass, buy up, stash, stockpile. Stockpile? That's closer. Accumulate, amass, buy up, stash. Okay, no. Supply? Accumulation, build up, cash, nest egg. Maybe nest egg? Stock, stash, reserve, surplus. Hold on. No. We do need something of the destitute. Because madmen aren't necessarily homeless and vice versa. Something. Destitute. Beggar. Double check. Make sure I know what destitute means. I might be remembering that wrong. Destitute. Without the basic necessities of life. That's what I'm looking for. Yep. Antonyms. Squander. Fun. Alright, that's not what we're looking for, though. Let's just go with bauble and see where that takes us. Knick-knack, trinket, doodad. Gimcrack. Gimcrack. What does that mean? Gimcrack. Oh, gimcrack. Okay, got it. Flimsy or poorly made, but deceptively attractive. Maybe that's the madman has. I like that. Gimcrack of a madman. Heirloom of a destitute beggar? That could work. Something that they wouldn't part with, even though that could have bought them a night's rest. Doodad, curio. Curio? Ooh. Curio. What is curio's actual definition, though? A rare, unusual, or intriguing object. Okay, it's a very nice catch-all word. So we'll go curio. Curio. Then we can go heirloom of a exiled prince could be fine. Exiled prince. Yeah, this is a good little list of examples. Even if we didn't add any more to that, this is still, even if we just like made all these items here and did nothing else, that's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I did. All right. Spitballing. All right, let me go to actually, I'll type it in here because it might be in my search history. PFSRD. Womp. And I want to go to occultist, please. Don't show again for right now. That's cool bundle. Don't care right now, Pathfinder. It would be under the like the weird stuff. Not Unchained, not Prestige. Alternate classes? No, okay. I just be under like occult classes, but where would that be? Is it no longer on this site? Oh, here's occult classes. Okay, it's just not in the drop-down for some reason. Implement schools. Okay, their implements use schools. Got it. That's how it works. He studies the magic that infuses everything from psychic resonance left in everyday items to powerful incantations to fuel the mightiest spells. Okay, it's a similar flavor, but I think ours is more than distinct enough. We're fine. We can take inspiration here, but ultimately, ours does work differently. Very good, very good. Alright. What are like the list of these though? Oh, did I open this tab twice? That's not what I meant to do. I guess I did, huh? No, not the spell list. Implements. If I just click on that, will it do something? Oh, go to implement feature. Okay. Let's implement schools. Okay. There we go. All right. Put this over here for stream to see. Huzzah! No, not right now. Okay. So they do it by spell schools for whatever reason. Website uses cookies. No, I'm fine. I don't think I'll go to this website all that often on Firefox. Okay, so they give like a list of examples. And then warding talisman, mind barrier, Aegis, I don't know. Energy shield, amplification, loci. What's loci? Actually, I do want to know what that is. But if it's not plural for locus, what is it? Particular position, point, or place. Okay. Sentry. Spend okay. Set a ward about an area. Okay, the area is a loci. It's a point. Got it. And this is a sentry that protects that point. Probably has the same root as location. Alright. I understand why they went with this. It's just a very strange, obscure word. Ooh. Cool, though. Cool flavor. Servitor. Oh, it's not the kind of servitor I know about. That's fine. It's a fantasy game. It doesn't have to reflect real life demonology. Don't worry about it. Conjure implement, flesh mend, mind steep, psychic fog, purge corruption, sidestep, third eye, sudden insight, danger sight, future gaze. Okay. Yeah, at the very least we could mine like fun little minor effects from here. Looks like they don't actually like specify fun little items. And of course we can have like a little section where we talk about flavoring. Speaking of, I think I might do that. Is there precedence for like there being a little area underneath the thing? Let me go look at knights. Knight stances. Okay, yeah. There's precedence for like adding a bit of text before we get into stuff. We could just call this section "Flavor is Free," and then we just talk about reflavoring stuff. Reflavoring your relics. Nope, that's not the right document. Here we go. Very good. Reflavoring your relics. Doesn't like the word reflavoring. Well, whatever. It's a word to me. How do they have it formatted? In italics and bold, and the actual stuff is not bold. But certain important bits would be. But that's not something we need to keep in mind right now. Wait, hold on. Is it? It's colon, not semicolon. Got it. Colon. Your relics can be easily reflavored to suit your campaign better. I can do it better. To suit. How about this? To better suit your campaign and the interests, and the historical interests. There we go. Historical interests of your antiquarian, comma. Consider customizing the flavor of your relics. We can say, for example, your rosary of a devotee could be the prayer beads of an enlightened? No. What's another word for enlightened? Or meditator. Civilized, knowledgeable, open-minded, reasonable, cultivated. Okay. Meditation. Introspection, reflections, rumination, self-examination, concentration, deep in thought, pondering. Ponderer. How about that? Of a ponderer. That sounds good to me. Prayer beads of a ponderer. Comma. The an item owned by a historical monk of note. We'll say long dead monk of note. Or perhaps your Scepter of a Fallen Emperor, there we go, didn't belong to an emperor. Region had no such leader, but it did have a count or a king or the like, whose works have fallen, whose accomplishments, how about that? Whose accomplishments have fallen into obscurity. Very good. We'll say, work with your... They use GM in this system, much to my disappointment. Will be nice, though. Work with your GM to tailor your relics to better fit the lore of their setting of choice. Wow. Work with your GM to tailor your relics to better fit the lore of their setting of choice. That's a bit wordy. To better fit within their world. How about that? To better fit within their world. And then this all gets italicized. Whop. And this gets bolded. Whop. And that was just underneath there. Same with how knights lined up. And I don't think we need to bold anything like that or underline anything like that. Should be fine. We don't also have to quote things. Looks like when they reference things, they just capitalize it, but keep it the same otherwise. So we're good to go, I think. We capitalize Rosary. There we go. The prayer beads. Prayer beads all one word, or does that tend to be prayer beads? Whoop, 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 whoop. No, it can be all not all one word. Sorry, it doesn't need a hyphen. That's what I was looking for. It doesn't need a hyphen. No, it doesn't need a hyphen. Okay. All right. Very good. Long dead. Well, let's not do monk. Meditator. Of note. You can go with monk. Yeah, two examples, and this does a good job of showing how things can get reflavored. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, Scepter of a Fallen. Do I want to just change to Empire? It's a Scepter of the Empire. I mean, yes, it was wielded by at least one or more emperors, but Empire is fallen. That's what it is. It is the gloom of those who survived the fall or who were present and died in it that has coagulated around this scepter. It is the flavor I'm envisioning here. Yeah, I think we'll go Empire. This is the one area where I don't think we need to name an individual, but we can name a broader term. Empire. Perhaps your scepter of a fallen empire didn't belong to an emperor. The region had no such leader, but it did have a count or a king, or the like. Put an extra comma here, comma. Count or a king. We can just do a count or a king, and we can do or the like in parentheses. Count or a king whose accomplishments have fallen into obscurity. His accomplishments have fallen into obscurity. Well, that does denote more of an individual. Or a count or a king or the like, who ruled a nation. A ruined nation that has fallen into obscurity. Ruined land. There we go. Ruined peoples. There we go. Ruined peoples. Ruined peoples. Oh, has is fine. Ruined peoples ruled a lost civilization. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. A lost civilization that has fallen into obscurity. Very good. Yeah, I think this is fine. We can come up with mechanical benefits to these things later, but this is a good start as far as like tailoring this goes. Okay. And this gets, are they both bold? No, they're both italicized though, right? Go up there. Okay, no, just the beginning's italicized. All right. Bold italicized, and then we have normal text. Okay. Bold italicized and normal text. Got it. Italicized. It is a period. Yes, it is a period. Okay. No funny colons for now. All right. So what would be the next title here? Title. We can go period, and then we can go blah. All right, then go here and bold and italicize, and there we go. We got that set up. We have this little section where we can kind of denote what we were going for. That's good enough for now. We can probably do the skills and specializations now. For skills, let me go over to our good friend the assassin. How does their downtime thing get denoted? It is bold, and then it says, and it gets underlined, and it says DT. Okay. What's a word for it? I use the word hobnob, but that's not what I'm looking for here. Oh, not hobnob. Collector, merchant, monger. Where there was a section where I talked about that concept. The concept of doing business with an old woman or the like. Holding, looting would be helpful. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, no. Historical stuff. Okay. Number of times per day. Okay, nope. Okay. Historical flavorings aside, I don't know too much about it. Okay, got it. Just knowing what they look like and what to sell could be useful. Okay, there we go. Could have a feature that effectively generates quests. You know the location of. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's more of a call on type thing. That could work as a downtime activity. We're still thinking about giving classes unique downtime options when involving running an auction or hunting down a buyer for a local widow looking to downsize her belongings or the like. Okay. Auction. What? How is... Nope, where's Assassin? There we go. It's just called Disguise. What's an antique collector called? An antique dealer. Antique dealer. Bop, 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 bop. Nope, that's just gonna tell me shops. That's not what I want. About this. What is an antique dealer called? Would it be like broker or something like that? Okay, so antiquarian would be one of them. Antiquities dealer. Trader. Okay. Collector, dealer. I guess we could just do antique dealer. Oh man, someone's going up the stairs and making a racket. Dum. And vintage dealer, antiquary, antique merchant. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, antiquarian comes up a lot. So this kind of already is like the term that you call an antique dealer. So we probably want to go with trader, collector, dealer, merchant. We could call it side hustle. Downtime activities, side hustle. No. Yeah, downtime activities, antique dealing. How about that? Antique dealing, parentheses, DT. Next line. Alright, what's Assassin formatted like? Range, self-use, downtime, costs, consumes a set. Okay, don't care. Tags, stealth. We don't need tags, I guess. For some night's rest, okay, and then we have the text for it. Alright. What kind of tags would we even use here? What tags exist? Tax buffs, criticals, movements, retreat. Alright, what kind of tags does knights have? Anything fun for downtime? No. Okay, maybe just didn't get tags. Doesn't need tags. It's fine. Mercantile would be a fun tag. There we go. Avatar and Elementalist. Let me go look at those real quick. Do either of you have a downtime activity? No. What are your tags? Attack, Avatar, Sustaining. Okay. AoE, Avatar, Line. Okay. Avatar, Grapple, Sustaining. Avatar, Movement, Utility. Avatar, Retaliate. AoE, Avatar, Retaliate. Okay. That's not giving me anything I want. Elementalist. Oh. Cool. Alright. Just wanted to look at the art. Elemental, Evocation, Utility. I mean, utility might be something well, no, it's not. Utility's not what I'm looking for here. Sustained utility wall. I guess downtime in and of itself could be a tag. Tag. I could say tags and then do my little brackets and say none, question mark. Downtime, question mark. Mercantile, question mark. Monetary. Wealth generation. Yeah, let's go with that. That sounds funny. Tags, question mark. None. Monetary. Wealth. Mercantile. We should start with downtime. Downtime. All right. This can be put at, how about 12? We can bold and underline it. Then do they just do normal things here? Yeah, then everything else below it is normal. Tags are italicized. Got it. Tags are italicized. Italicization, baby. Oh, yeah. All right. This needs to be edited. Cost. None, I guess. Do they all have a cost? And is there precedent for none? Activation cost, none. Okay. It's just a dash. Activation cost. Activation cost. So they say activation cost, sustaining cost. So whatever the costs are relevant get listed, and then they just go into it. And then for assassin, yeah, whatever cost is relevant, and they go into it. And then for here, just a cost. All right, which in this case we don't have a cost because the mechanics ideally will have their own risk and reward, so we can actually just get rid of the cost section. Well, if Nost wants to add it in, he can. He thinks that there's a cost we can name. Range of self feels so weird to put here. All right. How does this thing? Over the course of my trust, you can. Okay, so it is from your point of view. Got it. Over the course of it, we don't want a night's rest. We want an extended rest. Is that the terminology? Let me go try and find it. Wee down to the bottom. Full rest. How about that? The course of a full rest or a week of downtime. No, I think that we do require them to do a downtime. I don't think this is something you can manage while you're full resting. Major milestone first shop, craft, social. Oh, okay. They can shop and socialize. They can run an auction. They can hunt down a relic for an old lady. They can go about their daily lives. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, they can do it. They can do it as a full rest. During full rest or other times. Okay, so the downtime stuff, downtime activities do fall under full rest technically. All right. Include blah 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 blah. Players may switch to attempt. Okay. Gotcha. Can coincide without conflict. Okay, so we can use the term full rest here. Got it. And I think there won't be any conflict here. Say that during a week of full rest, during a week of downtime, we can say parentheses. You may extend, how about this? You contact your connections, sniff out a deal? No. Contact your connections. acquire would it be if you're being contracted to go and find an antique client, there we go, that's a word for it. Acquire a client or sniff out a deal. During a week of downtime, full rest. You may reconnect, how about that? Reconnect with your connections. With your connections. Acquire a client. Sniff out a deal. Perhaps you run an auction house, maybe not an auction house, an auction bid. How about perhaps you manage? There we go. Manage an auction house for an acquaintance. We already used the word acquire for the client. Acquire. Oh, that's a good synonym for acquire. Let's just stay in that vein. How about that? Acquire. Achieve, amass, bring in, buy, collect, earn, gain, get, have, pick up, promote, take, win, access, gather, grab, corral, annex. Obtain, not attain, but obtain could work. Obtain an antique of note for a collector. Or how do I note the concept of picking, right? Of going and finding like a really good deal that someone doesn't know the value of, and then reselling it for a profit. Or resell an undervalued bauble. We could just use bauble again. We haven't used bauble in a while. Undervalued bauble. You not happened upon. Dug for? You discovered. You acquired from some merchants. You bought from an unknowing victim. Unknowing victim. So an undervalued bauble you bought from an unknowing victim. That works. Unknowing merchant. Unaware merchant. unaware salesman. Unaware. Oblivious would be a better word for it. Merchant. Let's see if we have something besides just merchant, broker, dealer, exporter, trader, retailer, trader. Trader works. From an oblivious trader. Antique note. No, antique of note. Obtain. Antique of note for a collector. It's supposed to be obtained. There we go. Antique note, not antique note. What's it doing? Wow, whatever. Perhaps you managed. So it'd be instead perhaps obtained. No, perhaps you obtained. Okay, now that works. Perhaps you managed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, or perhaps you obtained an antique of note for a collector, or perhaps you resell. No, resold. All right. Or resold. Resell. No. Perhaps you resell an undervalued bauble. No. That's fine. We can do actionable words like obtain. That does work. Manage is also a... Not managed. Okay, yeah, actionable words, fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right, this is fine. This sentence is fine. I'm nitpicking at this point in time, and I think that it is more than good enough for now. That is good enough to print. Done. Okay, acquire clients, define a deal. All right, so we've got the general idea and the flavor out there, and now it's just a matter of the actual mechanics. Do I actually go with the regardless? Regardless. You find. You apply your expertise and apply your expertise to acquire wealth. Depends on how much gold is normal. Do we want to do gold? You apply your expertise to... no. Apply your expertise doesn't work. Piece, ability. Ability works. Facility, know-how, proficient. Nah, yeah, know-how works. You apply your savviness and trivia. Trivia technically works, but that's not a very strong word. I don't want to do knowledge. I don't want to do trivia. Memorabilia. No, that's not it. I guess we'll try knowledge. Know-how would work. Do I just want to go with know-how? Proficiency. Learning. Philosophy. Familiarity. Yeah, we'll just go with know-how. Know-how. Apply your savviness and know-how to an endeavor that brings you riches. These riches do not need to come in the form of coins. it could. How about this? Payment would be in the form of knowledge you need to hunt down a quarry of the knowledge needed. Well, down. The knowledge needed to down your quarry. A rare tome. With, I always say text instead of tome. A rare text with to, how about that? To guide your party towards their next venture. Oh man, hold on. And a lot of memes. Oh, okay. Oh, it's fine. They're just posting memes in a private chat. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. We're Gucci. Oh no, I see DJ returned and Alfred help. I'm sorry, I didn't have the chat up for a little bit there because I was busy thinking around, typing things on Google Chrome. Oh, okay. Or reconnect with your network to acquire a client or find a deal in the making. Acquire a client or find a deal in the making. Yeah. Find a deal in the making could be fine. I'll try and find a place for that. That could work very well. Very good. Doing schoolwork, eh? Forbidden. There is no schoolwork. There is only Relict. No, you have fun with your schoolwork. It's in that first sentence. Reconnect with your connections. Okay. Connect with your network. Yeah, we'll say network. That does work better. Network. Reconnect with your network. Acquire a client. Sniff out a deal. That works to me. Or find a deal in the making. We could add that. I think sniff out a deal is along those lines and works just as good. Should be fine there. Perhaps you manage an auction for antique. Auction house for an old coin. Obtain an antique of note for a collector, or resell an undervalued bauble you bought from an oblivious trader. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate it, but I think I'm good to go there as far as the flavor goes. Sniff out a deal can be sleazy, though. Like, it's... Alright. I think it's okay if this antique dealer is a little bit sleazy from time to time. I know that we're selling them as like, oh, this is a useful person and a good person that keeps the party alive and whatnot, but like... Come on, we can have a money hungry collector as well. Oh, greedy guts. I think it's fine to like add a little bit of optional characterization. It's an example, right? There's 3 paths here given as example. I'm sure there's other things campaign specific that they could do as well that would fit a 4th category or more. And then I gave an example of how those 3 could lead to those things. So sniff out a deal, of course, corresponding to the 3rd example here of reselling an undervalued bauble you bought from an oblivious trader. That to me is sniffing out a deal, and that to me like is legal and good, like, but also that trader didn't know any better, and so that kind of like feels a little bit shady at times. So that falls under sniff out a deal. That's more what I was going for. Hopefully that makes sense. Having a thief and a used car salesman in the same group. Oh, Lamau. Yeah, that would work. What would it be? Scoundrel? Is Scoundrel the kind of thief class we're doing here? Where is it? Yeah, Scoundrels. A scoundrel and an antiquarian in the same party could be a lot of fun roleplay wise, or an antiquarian whose secondary class is scoundrel. How about that? Of course, if you want to double down on like the helpful tracker survivalist, you could have scout as your secondary. Man, yeah, antiquarian as a good like multi-class option, either as core or not. Fits a lot of really good flavors here. It doesn't quite fit a lot of the magic classes as well, but it is what it is. People can have their hobbies. Another thing that you wouldn't ever disconnect from your network, so by reconnecting with your network, you'd purposely be looking for a client or something similar. Okay. I mean, you would disconnect from your network. You went dungeoneering with some friends. You were out of town for like a week, right? So you come back to town, you reconnect with your network. You're just like, all right, I gotta go to the bar with the boys and be like, hey, what are you guys up to? I'm looking to make some cash. You know me. I've got all these kind of managerial expertise when it comes to like all of the antiques and whatnot. But you're connected with the boys, and the boy says, well, I could use some help at the auction house. And you're like, perfect, I can do auction house work, right? That's more what I was getting for. Should toughness be higher? I already buffed it to 4. I'll see. I don't know if I want to buff it beyond there or not. For right now, it definitely could be higher. But I kind of also want to give them 2 relics, and then also like another small thing or 2. So if I do that, 4 is probably where we want to keep it. If those extra things are like super minor and there's nothing like amazing in their skills, then yes, we could probably buff it to 5. I'm not sure if I go beyond 5 though. But I think I like 4. But I'm gonna shop that for now. And if Nos doesn't like it and he wants to change it back to 2, so be it. But I don't see reason to keep it at 2. For like some casting classes or like the assassin, because it's really powerful and whatnot, like it makes sense, right? If it's meant to be powerful, I think it's fine to like have a small number. But or I guess if it's also like super versatile to like a ridiculous degree. But if it's more like well-rounded, and this is meant to be a non-caster, I know it'll kind of have spell-like abilities via its relics. Zenek, I did rename it to relics. I like relics better than implements. Implements is a good word, but relics still denotes that it is an old antique of some kind that is important. A relic is typically a word that notes importance. And it is a single word, so we can use it as like a key term. So I think relics is... Oh, relics and relics. I didn't think about that. That could be a bit confusing. Fuck. I'll keep it for now. If Nost wants to change it to implements or comes up with something else, so be it. I'm just really trying to avoid artifacts, because artifacts like have this stigma of being powerful nowadays, you know? I've got this nice little area here for reflavoring them. And then I've spitballed like 9 ideas. I don't have the mechanics written down for them yet, but like the way I see it, by the time I'm done writing these 9 ideas, I'm sure they will have ballooned to 10 or 12 ideas, and that's a good start. Like, DMs should be able to have enough inspiration from those 12 ideas or so to be able to homebrew in their own custom ones as rewards for it. But my goal here is for these to be like kind of mini feats. Like, these aren't supposed to actually be super powerful. And they probably do, like, use your mana. I know that we're putting this in the physical category, so a lot of these other things will go off from like their stamina in their skills section anyway. But I think it probably would be better to have these things cost mana. Word hippo, a lot better for thesaurus. That's fair. Let me go look at word hippo, because I've just been using synonyms. I just know that when I research synonyms, like I can Go up here, and then there's all sorts of cool stuff. But if Word Hippo has a section for synonyms as well, they go for that. Word Hippo, whoa, whoa. Do you have synonyms? Word forms, find words, translations, sentences, rhymes, antonyms. Oh, never mind. Synonyms the default. I'm a fool. What's a synonym for fool? Simpleton, idiot, dope, dunce, moron, Burke. That's new. I didn't know about Burke. Ignoramus, I knew about that. Oh, cretin. Oh, cretin is a good one. Oh, nincompoop. Classic. Ninny. All right. Dolt. Dolt is another very good one. Plonker. I don't know Plonker. Dunderhead. Ooh, Dunderhead. That's another fun one. All right. I'm done being distracted. Let's go back to this place over here. Very good. Want to go here. Yeah, Word Hippo looks like a pretty good resource. If the other one, if this doesn't get me what I want quick enough, I'll use Word Hippo for sure. I appreciate you sharing that resource. Reflavoring. No, not you, Relics. Your. Oh, it's a good thing I did reread it. Whew. Okay. Some cool stuffs. This is the area at the end of this section. Okay, cool. Spitball. Come down here and add another note. I'm thinking a list of 12, say 10 or 12, that should give DMs a good idea of their general power level and feel, so they can brew more of their own as needed. It is also a good selection for players. A good amount of options. How about that? Good number of default options for players. Very good. I'm thinking a list is grammatically incorrect, but it's what works better. And this is just a note. It's also very good. It, is very good. All right. We can capitalize that. We don't need to do stuffs. It's cute, but we can name them relics. Relics / implements / whatever you name it. I like this. Yeah. Oh. It's still going to take a lot of work because I haven't even started on the specializations, and I'm like not along with the skills, but I like this concept so far. I'm very, very much enjoying this. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. The dealings downtime. Very good. These riches do not need to come in the form of coins. Payment could be in the form of of the knowledge needed to hunt down your quarry, a rare text to guide your party towards their goal. How about that? Their next not next adventure, their goal. Towards their goal. How about to bring no guide? Guide your party. Secrets of powerful magic. Oh, but that would imply it's a magical item, and I'm or that would grant some kind of like actual effect. And I don't think I quite want to imply that here. If the DM wants to do that, that's fine. But I'm trying to keep things relatively balanced. That this is more like a downtime activity you can do for the DM can be like, have 100 gold, whatever's balanced for that setting. I'm trying not to like name an amount of gold, and then if the DM's not comfortable just giving the player gold for their check, because it would require a check. I'm gonna write that spot in here as well. But assuming they succeed at their check, I'm trying to give the DM options to fit their campaign that are flavorful, that still feel like a good reward. And failing that, then they can just give them whatever amount of money they find reasonable, right? Guide your party towards their... Yeah, we'll go next adventure. That's fine. Next adventure. A favor from a person in power. How about local diplomat? Right? A local diplomat, etc. You apply. I forgot your savviness and know-how to an endeavor that brings you riches. These riches do not need to come in the form of coins. Payment could be in the form of knowledge, okay? A rare text. Guide them, okay? It's effectively knowledge, but a different variety. And a favor, which is a resource, gotcha, which falls back under riches. Okay, yeah, we're fine. That's all still internally consistent. I don't need to rephrase that. It gives some good examples. We're good to go there. Oh no. I got jump scared by my own thing. Hey, thanks, Zinnick, for the sub. I wasn't expecting to be that loud. Alright, favor from a local diplomat, etc. Okay. Hold on, I ignored DJ's other feature. Hold on, what was your other feature? Oh, I see it. I don't... I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay, market contact. You always have like one or two people you can rely on to get you contacts and give you the lowdown. Yeah, that's something like flavorful we could put up here under this area. Let's go with that. Market contacts. You know always have like one or two people. You know a handful of useful folk. Business folk, we'll go with that. Business folk you can rely on for basic dealings. How about that? Dealings and bartering for information. How we make this work mechanically, I'm not sure. This might just be a flavor call on. Where you just say, hey DM, can I contact my market contacts to try and hunt down this? That kind of thing. Or like, we need an invitation to the wedding. Can I contact my contacts to see if there's anyone that needs a date, right? That I could go in as their +1. And that could be a fun call on. The DM says, sure. The local widow, Matilda, is looking for a +1, and one of your market contacts thinks that you could be a good fit. And maybe the player wrinkles their nose and says, "Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm looking for that kind of connection, but I gotta take one for the team. I need to be in at this wedding, so I guess I'm going with Matilda." So that works. You know a handful of useful business folk you can rely on for basic dealings and bargaining for information. How about this? I was about to say the usefulness and reliability of these people are determined by the DM, but that might be a bit harsh. And not needed. It might just go without saying. I mean, it's already there in the text, right? You know a handful of useful business folk. They are presumably useful. There you go. And basic is there. Bartering for information is there. Bartering implies that the information might not necessarily be free. Yeah, there's a lot of wording. There's a lot of language here that makes it both short and sweet, with just enough there for you to like jog your imagination, and you can go on and act upon it and ask the DM questions. And then there's just enough wiggle room here for the DM to say no where they need to and say yes where they can. Right? I think this is fine, actually. Just keep it a one sentence. As weird as that sounds. The ominous sound of a handful of Exactly. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Associates might be better than business folk. Oh, okay. Handful of useful associates. Oh. Yeah, okay, I like that. Associate. I mean, we have market contacts, right? So they don't necessarily need to be shady, right? And then via like the flavoring we have down here in antique dealing, like that kind of implies that your network isn't necessarily shady, but also useful associates. Associates could be a lot of things. Maybe you're under the Thieves Guild. Maybe you go to the tavern. You go to door number 3, you knock 3 times, pause 2 seconds, knock a 4th time, and the door opens, and you descend the ladder, and then you have this secret underbar where your associates are playing cards at a table. Yeah, more room for interpretation. I like that. Yep. Especially if like we're building this around okay, yes, the Antiquarian could be a noble scholarly sort who's proper and straightens tie, adjusts monocle, twirls mustache. Well, not twirls mustache, that's usually villainous, but you know what I mean, right? A proper historian, right? David Baker from the History Channel comes to mind, right? Maybe like the antiquarians can be like that good, proper gentleman, right? But some of them, their secondary class is scoundrel, and some of them, maybe they're not quite as proper as they let on, right? Like one of my former characters had criminal contact. He was a smoke. Yeah, criminal contact's a lot of fun. Oh, it makes me so happy. Even on my good guys, I tend to grab the criminal contact feature. Because you can be good and be like, well, I came from a life of crime, but I'm trying to do better, right? But you still have those contacts that you can use to then hopefully do good. Where you're just like, we do need to smuggle something. We need to smuggle, like, this person that's being framed for murder out of the city. Can we do that? That'd be an example of like a good use of an underground network that traditionally has been used for villainous gains, right? Friends in high and low places. Very good. All right. That works for sure. Oh, yeah, market context is a nice little small flavor call on that doesn't unbalance things, so we don't have to mess with the toughness rating yet. We're still good to go. We can still give them something small like this, not risk that. If we really end up adding too much to their level 1 stuff and like a lot of really cheap skills, then we probably should either take away one of their 2 relics, or dash their toughness. What I'd lean more so towards is getting rid of one of their 2 relics and then locking the second relic behind their specialization, because that's what the knight does. the knight only gives them one of their stances, and then if you specialize, then you get your second stance. So that could be a good way to do this if we end up running out of resources in terms of that toughness rating. Give them one to start. Yeah, but just one feels bad. You're not a collector until you have two. I'm gonna try and keep it at two. But if I end up making it too powerful, yeah, well, we'll go back down to one and probably lock it down to the other thingamajigger. Yeah, but even if you're not a special, even if it's not like your specialty, like this is still your class. This is still an interest. Oh, okay, I guess you're right. Because if this was just your influence, and this is stuff that you still get just from your influence as well, then yeah, that would be a bit strong to get 2 relics as just an influence. All right. We'll say 1 relic. We'll up the toughness rating to 5, and then we'll lock the other relic under the class. Specialized tools, not necessarily all relics. That's fair. Let's go down to specializations, and then we can go copy from Knight. Level 1, okay, they do it bold italics, and then we can just grab this. Wop. Collector. We can just call it Collector. How about that? Level. I didn't even do a space there. Okay. Level 1. Collector. How about Profane Collector? I like that. Profane. No. Profane next to Collector. Stop it. There we go. Profane Collector, and then we can go. Bop, bop, bop. Oh. Okay. 1. Sorry, you gain. There we go. 1 additional relic. Very good, from the list at the end of the section. All right. At least I think I know what profane means. Let me double check that. I'll just do it on this browser. Why not? We can start clogging up my history in this browser. Profane. Relating or devoted to that which is not sacred. That's not true. Some of these things would be sacred. Because the prayer beads would be sacred. Wow, profane doesn't work. Looking for creepy, spooky language here. Curator? Curator works. Well, let me go over here. I have too many tabs open now. Oh no, my tabs, they grow. Profane. Curator. We could do Curator of Curiosities. That could work. Curator of Curiosities. It also lets me do alliteration, which makes me happy. Woohoo! Very nice. Yeah, I'm on board. Curator of Curiosities. That's good. Alright, so level 1. So levels are bold and underlined. Got it. We're also going to up it to 12. I know there's not precedent for that, but it'll make me feel fancy. Okay, 1 additional relic. Okay. And then they probably get like something else, like probably armor proficiency or something like that. Something to hopefully keep them alive. Especially if they're meant to be like a non-magic class. I know that we're kind of breaking that rules by letting them pseudo-cast through their relic choices. But I don't know if these relic choices will call to specific spells, since spells are kind of tied to individual classes. So I think that these would just kind of function more like spell-like abilities, or spells in their own right. The way this system kind of does its stuff. Let's see here. Spells at the cost of stam. Spells at the cost of stam, no. Actually, spells at the cost of stam, that does make sense. If we are tying willpower to our ability to tame these the emotions tied to these artifacts, then that does require a amount of concentration and control. That could be a form of stamina. We certainly could double down and have that stuff be stamina. Let's see, is night just all stamina as well? Yeah, this is all stamina. Very good. And then I believe all its stances are also stamina. Yeah, we don't need to have them use mana. We can keep them a completely martial class with still, like, magical abilities, right? But we don't need to have it come from mana. Because it is coming from their willpower. Oh, well, but willpower is the one that gives you mana regen. So it kind of feels bad for their secondary skill to not have a use. Because most of their skill checks would be cleverness, if it's social, or knowledge, which they already have, if it's like the knowledge stuff. Precision could be some of the stuff they do as well, if we're doing like the skill monkey, like trap spotter and whatnot type stuff. So then willpower works fun for flavor, for exerting will over the things, but like mechanically, it wouldn't really contribute anything. It doesn't fit like the other aspects of the flavor. So if I took away mana to relics and made it stamina to relics, I think I'd be better off changing knowledge to cleverness. That's what I'm leaning towards right now. In voice chat, can I trust you? I could go see if the little server has a voice chat. They do have a stream room. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'll jump in there for a little bit. You don't have permission to speak in this channel. Okay, never mind. We can't talk. It is what it is. Sorry, bud. Maybe Dost will watch this stream, and then he'll add a voice chat for next time. That'll teach him. Ho, got him. Alright, let's see. The only issue is stat diversity, but in BD, not bad design, not bad Dongor? No. I'm drawing a blank right now what it could be. Yeah, I do like the idea of stamina to this, that you're evoking and controlling these artifacts, but I don't have a good way to equate that. And then also, we did add like some magic flavoring to it that Nost pitched. Here we go. No, I deleted that portion of it. Haha, we're fine. I reflavored it to minor wonders. Okay, no, we're fine. We've avoided magic. We could definitely go stamina. My only problem is that then willpower feels bad. I mean, they could just choose not to take it. No, I think we're probably just better off changing it to cleverness. There's no reason not to. Especially if we're doing like all this hobnob type flavoring here. Is with they smart boy, they hobnob. And some cleverness is like puzzles and whatnot. They go read the thingy-majigger. Sork as of now uses cleverness and willpower. I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Because willpower is also your regeneration stat, which is very important. Like even if willpower wasn't one of your big stats as a caster, like, all right, I was working on Billy Blink Mage, right? I should probably put some points in willpower, because mana regeneration would be very important to Billy Blink Mage. So even if it's not one of your core things, like, because it governs regen, I think it's very important. So even if like willpower is not thematically appropriate for a sorcerer, it still is a necessary stat in my opinion. So then that alone can like dictate that. Could be knowledge and will and swap the two classes. Shrug. No, that's fine. I think knowledge and cleverness fits the theme of Antiquarian better. Well, hold on. We made will work, but now it doesn't work very well, and there's very few reasons to keep it around. And it doesn't really complement the play style. So I think we will go with something that complements the play style. So we're going to change this to... Cleverness was... Oh no, we already have a teal. Need a different shade of teal. What's cleverness look like? Cleverness is more of a light blue. This one's more of a... North's could be more darker, okay. That's more of like a light blue. Okay. Yeah, the knowledge is fine. Let's change this to... Let's try the neon one. It can work. This is fine. I don't want to do a custom color. How about this? Let's try that. No. All right. Yeah, we'll just have it be a little bit bright. It's just a little bright. It's fine. It's fine. People get what I mean. All right. Cleverness. Ooh, very smart. Yeah, guile, including being charming, deceitful, flirtatious, persuasive. Yeah, if you're wheeling and dealing goods and like navigating a market, charming and persuasive are definitely things you would need. Excels in dealing with traps and complex mechanisms, because that's no longer governed by dexterity. In the past, like dexterity thieves' tools was what you'd use to disarm traps, but cleverness lets you disarm traps. So if we are doubling down on like the whole I'm useful to have around and keep you alive in a dungeon and get you the treasure chest open, cleverness is the stat that governs that right now. Solving riddles definitely sounds like something that a witty and clever antiquarian would do. Seeing patterns others would miss. Yeah, okay. This cleverness just works way too well, and we don't have a reason to give them willpower anymore. So I think, yeah, I'm going to make that judgment call. I'm sorry if this disappoints any of you. Yeah. All right, very cool. I'm glad you're not disappointed. I'm going to put a note. Could be 4 if you think 5 is too much. Shrug. Comma, but I don't see a reason to make them super frail other than as a nod to Darkest Dungeon, period, which I feel this class has grown beyond that. I'm going to put this on a new line. Toughness would be 4 if you think 5 is too much. Say regardless. We can get rid of the shrug. I like it. It's good characterization, but it doesn't need to be there to make them super frail other than as a non-target. Well, why is it saying I guess it could just be simplified to I, but nah, I think which I feel sounds fine. Blech. All right. That's fine. Made it a STAM only class. Will isn't needed, and cleverness fits the merchant slash hobnob merchant barterer. We'll say dealer slash hobnob. Dealer slash hobnob theme. Better. Plus disarming traps and other features of dungeoneering fall under this stat. Having high cleverness seems like the obvious choice. Now, certainly didn't used to, but now it does. We don't need to make this highlighted. I'm getting rid of that stinky. No, I'm gonna get rid of it. Oh no. Oh, none. Okay, it's the top. Okay. All right. Oh, we're good. All right. Hey, we can talk now. Just time.
I didn't say all that nonsense of giving someone the clap.
Who are you giving the clap? Oh no. Also, pro tip, mute the stream. That way things won't get confusing.
This trust me, this ain't my first rodeo.
Alright, very good. Nos, I don't know how up to date you are. I'm swapping out willpower for cleverness. We don't need cleverness anymore because we've decided that stamina is going to be the casting stat for the relics. No?
You don't need willpower anymore.
Oh, sorry. We don't need willpower. Did I say knowledge? I didn't mean knowledge.
Yes.
Knowledge. Knowledge is good. I'm sorry. Thank you. But cleverness just... Yeah. Cleverness, it both fits with like the dealer and hobnob theme that we've been kind of brewing with the social aspects of the class. It's also the stat that now governs like a lot of the dungeoneering nonsense. So as like the survivalist and like useful to have in a dungeon, between knowledge and cleverness, those just feel like the two stats we should have for Antiquarian. Hopefully that makes sense. Well, Enchanter can have that too, right? Just because another class does it doesn't mean that we can't do it anymore. Because ideally...
Yeah, it's fair. You are allowed to have overlaps, especially since that one is a martial, one is a mage.
A caster, yeah. Our flavor is very different. That being said, that could make for a fun multi-class, right? We've talked about like Antiquarian with Scoundrel and whatnot, but Antiquarian with Enchanter could be fun. Give you the best of both worlds, make you a true artificer. Not only do you have like
Well, I mean, like look at any of the look at any of your TTRPGs, man. Like all of your classes have stat overlaps with what they use as their primaries, you know?
Yeah, if I remember right, Nos just wanted to at the beginning, he wanted to have them all separated, but that's going out the window quickly as we go through the classes. So
I was just saying, if you have so many classes, you know, you're going to have you're just gonna have overlaps. Like it's unavoidable.
Yeah.
You have.
Oh, Nost, if you're listening, I've also buffed its toughness. Outside of as a nod to Darkest Dungeon, I don't think there's any reason to keep its toughness rating at 2. If we end up making its initial stuff, the free stuff that's not specialization, right? If we end up making the free stuff too powerful, we could nerf it by dropping it back down. But for right now, I've got it at either 5 or 4. I can't make up my mind. For right now, I'm putting it at 5, but you could put it at 4 if you like that. But that's my feeling so far.
We have 6 stats, and I think we have like 16 classes in the works or something like that. Minimum.
It's a big number. Let me go over here.
And people are still adding classes. So
yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, you're gonna have like ridiculous amounts of overlap.
When you say, "Hey, come on my server and just pitch anything," yeah, you're gonna have people like pitch a list that eventually ends up being 50 classes. Like, it's unfortunate, but eventually we will have to pick and choose. But yeah, right now we've got a pretty expansive list.
I still think I don't think Derek, you ever read my stuff. Let me
Probably
see
not.
If I can find it.
7, 8,
let me
11. Okay. 1,
myself.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Has
11, 12, 13, 14,
file.
15, 16. Okay. So right now, just the preview, the at a glance class list, we currently have 27 at a glance classes.
Check what I pinged you in on Discord.
Uh-oh.
No. It's what I said. So it was my idea, which I never. I ended up having some other stuff go on IRL that I never really started fleshing it out fully. But basically, my idea was we trim the shit out of the classes, and we make what most of these as classes are into much more detailed and fleshed out specializations.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me move this over here. Wop. Marshall. Okay, so assassin, we got that. Knight, scout, mercenary, warrior, performer. Ooh, that's new. That's not on the site.
It is. That's basically Harlequin. Like that is sort of what.
Oh, that got reworked in the Harlequin. Got it.
So, well, no, Harlequin came first. I just like instead of having something so specific as that, you have
That's
a general
fair.
performer,
Yeah, performer
and
works.
then you move outwards into
I
your
prefer-
specializations. Depending on how you want to do, you know.
I prefer to get real here and just call it clown.
I mean, you can be a whole ass clown if you want, fam. I mean, that's still a valid performer.
No, performer is fine. Physician.
So
Yeah.
Nos did say that he wants to stick with how the classes are currently.
Sag.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, so how the classes are currently is in like no switching to cleverness.
No, what you're doing right now, you're good, Owl.
Yeah, having 65 base classes.
Right, exactly.
Oh, got it. So no more adding like classes. Got it. So we stick to the 27.
No. As in like so what Awaken wanted to do was basically put all the classes, a lot of the classes, condense them. So like the assassin would basically be the scoundrel and blah 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 blah.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, and then so basically, like if we look at the assassin, right, and we have a lot of areas where actually we don't. But on Blink Mage we have a lot of areas where you can choose one of like 3 choices, right? Basically, what you're saying is that like you would have a quote unquote rogue, and then you'd have the assassin choice, you'd have the scout choice, and then you would have the scoundrel choice, right?
I mean, that's my understanding, Awaken.
Yeah. Yes, basically.
Yeah.
Let me look. He actually had pulled it up on stream.
But for right now,
it was
keeping them separate. Got it.
Yeah, like I said, I was like, assassin. You could specialize it to something like sniper, infiltrator, some sort of stuff like that. Because obviously, this was just a sort of thrown together. Needed to work out the words, but I was like, it could obviously do. Knight. You can go into like a gladiator, a legionnaire, things like that. Because to be fair, gladiator and legionnaire are basically just gonna, for the most part, are gonna be rehashed versions of the knight with a slightly different skill, with like ever so slightly different specialist skills.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm already doing, is turning the Antiquarian into a very heavily reflavored knight. Or at least taking inspiration from the way it's formatted and balanced. It's definitely going to be its own distinct thing. But...
Yeah, the goal is to have each one like unique to itself. So
yeah,
if you wanted to create whatever idea you had in your head, you had it at level 1. Like regardless, cut and dry, level 1, you have it. And you have all these things to pick from, so you can create whatever the hell you want to create.
I will still say that my biggest problem with that will still always come in with the learning curve.
Yeah.
In that, if you are, it always comes down to that too. Like sort of in my mind, I mean, look, it's sort of like I'll even equate it to a game. League of Legends is a perfect example. I got into League of Legends stupid early. I learned it when there were 42 champions on there, and it was really easy to just keep basing that on. Those of us who are early adopters, for sure, especially if we're helping contribute, it's not going to be hard because we're basically here as everything's getting formed. But imagine 2 years down the line, if you have, just for an example, if you have 60 base classes to choose from, my mind goes to the fact that if somebody trying to come in for the first time looks at that list and just goes, what the hell am I looking at? That can be a bit of a turnoff for them. Now, that is like I said, the bridge to cross there. But
Yeah.
To
The barrier for entry is the term I like to use.
yeah.
to my knowledge, NOS is going to do I'm going to quote it as difficulty setting for each class, and then he's also going to have a list of like pre-built ideas. So you have like, I'm going to say 6 random number of, hey, if you want to build something that plays like this, these are the classes you're pulling from.
Okay. Yeah, so then I'd definitely say that whatever the category is for being a well-rounded, like, not necessarily survivalist per se, but a utility class, Antiquarian, my assumption is that that's going to end up under there. Possibly under survivalist. We'll see.
I don't know what's going to happen with like the skill monkeys, right? That phrase. I don't know if
I don't think skill monkeys are going to exist in a traditional sense.
Right. He might make a tertiary class for skill monkeys, where you just like you sacrifice the spell list basically for it. But
yeah, because we don't have skills. Like, it's just you roll your ability scores, your stat checks, right? So it's just a matter of like
you pick your stats. Basically, the way this has to work, right? And look, the way this has to work right now is you almost have to pick your 3 classes first, and then you put your points into your core stats after that.
Yeah.
Like, I know it says to do it in the other direction, but you definitely have to spend the time thinking about what you want your 3 classes to be and where they fall first.
Yeah, like when I was doing that with Billy Blinkmage, that's exactly what I did.
Allocate. Exactly. You have to like then, allocate appropriately after that because, say, I just decide, I look at this and you go, let me add a couple extra points in cleverness, a couple points in knowledge, a point in fortitude, point in willpower, and then everything. And then I go like, Blink Elementalist Knight. Well, I'm not in any capacity set up to do that sort of thing.
Yeah. So for Billy Blinkmage, I see that my big weakness right now is willpower. I am going to need that mana regen. So I know that, like, okay, well, now I know that I need to use my points to cover my willpower because I'm just not naturally getting that from my choices, right? So I 100% get it that you do kind of need to like figure out what your classes grant you first, and then shore up those gaps to make sure your character's playable.
So I'm seeing, like if you go to character creation, it says to pick your classes and assign them, and then allocate points. Does it say something different somewhere else?
Oh, maybe we're just both being dumb. Okay. So you are choosing your classes, assign them to that, and then assign the core points. No, you're right. Yeah, no, it is listed in the right order. We're just dumb. Don't mind us. We went on a ramble for no reason.
I mean, if you guys got that impression, you got it from somewhere. So it may be written somewhere like incorrectly.
Years of rolling your stat blocks.
Could be. All right.
But
let's see. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. I want to do a call on that's like 5e's researcher feat. I'm not sure if I want to put that in the core or if I want to put that general. I'm feeling general. We might move it to core. So we have a nice call on for mercantile connections and information gathering.
Oh, by the way, for like tools, I was gonna offer my thoughts on that for like specialized tools. I'm looking at like jewelers tools, cartography tools,
tools of the trade.
Yeah, like I said, then you give sort of examples, because that having those tools and the ability to proficiently use them and yada yada.
Proficiencies. I'm just going to put that vague in brackets for now because I haven't looked through the items and I'm not sure if the item list has been finalized yet.
Not even remotely close.
Yep.
Oh no, totally. That's what we're going with. It's stuck. Like that's what we have.
Items are nowhere near close to being done.
Once. Item lists are more finished / stable, so that'll just be a stand-in for a long ass time.
Like I said, like I said, even then you can still give the examples. I'm looking at like jeweler's tools, blacksmith tools, glass blowers tools. So a sort of artisan-esque.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
tools.
no, I 100% agree, and I understand what you're getting at.
As you know, that's sort of where they're good, sort of where they
Definitely
that's
some
the
sort
tool
of
that they're
appraiser's
they're
tools.
filling.
Right,
With
so you
sort
can
of
scrutinize a jewel, look at the
stuff like that.
signet on a ring up close.
That like I said, for something like that, that would be where the jeweler's tools go. If you're looking
Yep.
to sort of appraise the value of like armor or a weapon of sorts, that's where you could use
Yeah.
like your blacksmith tools for that.
You could have an abacus.
A fine glasswares, and stuff like that. Again, that's where your glass blowers tools come.
Absolutely. Just a moment. I've got to turn you down just a little bit. You're sounding loud to me.
Yep.
I think you'd be
just a
fine
loud
on stream,
motherfucker.
though. My problem is if I turn you down below like 80%, then you start getting quiet. Sometimes
it's
Discord
probably
can
one
be
of those guys
finicky.
that turns up his gain just to screw with other people.
Oh, what a
That's fun.
villain.
Never screwed with my gain
What
at
a
all.
villain. I can't believe you. Alright, title blah. Alright, well, that's just an example thing that I don't have yet. I think we do probably put the researcher thing under this category, because we can, if we wanted to give them any kind of armor proficiency or whatnot, assuming we don't want to attach it to the specializations, which we probably should for balancing reasons, we could technically put that under tools of the trade. So I think we're good to go. It's just we give them that call on for knowledge. I think I am actually going to go take inspiration from researcher. Hold on, let me try and pull that up. Ivy researcher feature. Wop. No, it pulled up homebrew. That's not what I'm looking for. Gosh dang. Okay. Here we are. Okay, when you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know the information, you know where... Yeah, but I was looking for the researcher feature. Ho-ho is what I was looking for.
Yeah, when you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know that information, you often know where and from whom you can obtain it.
Usually this information comes from a library, and then they give examples. Okay, gotcha, but the DM could rule that it's in a secretive way in an almost inaccessible place. Gotcha, so the DM could send you on quests, is what they're saying. Okay. So
that simply cannot be found.
Yeah. Title. I don't want to call it researcher. Researcher doesn't sound right for that anyways. Trivia master? No. Knowledgeable.
Would this fall under the like being able to talk to the other people? What was the other one?
It could be.
Right, yeah.
Well, this one, I think the one he's going for this one would be more something like of your own volition, your ability to
this is your ability,
your primary knowledge stat.
Gotcha.
Of your own volition to discern X.
Yeah,
Y,
basically you know where to go for the information, right? You know who to talk to already. You know which library the book is in. You know which keep houses the sacred artifact, right? That's less about getting it from your buddies and more about
like I said, where it is or where to find the information.
Yep.
How about something like collector's insight?
Insight works, yeah. I'm not sure about collectors though. Something insight. Historical insight? Historians insight? Oh, I do like that. Historians. Yeah, historian's insight. A bookworm would be what I'd use instead, but that's probably not what we should go for here.
Besides, you'd probably want to save something like bookworm for a wizard.
Yep. We should just rename this feature here fucking nerd. A lot of E's or R's, whichever looks better. Historical insight could work. Historian's insight.
Historian's insight, I think, sounds good.
Yeah. What are some of the fun flavors we've given it so far?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. What's going to happen is Nos is going to go through this and change like every single freaking word in this thing.
Forbidden.
Just so you know.
I don't know. I think it'd be hard to change some of this stuff for the better. At the very least, I like a lot of my flavor text. I'd like to see him try to change that for the better. Alright. Well, you could certainly change it just to be stubborn, but would it be better? Oh, all right.
I don't know. I feel like it's partial stubbornness that they just want to adopt my system.
I guess. I think it's just that he has a vision, he has an idea already, and that
for sure.
your system would cause him to have to pivot and rework too much of his own vision.
I don't think so. I really genuinely don't.
I mean, as far as the rogue example I went over, you're not wrong. That definitely is doable, because there's precedent for it in Blink Mage where, like, you have options. So you can just, like, have a general rogue class and then have those other things as options. So, like, for certain ideas like that, it would definitely work well. But wanting to keep, like, those various flavorings of rogue separate, I can understand that.
So the biggest issue
we'll
with
with
doing it your way, Awaken, is like you can't really give it to him level 1. That's the biggest problem. You have to wait till like level 3 or whatever, and then do the subclass thing. That's what he's primarily trying to avoid.
Archetypes, yeah. I mean, to a degree, each of these classes are also archetypes in their own right.
Right.
I mean, that's also part of my thing too. I'm like, instead of condensing a little bit, and I'm not even saying my list would be the end all be all. I mean, it could still be longer, but you condense a bit and then you allow more expansion underneath each major thing with other like, you know, other quote unquote minor stuff underneath it with that, you know. And look, I'll just tell you straight up. I have a group of fairly new people. I had them look over this because I was like, I'm interested to hear what y'all think because I'm somebody with many, many years and many, many campaigns under my belt. They are not. They're all new. And every last one of them said, the fuck am I looking at, basically? And that's where I sort of drew my idea from. You know, it's like...
So at what point did they say, what am I looking at? Like, what were they,
Oh, no, awesome. So they let the character creation, like, okay, that sounds interesting. And then they saw the class list. And then they're like, like, you know, I mean, that's more, it's like they feel like there's more rule set that I have to read here than in 5e to try and, you know, get in and attempt to understand what I'm looking at to sort of make an informed decision. Because, of course, too, obviously, you can't always assume across multiple works of art, you know, that the names are going to mean the same thing either, you know, so you always have to give your little read because, you know, warlock in one does not mean warlock in the other. Yeah, they do look differently, but, you know. And like I said, I've never actually looked at how many classes we are looking at in total.
Currently 27, unless my count was off. It could have been off by 1.
Let's see.
Which, if it was off by 1, I prefer it to be like 28 or 26, so we can have a nice even number. But if it balloons up to 30, I'm not going to complain there either. 30 base classes sounds fun.
Technically 28 if you count M-Mage.
28, okay.
So it's 31, 32, 33 with the classes on the dock. Those are all the ones that are being worked on. N-Mage and Null are not, just so you guys know, are not classes in themselves. They're
special things.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you pick all, if you pick the certain set, then that's what you also get in addition. But that is something that's very confusing. It looks like it's a whole class in itself.
Well, I mean, look, it literally says at the bottom, special classes N-Mage. I mean,
right.
And from my description and from what I've read from the work of fiction is that N-Mage is its own separate standalone thing. It would have to almost function that way.
Right.
Because you do the no magic thing, so it would have to almost function as its own individual separate entity. No, I mean, you know, you could probably, if you don't choose any mage style classes or any casting style classes, and you stick specifically with everything martial, then yes, you can become a null and you get this, that, or the other. That's fine. But at the same time, there are some of these martial classes that still use mana, to my knowledge. Some of them would still end up using mana.
I lied.
So
And mage is its own class. My apologies.
yeah, that's what I was supposed to think. I was like, mage has to be its own thing.
Null is
It's
the
ju-
one that's null, and the pure caster one is the weird one.
Also, I don't agree with priests being uh, um a martial class. It doesn't
So
make
Oh, it is? That's
yeah,
weird.
priest is
yeah.
martial. So
It
what he's separating is like there's ether in the air, right? So magic's all around you, blah blah blah. But a priest pulls power from the deity themselves. So it's not from the ether.
Okay.
Mana comes from the ether.
Does the priest still use mana as their thing
No,
they mark
they
off?
use stamina.
Oh. It's weird, but it works. Because that's kind of what I'm doing with the Antiquarian, so it's fine.
So what he wanted was something that was different. So if you're going against an end mage,
Mhm.
then you have something that still works, but your casters are completely screwed, basically.
Yeah.
I loved the idea of a field medic, like as its own, like as a martial, like surgeon sort of thing, like as a physician class. Oh, it was freaking-tastic. I was like, yes, that is amen. You know, a non-spellcaster healer. I'm 100% all. I'm here for it all day, every day.
Is there a button there, or
For what? Field medic?
yeah, I thought they were gonna go with the butt.
No, there's no but.
Oh, okay.
No, like I am 100% all for like a non-caster healer. Like I've always enjoyed stuff like that. I think it's fantastic. Like
Yeah.
it should exist.
The other one that's being made is like Plague Doctor, which is going to be more of a DPS healer, like in the middle. So a field medic is going to specialize in healing, and then Plague Doctor will have a choice of in certain tiers doing damage or more healing. As of
Telling
right
you,
now.
I'm telling you, man, this system is going to get too complicated for its own good. And look, I like it. The idea is super good, and I like the setting too. Like I like the setting of the book and everything. And I like I said, Mage is a very very unique thing. I like it. I just think this is going to get too complicated with all the classes. It's going to end up getting too complicated for its own good.
Well, if we provide the starting classes, like the classes you can start with, would that solve the problem?
Yes and no. So like you're asking if I provide them with like sort of the quote unquote ready-made combos already there to like to pick up character sheet and
Well,
move
let's say,
forward with it.
like if you click the character creation tab, right, or in the website, and then it said, for somewhere on there, for this type of build, like before it actually says to pick your classes. If you want to do this type of build, you're going to pick this class, this class, this class. If you want to do this type of
Yeah.
build, you do this class, this. Like, would that consolidate and make it easier for new people, you think, or?
I think all that doing is kicking can down the road. Like I think you're not stopping the bleeding, you're just preventing it from being life threatening at that point. It's sort of kicking the can down the road of you're not necessarily lowering the barrier to entry. At that point, you're just preventing them from having to necessarily start on that curve in that instance. At some point, you will have to get over the steep curve, and just it will be a very steep curve to get over with this system. And I, like I said, I understood that when I first read about it. You know, the steep curve is there. My goal was, instead of making it like a super like a sheer cliff face, I was trying to make it sort of like a less steep incline. Move that angle down, shallow that angle out a little bit.
When
So
it
what if
comes, sorry, go for it.
um what if we did like a hybrid of the two? So if we did a list that said like, oh, these are like the roguish classes, and then we put them under there. These are like the fighter classes. You put them under there. Blah 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 blah. Blah. Would that like make it easier for people to digest? Because then like, oh, I want a stealthy character. I like this guy. That kind of thing.
I mean, at that point, you're basically doing what I asked initially in
Right.
mine, except you're not doing it. Like, yes and no. Like I said, the problem will always come in with the sheer numbers. Doesn't really matter. I mean, how you group it, like I said, the grouping stuff like you're talking about doesn't shallow the curve, doesn't even out the curve as much as I think you think it will. So, and of course having grown up as I have, and where I sort of sit mentally with stuff is always uh it's my phrase of the day, not my word of the day. um anyway, but yeah, it's like quality over I sort of shoot for that quality over quantity, the qualitative over quantitative whenever it comes to making something good, because I understand what he's trying to do, and I think the system as a whole, like at its base level, even if I strip if I don't look at anything to do with characters, if I just look at the character creation guide, and I just think about that without having looked at like a list of classes or anything to do with that, I think that is a marvelous way to sort of start. Right? I think it is a very unique system to draw from. And like I said, looking at creating the class isn't the problem. And nothing there, even to my new players, by the way, nothing on the character creation page really threw them for a loop. I mean, obviously, the small thing of, learning the new layout of a new page, but that's not too crazy for anybody who after you play a little bit, that's pretty simple enough to handle. Creating the character is not the problem itself. It is whenever you then you get the bombardment of, as it stands right now, even just on the website.
There we go.
Like I said, just on the website alone, if you look at that, you have 28 classes to look at, and that alone is enough to turn people away. Like that's just holy crap, 28 split between martial and mage, and then and all these, of course, also aren't done. Like imagine when they are done, you look, okay, let me look at that, and then you just bombarded with the wall of text of 20 levels of different specialization to try and choose your major. And then, of course, you have to look at all the level 1 stats and everything else of the other ones for your minor and influence to see where everything's falling in there. You're throwing spaghetti at the wall and to see what sticks. And I get it. It's good. I think it's fantastic. Like I said, it's fine. But if you end up just doing what you said on the website and you group everything to like, these are roguish archetypes, these are like druidic archetypes, these are supports, these are tanks, that sort of thing, then you essentially do what I'm asking. And I think with as far as your level 1 customization, right, you don't really lose too much of that, because, and just legitimately, at the end of the day, if you end up with all 34 of these classes out there, you are going to have a not insignificant amount of overlap between them, with only small specialization differences changing them, most of it being flavor. So why not make it like, you condense, and then it's like, oh well, I want to flavor it this way, and easy peasy, we move forward from there. Because also at level 1, if we're trying to sort of preserve that idea of level 1 is sort of our intro, slightly above, like Nost himself said, level 1 should be, just above a normal individual, soldier straight out of basic training, a wizard who may have just
Right.
graduated from their studies. These aren't supposed to be, above average individuals. So you give them the general idea of what they're working towards, and then as in the field they hone their skills, that's when you're able to start, coming out. You're just a general. Well, let me look at my sheet. You're let's shit, I don't know. Knight priest Knight priest field Knight priest physician, let's just go with that. You're a tanky healer.
I'm back.
That essentially makes you a paladin. Just on that one. That essentially in and of itself makes you a paladin. Which also I have to say too, knight plus priest basically is already a paladin. Why there's an extra paladin class, and how you're going to be able to make that super unique without having the ability to just combine knight and priest in and of itself will be interesting. But I digress on that statement. You're a knight, priest, physician. Focused on healing. That has been your whole thing. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Lati fucking da. But that's it. Like you're under the basics of you're a basic acolyte in your order. You've only graduated with the basics of knowledge. You don't have anything else extra other than that until you progress yourself, which is the point of especially the lower levels, like 1 to 6, essentially, is really ramping your curve upwards of power, and then you start to see the more diminishing returns.
Don't die.
It's fine. I have lots of stuff going on with that, but no. So thoughts into words. It's hard. Yeah, like I said, so you wouldn't be a specialized knight at level 1. You wouldn't necessarily be a gladiator or a legionnaire or anything else specific like that at level 1. You'd be basically trained knight. However, you get to like level 3, level 4, level 5. Now you've had plenty of time both in the real world and then through other studies to sort of hone yourself into a very specific skill set, which then makes
real
you
quick, something to consider. This it's intended that this system end up be what's it called, under an OGL, right, or some other kind of equivalent legal thing.
Right.
If you'd like, you there's certainly precedent set for you to like take this and hack it and make it your ideal system. Other than that, though, I think it's best if we see how this play tests out. If we wait for like enough classes in the monster system to be worked on to the degree where we can playtest it, and if there's areas that can be shored up with your pitches, I think that would be a good direction to take. But for right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This looks good to me.
Yeah, there's just different ways to go about it. So I can pretty much guarantee you, Nos is not going to go your way awaken, but that doesn't mean there can't be somewhere like in the character creation where it says like basic classes. They click that and they get a list of 6 classes or some shit like that. Like then it's much more consolidated, smaller thing for them to learn. So it's just trying to figure out how, because if new players do have that issue, like you brought it up to their attention, then it is something that needs to be looked at. But it's just figuring out, looking outside the box.
Yeah.
Owl, you had a question before we went on this whole rant thing. Do you remember what it is? What it was?
No. It's all good. Let me actually go see if there's precedent for how many things. I might have put too many things on this side of the barrier. Well, that's not true, because Assassin gets a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So things are going to move around
1, 2,
still
3,
until
4.
it gets
Okay.
balanced. So it's more getting the, like,
Well,
don't Don't
This
worry
can't get
about
grouped
any
into
of that stuff.
poison. So that could be seen as two things. That being said, those are two very mechanically powerful things, whereas these are technically 4 things, but like 2 of them are call-ons abilities for effectively flavor and lore. One is
Right.
maybe some situationally useful tools, and the other one is like one neat little trick you can do. So I think it'll be fine.
And are you sure you want them at level 1, or are they the perks of the minor influence?
Yeah, these ones can be at level 1. What I think I'm gonna... Sorry, yeah, these can be behind like the non-specialization wall. Behind the specialization wall, I think I'm gonna hide the second relic there, and then also any kind of armor or weapon proficiencies they would have. Let me actually see. Does Knight do that? Armored... No, that's at the top. Wow. Okay. No, this gives... That hides perks behind it. I know Assassin hides proficiencies behind it. Let me go look at Assassin. Weapons of convenience. Okay, gain these small weapons training, improvised weapon training. Okay, gotcha. And then light armor. Okay. Got it. I'm not sure what kind of armor proficiencies Nos wants to assign it. I think that is something that I will just leave up to him to do. So we will do...
Probably light.
Yeah. My assumption too. Possibly medium. I could see medium working, but... No, medium's more of like a warrior thing. Yeah, probably
I would
just
say
light.
light because it's kind of like Constantine, Indiana Jones, who are they want to be more free moving.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe put on a leather jacket, but that's about it.
Like padded leather, studded leather sort of thing.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think I will. If Nos doesn't like it, he can change it. But I think I'm just gonna grab the light
armor.
armor.
The end all be all there. Is if Nos is like it, he will just change it.
I'm gonna grab the light armor from Assassin. I don't need to reward this.
Oh, that's right. We'll scoofed the Firefox thingy. There we go. All right. And then we can bold italics, gain the light armor training perk. All right. And then I will say weapon perks ? And then brackets. Do we want to give them weapon perks? IDK.
Yeah, so how would it work? I mean, this is just thinking of the future. Let's say a battle axe was emotional, whatever the heck, imbued item. Would they be able to use that battle axe, or they need the weapon training, right?
I assume to use it in combat as a weapon, they would need the weapon training. To use it as a relic, they could still use it as a relic.
Okay.
I was gonna say if it is like the axe of the battle axe of the dwarven god,
Yeah. Swinging it versus conjuring forth the emotions of the dwarven lord are two different things.
I attuned to it.
So I think we'd be fine there. Yeah, and that's fine. Level 1 doesn't need to be anything amazing. Like, there's already gonna have all this nonsense, and then access to their skills, and then some basic proficiencies and an additional relic, their second relic. That should be fine. That should be more than enough for first level.
Yeah.
Alright, we can move on. I either need to do skills or I need to do the higher level stuff. Well, some of the higher level stuff might end up becoming skills and vice versa. They're just basically things that this class can do. And how much of those things do we want to put in the skills category, and how many of those things we want to put in like the class category? Is my read on how this works. So I think I'm just going to go over here to like Spitball Junction. Semicolon.
As I've said before, I am a huge proponent of the KISS method.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Amen.
So we're gonna kiss for a little while. No homo. All right. And then we're just gonna pitch a bunch of stuff. Oh, that's right. This has no inspiration. It's just Blink Mage. Nah, I keep going down here to look at the Antiquarian page. I need to stop doing that. There's literally nothing on this page for me anymore. Let me get rid of it. All right. So what?
Like Constantine, like, what would he have? What does he do?
Well, it depends on which version we're talking about.
Fair.
Okay.
I mean, is that the kind of vibe that you get from it, Owl?
I was thinking more Indiana Jones. from
Yes,
what we
but
were looking
no.
at
But
here.
I'm not familiar enough with Constantine. Indiana Jones, that makes sense. I can deal with that. We could go like more of an not action hero, but like a more grounded action hero route with Indiana Jones. Give him like some fun. I mean, we don't want to pigeonhole them into using a whip, so not fun things they can do with a whip, right? But like fun little action-oriented things, and like maybe some trap evasion type stuff. Maybe a way to reduce damage from traps, right? Well, I don't know if traps are going to deal damage or deal afflictions, because if damage just gets healed up, then they kind of need to deal afflictions to do, like, to
Right.
be anything.
Well, it depends. I was gonna say it depends. It could just do that. I mean, most traps should be dealing both in some capacity. Whereas, if you step on a bear trap, for example, you take the piercing damage of however much, and then you're also rooted in place and probably
Yeah.
take a minor affliction
There-
of holy crap, I'm stuck.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is. Sorry, go for it.
What I was saying is like after each encounter, like the damage is healed. So as you step on a trap, the damage doesn't really matter. Is effective what he's saying.
Yeah, because it would just get healed. So that's why I'm saying is I don't think the damage is what matters here. Is the affliction. The alternative is that if traps are ruled as they heal at the end of the next combat encounter or at the next rest, then that damage can kind of linger on and matter. But I think that'd be very clunky, and I'm not sure I'd like that. I prefer to just like take the affliction and be done with it. To me, basically, like traps being save versus affliction, or just be observant and avoid the trap in the first place, or take affliction and that's that.
So what happens if you step on a trap in combat? Should it still deal the damage and stuff?
I'd say so.
Okay, so traps in general should have damage and afflictions.
Mm.
They're always
Sounds-
associated to them.
Yeah, so I'm saying you
No,
always have that
well-
because the damage would matter. I mean, obviously, if you're not under threat of being,
Yeah,
shot
okay,
through the
all right.
throat with an arrow.
I take it back. No, the traps should not have damage in combat. Realistically, they should, but we'll just simulate as that the affliction as that, because that could be very complicated and very confusing. If like you see a trap description and it describes damage, but you know that like that damage heals immediately, unless that's detailed in the core rules under like traps and how they work, I don't think we need to deal with
So
it.
maybe I'm missing something. Does it say somewhere that immediately ending combat you go back to maximum HP?
It's implied in the example with Jasper. I think it's outright stated a few times there. I don't remember how many places it's stated, but it is stated a few places, and there was one area that stated counter to it, or rather implied counter to it. Then I asked for a clarification, and the clarification was yes, it is intended that you heal after each combat encounter. The damage
That
is
was the
not
poison
tracked.
one.
Yeah. Poison counters don't heal between though. So like there's stuff like that that's tracked.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so the primary where you die isn't by damage of a certain type, it's by how many
Yeah.
afflictions you have.
Yep, there's a lot of different affliction thresholds, and depending on where you are
Yeah,
on
no.
those, you just probably auto
I
die.
get that.
But
Then there's no point in having damage numbers at all. IMO.
There would be in combat. Damages for combat is basically what we're getting at. But out of combat, it's just afflictions. Would be my recommendation. It keeps things very simple and manageable.
a horde of goblins with knives, right? Generally for like in a D&D 5e setting, isn't that scary to a high level character, right? Because you have generally a lot of health points. But if those goblins are getting those slashes on you, then you will end up accumulating enough slashing damage, and then you'll pass out anyways, no matter how much friggin' afflictions you can take.
Yep. At the end of that table, there's a fun little skull. Teehee.
Right.
All right. What was I doing? That's right. I was mining this for inspiration. So I was looking at Darkest Dungeon, and we were talking about reveal into the realms of TTRPGs abilities involving looting.
Over here, like, what the fuck is going on? Sorry, can't say language.
No, you're fine. I'm okay with cussing on stream. I can't police myself when it comes to that kind of stuff. Just don't say anything racist. That's my rule of thumb.
Yeah, that won't be an issue.
Very good.
Looking at that, cheapest. Man,
Abilities
this
and mobile
system,
including would be.
this system is not new player friendly.
So far, what really attracts me about Relict is that I don't like comparing stuff to 5e, and I'm trying not to, but it's that nice degree of like not so simple that it's so bare bones and you're just rolling nat 20s and like there's nothing there, right? There's enough crunch there, but it's also not so crunchy like Pathfinder where you need to put literal like days worth of hours into it to get into it.
Days worth of hours.
Pathfinder
I
is
like that term.
stupid complicated sometimes.
You see, I find this well more complicated than Pathfinder, at least to a new player.
Really?
Oh, dude,
I vastly disagree, and I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I picked up. It took me less than a day to pick up Pathfinder for
Well, hold on. Are you talking about 2e or 1e? Because I'm talking about 1e.
Well, I'm talking about second edition because that's the one everybody uses.
That's not been my experience, but okay. Yeah, I was talking about 1e. So never mind. You're probably right when it comes to 2e. 2e is very good, or at least the stuff that I experienced during the playtest of it was good. I don't know how much of that made it into core though. But yes, Pathfinder 2e is very simple, and you're probably right. That being said, no, 1e is a complicated mess.
2e is just a slightly better version of 3.5.
I again disagree, but I mean, unless they really made some ridiculous changes for the final version, I don't know. Sure, maybe they made some funny changes for the final version, but to me, it didn't run anything like third edition.
I mean, Pathfinder was built on top of 3.5.
I was talking about Pathfinder 2e, right?
They built 1e on top of 3.5, and then they just.
I thought you were saying that Pathfinder 2e was like 3.5, and I disagreed with that. Was what I was trying to do.
You know what I'm saying? Like they took 1e and then they streamlined it. They trimmed off the accoutrement and the stuff that they obviously didn't like, and of course changed the things that made it that would have gotten them in trouble with
Yeah,
wizards.
I'll have to look into it, but that doesn't sound like what I experienced during the playtest.
I just think like for 2e, it always feels like you're supposed to optimize like everything, like your what the hell they call it? They're not called perks, but the similar, right?
Feats, yeah.
Which ones?
Yeah, all these things you're supposed to.
You got your class
Yeah,
feats.
basically feats.
Got your skill
You're supposed
feats.
to get this and get this just to build like the optimal way instead of like fun stuff. Like, oh, I want this one because that one looks cool.
Yeah. It's I think it's probably an unfortunate carryover from Pathfinder is that like it was the system for build monkeys with gigabrains, right? So you did still need to cater to that gigabrain build monkey mindset. So like it needed to be simple and approachable enough to attract us 5e heads, but it also needed to like have enough depth and customizability for like the optimization monkeys to go crazy. And I think, at least during the playtest, they were successful. I still haven't looked into it fully, so I can't speak to its current how it currently is. Let's see abilities.
I mean, it's obviously a little bit more involved than 5e. Probably always will be.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair assessment, but it's still approachable. Again, it assuming that it's like it was in the playtest, it's that middle ground, right? Where it's not so simple and bare bones that like there's nothing there and it's not worth doing for me, but it's also not so crunchy that like you're going to invest days worth of hours.
Like I said, 2e, per level you have maybe one skill feat and then one skill feat per every 2 levels to worry about. It's nothing too wild to go at there.
I just realized something else. If we're going with like the whole useful and dungeoneering thing, we do kind of need to know like how locked doors and chests and disarming traps and whatnot works, because that's the kind of mechanics we'd want to put on this class if we're adding in that kind of flavor.
Very true.
There's a lot of aspects here that I can't actually do yet.
I would assume,
Oh, that's right.
and again, this is a very bold assumption, but I would assume it is probably a role involving your cleverness.
Yeah, that's my assumption too.
Since yeah, traps and mechanisms are.
Yep, that's why I want it as its secondary stat.
Yeah. So I would assume that it would be just the D12 roll versus with your cleverness.
I can still make a good first draft though, and then Nos can go crazy, or as those rules get added, I can up the version number and revise it myself. Depends on how long it takes Nos to get to the Antiquarian and like pinning down some of these rules.
So how would it work for, like, let's say you coming up on, DM knows that you're coming up on a trap.
Yeah.
What happens? Do like, hey, roll for cleverness to see the trap? Is that?
I mean, I suppose it would depend. Well, so this one doesn't, unlike a lot of other ones, this one doesn't have. Well, you do have a passive detection, so
Yeah.
I suppose that one does make a difference.
There's a lot of different ways you could run traps. You finish your rant and then I'll go on mine.
Oh, I was gonna say you do have a passive detection score in here, so I would say unless you're actively checking, you wouldn't roll against it. But knowing your passive detection, if sort of the traps, DC quote unquote would be below your passive detection, then you would be able to obviously detect the trap. But if you're even with that, if you're actively searching for it, then you can do again the active roll for it, the active cleverness roll.
Okay.
All right. So
it is how I would guess.
So traps. Again, I'm coming from a place of 5e. But I don't like the idea of passive perception or get hecumbled. I'm a much more a fan of if they through asking questions and exploring the environment can suss out these traps, fine. But otherwise, I don't think it should be save against noticing the trap and then also save against the trap. I think that that's too generous, and that like traps will never properly like go off or happen. So I do like the idea of either doing the passive or just nixing the passive and it just happens. Sometimes you can't observe it ahead of time. That being said, you could observe it in character by exploring the environment, right? So the DM talks about like the room, and it's just like it's tiles, there's some grooves in the tiles. One of the players says, I'd like to make a perception check. I would like to explore this room. And as they do so, the DM says, okay, cool, you rolled high enough. You can see that there's an odd extra set of grooves on this tile right here in particular on the map that you don't know what those grooves are for. And then the player says, okay, I take a little hammer and I knock on that tile. The DM says, it sounds hollow. And then perhaps at that point in time, the player has suspected that it is a pitfall trap, right? That if they were to step on that tile, it would pivot and they would fall to however many feet into spikes, right? They could then, that's enough knowledge from their exploration to think that there's a trap there. But otherwise, if they hadn't really explored the room and they just stepped on that tile, then it's like make a dex save or fall into this pit, right? That's personally how I prefer to run traps, at least as far as 5e is concerned. Because, I don't know, it depends on how broken passive detection ends up being. Because right now in 5e, passive perception is broken. Like, you can easily get a passive perception of over 20. And the majority of traps probably would require a perception of 20 or less to see in the first place.
And it kind of ruins the fun unless the DM makes it harder for you. And then in which case, like, what's the point of even putting those points in the passive perception to even outscale it? Exactly.
Traps are kind of useless as they are in 5e, so I prefer to just be like, okay, cool, you explore the environment, maybe you can avoid the traps that way. If not, then it's just, they happen, you make your check against them, bada bing, bada boom, you take an affliction. That'd be my recommendation.
I'll say, so I mean, that's basically what I said, but like I said, the way I look at it too is this, like,
Yeah, the big difference is
Sometimes-
I'd get rid of the passive detection. The passive detection
like
for hiding enemies is fine, and I'd keep. But passive detection for traps, I don't like.
Well, I suppose it depends on the type of trap. If it's a very crudely cobbled together thing by like just a group of kobolds that heard you coming and just tried to very quickly set something up, you can suss that out a lot easier than obviously something very intricately embedded in the environment. You know, you can tell sometimes. Like you can see on occasion, like, oh, this tree looks awkward because somebody has tied one of the branches back and is ready to, like,
Okay.
cut a rope and let it
No,
smack you with something.
Yeah, I get what you're getting at, and I think I agree. What I think I would instead advocate for is both. That you have a section on traps that denotes types of traps. That some of them are easily noticeable and could be seen with a detection skill, but some cannot be seen until they go off. However, some of those skills could be sussed out by exploring the environment and theory crafting. Like a section that denotes that, like with a paragraph or two in whatever trap rule section ends up being in whichever book.
Yeah, like I said, well, like with anything, like anything improvised is obviously always going to be less effective than something purpose built. That's just always the case.
Well, it also depends
like
on
I said,
how
like I said in my
disguised
example,
it is.
the tied back tree branch with maybe like a dagger tied to it, it's going to be much easier to obviously suss out than you're in a specific dungeon built by dwarves of yore,
Exactly.
and you have to physically, which is where I said that's when you have to start rolling your cleverness checks and everything to properly suss everything out. Obviously they would have taken more
if we
effort
go to
hide
the
their
floor
traps.
tile example, let's say it's in a dwarven fortress, right? That trap was well hidden. Passive detection wouldn't have been prevalent. However, they could then roll cleverness to disarm it, right? To know exactly where to put their piton, to jam in their piton to keep it from opening, right?
Yeah, I think finding it and disarming it should be two separate things.
Yeah, I think finding it should be exploration, like I've said, and then disarming it should be a check. And then the alternative is like the other check is stepping on it, and then that check is more a save against not taking the affliction. So you have a lot of options. That's what I'd recommend doing. It also is a very simple and effective system that would let the DM kind of like really have some fun with the traps.
Oh yeah. I think even at its base level, it's the same thing like you can do with weapons and armor. Improvise versus purpose built.
Yeah.
So one of the things I was thinking for Antiquarian, oh my gosh, Antique Dealer.
Antique Dealer, yeah, that's the name of the class for fun.
Antiquarians?
Yeah, whatever. Add cleverness to trap saves for those within 5 feet. So if someone's trying to save a trap, they can add cleverness score to that save.
Cleverness to saves versus traps. Is it just their own saves or people within 5 feet?
I'm thinking everyone with 5 feet, like within arm's reach. Basically, if they can grab someone and pull them back, kind of concept.
Well,
that seems more like a precision
no.
thing, though. That's quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually don't agree with that one. I think cleverness to save for themselves is a good idea.
Yeah.
However, saving somebody else should either be something that anybody can do with a proper roll, or should be for something else with like a precision.
Mm-hmm.
Like I agree with him on precision for that one.
Okay.
At that point, it's reaction time versus your ability to suss it.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Because having a high cleverness to saves versus traps means that, like, presumably a lot of traps are going to be either fortitude or precision, right? Some of them might be magical traps, and then they go against like will or the like, and might would come up too. But adding your cleverness, no matter what, that makes sense. They were suspecting the traps. They know what to expect. They're just like, oh, I know what this is, and they can react quickly with their cleverness to get themselves out of it. So they still would have whatever that original ability score is, but they just get to add their cleverness on top of that. Unless the trap calls for a cleverness check, in which case then they're effed. So I don't know, maybe we put a little clause there where it's just like, if it calls for a cleverness check, you may add double your cleverness. Nah, that might be too powerful.
So just add your cleverness bonus to any save versus the trap. So that way you don't have to like specify anything like that. You will add your cleverness bonus to any save versus the trap.
Yeah, but my problem is, what if they're already adding cleverness to that save versus that trap?
I think it would depend highly on the trap. For example, if it's like a laser braid trap that comes from the floor, you might want to might check to help jump together with your party to avoid the trap.
Yeah, I think I see what you're getting at. Yeah, at the very least, we'll add this in the spitball area. Let me actually go here and say.
Am I actually intruding on anything?
No,
I
you're
just
fine.
came here because it's quite interesting.
No, it's all good. You're welcome to listen in. If you have something to add, we'll try and adjudicate that as best I can. I will make sure you're aware that I am live streaming right now, so do be careful with what you say.
It's okay.
But other than that, like as far as I'm concerned, I don't see us saying anything inappropriate while homebrewing up Relict rules. I just wanted to make sure you're aware because I know some people like get camera shy, that kind of thing. Let's see, Spitball Junction. Underneath Spitball Junction, I can say Oh, another little thing in brackets. Note. The spitballs could easily be specialization features. What? There we go. Or vice versa.
What makes like this class, like we were saying, Indiana Jones, like how do we get that feel in it besides just using like emotional
Relics.
items?
Relics. I mean, that's about it. That's what makes an antique man an antique man. It's screwing around with relics.
The relics isn't really the big thing differentiating them from Indiana Jones at this point in time. Because they're both historians, they're both adventurers, they're both good at like traps and dungeoneering and whatnot. And yeah, Indiana Jones is very much that kind of flavor. What's differentiating them from that is their use of relics, their ability to attune to those and call forth their little abilities. Beyond that, not a whole lot. This one definitely has more of like a hobnob mercantile flavor to it, whereas Indy was more of a lone man. Not a lone man, but like he was very selective with his party, right? He only ever had a traveling companion or two at a time. He wasn't really like a super outgoing, friendly guy. So the implications of this character being friendly and outgoing and knowing how to ask for help and to rely on teammates is an aspect that would also differentiate it from Indy. But otherwise, yeah, relics and that's about it. Other than that, like, yes, we could obviously like steal heavily from Indy for like inspiration.
So Indy would actually be a antiquarian and a scoundrel, and I don't know what else, but
Yeah.
That's interesting. So
No,
with
you're just
those two
making Harrison Ford at that
combinations,
point.
What's up, Mord?
I was thinking like it would become like an archaeologist with like two combinations of the classes.
Yeah.
in Awaken, what were you saying about splitting hairs? What?
Oh no! I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that at that point you're just making Harrison Ford, because then you just combined Indiana Jones and Han Solo together.
Oh, hold on.
Um,
Added from this chat. Oh no.
Now we need a barbarian so we can punt him off a plane.
get off my plane.
Oh, I see. You added me saying to correct that. Got it. Yeah. I'll add to that later. It looks like Awakens probably adds stuff. That's probably good enough for now. Yeah, I'll get him my thoughts on traps eventually. Let's see, Spitball Junction. Okay.
I sort of just went like, just in general for the system, improvised versus purpose built, purpose made. You can improvise basically anything, and then I gave the 3 examples. Improvise versus, improvised traps versus, purpose built traps.
Yeah,
Are
I'm sure it's fine. I'll get to it later.
Yeah.
Try to focus
Actually,
back on
another
this.
really good example of that is camouflage, because you can make camouflage on the fly. Slap a little mud and tie some leaves to your clothes, and you have like improvised camouflage. But it's not as good as a purpose-built ghillie suit, for example.
Okay.
All right, what are we looking at next, Owl?
I'm just gonna try and grab from this little bit of examples. Apparently, past Derek had some fun spitballs mixed in here. So I'm going to add them and retool and reformat them. Okay. So I'd said gain insight into knowing exactly what they're looking at. Appraisal. All right, that kind of already exists under the tool proficiencies, I would assume. That doesn't bear restating. Okay, we can get rid of that. Ability to know which parts of monsters to harvest for maximum profits. That's dependent on whether or not we have a system that supports that, but I do like that. We will keep that in. Some profits, we'll say parentheses if there's a supporting system.
I mean, what Nos was saying was that there's like a quasi one, so it's gonna be mostly flavor text.
Yeah.
So like the dragon spews acid from its glands, and the DM can just choose. Oh yeah, so you can grab the glands from it.
Mm-hmm.
You can milk it.
You can
It-
milk it.
Make melt.
Harvest parts. We'll say parts / fluids. There we go. Fluids
Oh God.
from
please
monsters.
Don't. No, stop.
That's
no.
what the milking
you're
is.
offering. You are offering way too much freedom for some nasty interpretations there.
Oh, you're talking about semen?
A lot of things.
Ah, okay.
Again, milk has more than one definition, my friend.
You could get some poison from a basilisk. That's what I was thinking, but I mean,
But would
Sure.
given
Would
a
an
gargoyle a hand
but
job though, what would that be like?
here's my real question though, like on this topic of the actual class and everything, would they really be more knowledgeable than, say, maybe a plague doctor who is just a biologist in general? Would they really be more knowledgeable on
No.
how to get stuff
Oh.
from animals?
We're getting into areas of specialization. In this case, I would say that this would be like more trivia knowledge, stuff that they've learned because they have an interest in going about adventuring to acquire these lost artifacts, this lost knowledge, right? Presumably this is a fascination of theirs. And so they've read some books about general monsters and whatnot that tend to be in these places, right? And
Then, if I may,
Mhm.
instead of knowing how to harvest, more on the more available to know, of course, at DM's discretion for stuff, this, that, and the other, more to know strengths and weaknesses of certain creatures that they would come across. Less to do with knowing it.
We'd need to see if there's mechanics to support that, and also that can get very complicated and icky very quickly.
There will be mechanics to support that. But what I counter that is, so the plague doctor and field medic would know biology, so they'd be able to extract
Yeah.
the gland, right? But if there's like a stone golem, then the antiquarian can do the same thing to the golem. So he can
Yeah.
take like the energy core or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
So instead of from monsters, I would say more appropriately from constructs. I think that would be good. But I still think my idea more specifically would work.
Let's say a sphinx. That's something you could find referenced in historical volumes. Is warnings
Right,
about
yeah.
how to deal with a sphinx or possibly how to harvest something from a sphinx. That's a non-construct that I think an antiquarian would very much know what to do with. So I don't think I'd limit to constructs. I think I would keep it general. But it's okay if plague doctors or field medics can do it too. Like, there's nothing saying that they can't, like, also be able to do this.
I just don't feel like, okay, because it is just still feeling like the archaeologists are. I don't genuinely think that would be in their wheelhouse. Now, knowing the threats that they can face going in there is absolutely something that they would know.
For right now, I'm writing it down anyways, but it's in the spitball junction where he can discard the spitballs. So if he agrees with you, that's okay. But for right now, I don't see a reason why we can't have them have researched monsters or common monsters and possibly be like, oh yeah, I read about this. I know how to extract that dragon's breath sac. Sure, and then they go about doing it.
Like I said, I think more appropriately would be like, oh, it's a example. Well, screw it. We'll stick with the dragon. It is a blue dragon, for example. We're dealing with a blue dragon, you know? Your electricity won't work. However, it's weak to frost. Just, again, just throwing random crap out there. Just, that sort of thing. That's the sort of thing I think they would have a better handle on, as opposed to pieces and parts. More like, oh, well, I've done this. I know what I'm coming to raid a dragon's lair. I'm not so much worried about knowing the intricacies of the dragon's biology, because I'm more worried about like the cool shit that's in its lair. But I know I'm going to raid the lair of a blue dragon. So I know.
Well, in order to raid the lair of a blue dragon, you need to know how to survive a blue dragon. So you still need to know about it.
Well, like I said, which is where it comes. Which is what I still think where strengths and weaknesses become in. Oh, I know vaguely. It has its claws and tail. It has a breath attack. I can't really damage it with.
What I'm saying is we can
damage,
do both.
But...
We can have a section that talks about them knowing their weaknesses and knowledge, like general knowledge about the creature while it's alive, but we can also have them have knowledge about what to do with it once it's dead. I'm saying I don't see the reason to not have both in the spitball section. If the DM decides, if Nos decides that like, oh, I don't want it to know about how to harvest from monsters, but general knowledge about how to defeat monsters is fine, then like that's his prerogative. But for right now, I don't see the reason why they couldn't have seen like a book with like here's the anatomy of a dragon, right? Here's the anatomy of a sphinx. Here's the anatomy of an imp, right? And be able to harvest from those kind of monsters.
I guess I'm just thinking much of like what we're looking at here, and of course, we're very focused on like the relic thing. So yes, they still could have technically come across those things, but that is not something that this class feels like it's going to want to do. Like this class is focused on, I don't care about taking the heart of this blue dragon. I care about taking this really stupid, overpowered, artifact that this dragon has in its like hoard, in its nest.
I understand what you're getting at, but the way I saw it, or at the very least, the notes that I'm stealing from at this point in time, is the idea that they are good at dungeoneering, that they are good at keeping their party alive and knowing what to do with things in the dungeon. That their goal is not, I am here to hunt this specific artifact, but more so, I know that in my future adventures, I am going to need to know how to do certain things. So, in my youth right now, I'm going to go and read a bunch of books, and that knowledge from those books will someday be relevant. What I'm saying is, some of that knowledge they attained, looking to someday be able to grab relics and explore with their homies, some of that knowledge could have been relevant to harvesting from monsters. You could make the judgment call that no, they never came across any of that in their books. Sure, that's up to Nost. But in my opinion, I think that it is very likely that someone that knew that they were going into a dangerous career involving monsters absolutely would have read up on at least some of them.
I mean, then by that, I mean, so even following that logic, a knight trained in heavy defense of their lord, or having to go on errands with their lord, would still be learning of the dangers facing it, and if they're near a dragon's nest, they would have to know that. So by that logic, the knight should also know how to piece part, dissect the dragon of the same.
I understand what you're getting at, but it also doesn't quite work that way, right? The knight is a specialist in armor and defense and the like, if we're going with that kind of flavor. Could they have had an interest in knowing that other stuff? Sure. Did they read those books? Sure. Do we have to reflect that mechanically? No, it doesn't fit their flavor as well. The Antiquarian is not a knight. It fits the Antiquarian's flavor much better than it does the knight. This is a class based around knowledge. This is a class based around study and being prepared and dungeoneering. The knight is not that.
So is a wizard. So is a wizard. A wizard also
sure. Then you could then you could add this to the wizard. I'm not saying you can't add that to the wizard. Just like I'm saying that you can't also add it to the.
You're still talking about flavor. You're still talking about fitting stylistically in the class, and everything we have done so far revolves around their whole thing is they find the relics to be able to draw their power from. And
you're right, but also you're being too unflexible. It can still have that.
It's just devolving.
Yeah.
Move on.
Okay.
What are we working on, Owl?
We are spitballing. I am going to spitball even if you disagree that this is not thematically good enough and that we need to hyper-focus on some other aspect. I am currently looking at all aspects. I will continue to do so. There we go.
Like Awaken, you come up with some awesome ideas and stuff. Just so you know, I'm not discounting you, by the way.
Mhm. That's true
No,
too.
I
I do still want you to come up with ideas, but right now you're saying remove the idea from the list, and I'm saying I don't want to. Nost can remove it. That's
The
my
thing also
statement
with
here.
that too is like, since we wanted to make all the classes differently,
Hmm.
like you wanted to make the classes as different as possible. Obviously, it's not
Yep.
highly possible to make every class super distinct where there's no overlap. Obviously, we
Mhm.
can't do that. That's not possible. It's too many classes. We've been down that road, but I think leaving something like that to a biologically focused one would help eliminate eliminate the overlap that we can start running into. Nipping
What
some
I'm
of that in
saying
the
is
bud
I
now.
don't see a problem with that overlap.
But what you have to keep in mind, Awaken, is that this is Owl's like his list. So
Yeah.
don't worry about that. So
I am spitballing ideas. He
right.
can get rid of those ideas if he
Nost will-
likes. If he wants to avoid that, if he agrees with you, that's fine. I don't see the reason to discount it at this point in time myself. Someone else can do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'll get my sign and tap my phrase.
Okay. Because
Hold on,
you're not wrong. I get what you're getting
where's-
at, but also
where's my
I disagree and I don't see a reason to remove it.
profile? Hold on, where's my customized profile? Edit server
All
profile.
right.
There we go.
Knowledge of how to do so, etc. Okay. Just connecting survivalist direction, skill monkey. Okay, so we don't have the skill monkey. We can do stuff yet. Survivalist. We've kind of been covering that with traps and dungeoneering. Something that I got distracted and forgot to add. Ability to know traits, trivia, and possibly weaknesses
Excuse me.
of monsters, and then we'll say parentheses if there's a supporting system, which yes, Zinnik, I know you already said there is going to be one. I'm just putting that there just in case. All right. I'm gonna start segmenting these with dashes because now that some of them are getting a little bit long. Whip. All right, very good. What are we doing next? Wasn't exactly powerful in their own right, but who is very useful to have around, being good at finding secrets.
There we go. I'll just point at my my status now.
Oh no. What are you doing?
There you go.
Yes and no.
Advanced everything now. It's my status now.
Yep, that's my stance too. It's like yes and no. You're not wrong, but also we're trying to.
Also, can I just say I am actually super upset with Discord that you can't change your status per server, that it has to be account wide.
Oh yeah.
That's fair.
I could change everything else in my server profile. I could change my PFP, my background, everything else, in my nickname, everything except for that status. I'm like, yeah, that is dumb. Come on, Discord. How hard is it to add that one little JS script to add that customizable per server?
They don't have bandwidth for that.
I have faith that just code isn't that spaghetti.
Here we go. Being good at finding secrets. Sure. What would we add this? Bonuses or abilities. There we go. Some sort
Or
of
we can say anything that calls like a cleverness check. They can double their cleverness, something like that.
Okay.
Does that sound?
Yeah, we'll say bonuses
Let's see.
or abilities that help with. Do we want to name cleverness or just say checks in general when finding secrets?
Okay, yeah.
I was
yeah,
gonna
okay,
say, I don't necessarily think you want to make it all cleverness, because they wouldn't necessarily be super.
No,
they
yes,
wouldn't
you're right,
necessarily
you're
be
right.
super
To
good at
find secrets.
deception or something.
Yeah.
Specifically, you know.
Maybe the next check pertaining that creature object.
The next check. So make it an activated ability, basically.
Yeah, because of how vague the Antiquarian is. Because you can have knowledge based on medicine from. Yeah, it's so. That's my thoughts for now.
Gotcha.
Also, what constitutes a secret? I think that's the other one. Like, what exactly
Oh,
would
that's
we
fair.
be approaching with secret?
We'll say
Like,
parentheses. Secret
Uh,
doors to treasure illusory walls. There we go. That's some hidden treasure. How about this?
I was gonna say because secrets can be extremely thing, and again, that can also fall into sort of the charisma portion of they'd be checks with secrets when it comes to like somebody's hiding something from them, like in a
okay.
conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
fair. Yeah, I didn't mean
Like-
social secrets. Sorry, this is still me on my dungeoneering kick from this earlier section.
No, that's why I was asking. This like, what would we consider a secret?
We're gonna
Because
drop dressing.
I'm all for keeping stuff open, but sometimes that's too open.
Yeah, he
Too
wants to
much
make it
interpretation.
simple unless he doesn't like it, and then he wants to make it complex. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh no, clarification is useful in some cases.
Dressing wounds.
I mean, yes and no.
Exactly. Minor clarifications can be extremely useful.
We'll say minor buff to first aid action, comma, knowledge of wound dressing. That might spark some inspiration there. Want to do tracking and detective work. I think that's fine, but that's kind of already covered under like makeup cleverness check, so we already have that so long as they keep themselves with the high ability scores there. So that I guess will just be build dependent. Know which mushroom not to eat. That's more knowledge stuff. Okay, it's more general. We don't have to do this. Circumventing hazards. That's the stuff involving traps. Okay, we're good to go. I think we're done with the dungeoneering section. Okay, what was the next area? Going beyond it, I looked at the definition. Okay, where we started talking about collectors of antiques and rare books and whatnot. I think we've kind of already covered that. That's a lot of like the relics and the stuff involving them. Languages, that's true.
I don't know what the plan is for that.
that is a very good question, actually.
I'm not sure if we want to do that. Is there anything... Right. I mean, I guess they could have learned languages to read books in other languages, right?
I wouldn't even necessarily say books, like just even reading carvings in dungeons or something like that, just for the base, and not even necessarily perfect fluency, but understanding the basics of I can read this ancient elven script to know, oh, this roughly translates to, the wind blows through the trees at the tall moon in the dead of winter or some shit like that.
Basic symbols and conjectures. I can think that makes sense.
They don't have to have fluency, but their ability to just basically sort of understand a couple languages that they would have picked up throughout their life.
Symbolage.
How do you guys feel about how many languages are in like 5e? I don't know how many Pathfinder has.
A lot.
There's a lot.
About the same as 5e, to be completely honest.
Do you guys like that? Because me personally, I don't. I really, really don't.
So I do actually. I love that as a DM because it allows me heavy variation in what I do and don't do. Plus, it's always nice. It's always nice to reward those players who take it upon themselves to learn a bunch of stuff.
I like the stuff that's in the player's handbook. Where it goes to get expanded beyond that, I kind of have problems. Because having a language for each of the elementals, and then a bunch of like weird, like hyper-specific, race-specific languages that aren't like Orcish or Giant or whatnot, things can get kind of crazy and noodly if you look at the lists, the potential languages that aren't covered in the player's handbook.
I would also say avoid what's in Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica and Exandria and stuff, because those are 100% super weird. Like, I don't count those when I'm talking about it either. Like,
setting dependent stuff should be avoided.
Super setting specific ones. Yeah, I don't count those, but
like a predefined language that's already set, like Orcish for orc.
Yeah. Orcish for orc sounds good. and like other species that would be derivative of orc.
Orcish, Gnomish, Elvish, Dwarvish, Common.
I don't even like that halfling and gnomes have their own languages. That just doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they? Especially gnomes. Halflings, I could almost make an argument for. Yeah, they would probably be mostly common.
Okay. Gnomes are fine because some of them are isolationists. So I guess that's
yeah.
fine.
Like I said, a good chunk of gnomes tend to be isolationists too. So I was
Yeah.
like, I feel like
gnomes are
like,
fine.
I could
Halflings, though, are
I could
fine.
understand. I could
Halflings,
understand
though, sure.
your argument for halflings.
Keep in mind, it's a whole different world, right? It's a
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
new world. So everything's like different.
Yeah, I would still say most races would still sort of develop their own speech. Like, there's no way, like the Fae, there's no way they don't have their own language. Like 100%, there's a Fae language. There's no way, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that in my mind. You
Because
know,
it's in a different plane of existence.
centaurs, dwarves, elves, humans probably all have their owns for sure. Undead is an interesting one. I don't think undead have their own specific language. It would be what your undead parent race would be. It would be sort of where you draw your languages from.
Parent race or their past life, or is it the same? Is it the same notion?
It's just whatever species you are that you're undead of is where you would sort of draw. In my mind, is where you would draw your languages from. So like if you're an undead elf, you speak like common and elvish, just throwing that just like as the spitball there.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like undead language, so to speak. Maybe, and like I said, deities should have something specific, and so should demons in some capacity. I think that is fairly integral as part of that. Yeah, I can sort of see where, the trees and then water, fire, earth, air elementals all having different ones. Yeah, I can see where that can get a little extra. In my mind, it makes sense. In my mind, it makes sense that each of them would have their own, but I can also see how it can get a little extra whenever you have to look at a whole list of languages.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. The elementals all having their own languages because they all have their own planes, and those planes don't really interact with each other. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. It's just from a player's perspective, it frustrates me because there's a lot of options out there, and most of them are going to be useless and never come up, and you never know which is which. So you just kind of have to like talk to the DM and be like, "Hey DM, what languages would you recommend for this campaign?" And sometimes they get back to you, and other times they just don't because they don't know. The DM might not have that planned out. The DM might not know that you're going into Dwarven Ruin. That's something they make up like 5 sessions from now.
I feel like the super common ones are generally. I feel like it's like the racial specific ones, like the material plane.
That's fair.
Ones,
okay,
are never ones you have to worry
Dwarven
about.
Ruin wasn't a good example. Fine, in a Friti Ruin. There you go. The DM might not know that you're going to go in a Friti Ruin, and that you should have taken Ignin. How dare you not have the foresight to take Ignin?
Or just be a wizard and learn like 17 languages. Just be like one of my players and learn like half the languages in the game. It feels like.
That's what I do on a lot of my languages. Not languages, characters. There we go. Etc. All right, there we go. So in addition to the pitch of being able to partially interpret languages they don't know, I've added an additional thing. Interpreter, able to interpret glyphs, symbolage, and visual depictions. So like cave paintings, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
With some accuracy.
I would say learning a pictorial, and I tell you this from experience, learning a pictorial language requires a very different set of skills than learning, a traditionally written language.
Yeah. I'll say includes pictorial languages. Very good. All right. So I think that's it for the language area. What was I going to next? Oh, trivia that you could use as a call-on for quests. I think that between our researcher equivalent and the whole market friends equivalent, I think that they probably have enough call-ons for quests. I also implied that Yeah. I also implied that downtime activity could also generate quests. So I think we're good to go there.
Absolutely.
Still thinking about giving classes unique downtime options, one involving running. Okay, yeah. Okay, I already did that. Very good. I'm all ahead of the curve there. And then the relic hunter thing. Here's where I get into the funny magical haunted stuff. So I think
Funny magical haunted stuff.
I've already gone over this. Mine occultist for ideas. That's probably where she go pop over to next. Ho. Fine, I'll get to class now. And that's just my observations there. Okay.
I need to see what my discussion question is in
Right.
sociology. Thank you for reminding me. I need to check my sociology stuff.
Sociology. You have
Yeah.
fun, Mr. Educated Man.
Oh, I hate I hate this math class and I hate this sociology class, man.
I hate math. I'm just kidding.
Well, dude,
Yes and no.
I'm a comp sci major. I don't need sociology. I don't need to. I don't want to interact with people. There's a reason I'm going for computer science. I don't want to interact with people.
Hey, give it a few more years. You're gonna be interacting with the computer, telling it what you want to do. So.
I know. Yeah, but
Alright.
it's not. Yeah, but
Go refill my water bottle.
And I don't like customers. Right. What is my long form work? Group and cultural representation. Oh yeah, I had to talk about the 4 ads. I had to choose 4 ads at the beginning of the class, and now we just have to analyze them deeper and deeper as the units go on. No bueno.
I think the Antiquarian actually has a lot of flavor potential. For example, you can be like an Antiquarian for like medical tools and mediums.
Okay. Yeah.
We're just taking character creation somewhere. Delightful. Thank you, Nost. Just stick it somewhere. Interesting. So he doesn't want to put languages in his system. He wants to make the setting. The only problem is settings don't always come with languages built into them. Except for in specific circumstances where you have to work with specific language types in, like this, you're specifically going to this area, and you will have to interact. You're going to the Dwarven ruins, you will have to interact with Dwarven script.
So more than likely, what will happen is there's going to be, like a world building master list where I have a list of a shit ton of different languages, and then
Go crazy.
GMs will go through and say, hey, I want that one, I want that one, I want that one, blah blah blah. They have in their system, and then when they create their own world, Nos will have like a template. So it says, oh, they start with this many languages or whatever. I mean, that's my assumption.
No. Question about languages got asked.
Yeah, I don't think we would see Elvish symbols in the Dwarven ruins, but what's stopping them from using it, though?
A mad wizard.
They
Obviously,
hate
use
elves
both
generally.
symbols. That's fair. But a mad wizard, though, nothing stops them.
I mean, in abandoned ruins taken over by an Elvish lich.
And then they have Dwarvish symbols.
Yeah,
Dwarvish
yeah,
and
that's
Elvish
fair.
symbols.
Repurposed terrain. Yep. This used to be Kingdom of the Dwarves, but they got conquered, and now the elves live here. It's just that simple. Alright, so then Loremonger. We kind of already have some Loremonger stuff. We don't need to deal with that. Collector/merchant, we already have that. We don't have to deal with that. Supportive survivalist guide, skill monkey. Touched on that. Alright. Whisper of haunted artifacts. We have an entire section down below for that. Useful nerd. I'm out of useful nerd ideas. Or at least not ones that won't be argued and nitpicked to death.
Yes, necromancer. Why walk when you can teleport?
Yeah, the blink page kind of got copy pasted everywhere, huh?
Seems like it.
It's fine. It's a placeholder. It doesn't need to be perfect. All right. Okay. I'm out of my ideas here to mine. So now I guess what we need to do is think about. No, I
What's
think
the
we've
idea for
exhausted
Warlock?
indie.
I'm just generally curious. What's the idea for Warlocks?
I don't know. Let me go see what their little blurb flavor text says.
Nos
We'll
has
use the
said
mark of a clever
this.
mage.
I just don't
Tool
remember what he
use.
said.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a
I'm-
warlock to me. They have tools?
I
And
think
they're
it was like a warlock in any setting that I've heard. Either they've made a pact with something, or like in like the WoW-esque setting where you're summoning pets and such, summoning pets totem sort of thing.
So I think what's going to end up happening, this is just spitballing, is Warlock is going to be at the cost of different things. So to do certain spells, they'll have to pay damage points or something like that. Like Warlock is going to be a different type of play style. They may not just use mana.
Personally, I was thinking it would be like dark gifts. I don't know if we should limit it to like a class or anything, but like a boon given by the DM. Because for me, I find that more fitting for the term warlock.
I was gonna say we have avatars, which are conduits for otherworldly powers, which basically takes with pact system, and then you have like, summoners and stuff, which take away the other idea I've ever had of warlocks.
Awaken, if I had a shoe, I would throw it at you every time you try and condense every class into the same damn thing.
I'm not, but no, I'm then asking like, what is a warlock if not if a lot of these other things are already taken?
So, the biggest thing with Avatar, right, is it's a, I mean, you play WoW, so burn phase. It's a burn phase type of class. So you go into it, you pop all your stuff, and then when you come out of it, you're much weaker. That's the idea behind the Avatar. Then, oh, what was the other one you said? Summoner. So Summoner. My concern is Summoner blending too much with Necromancer.
Hey, thanks for the sub.
Like
Elijah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I said that.
Oh no, it was you.
I think the avatar is a warlock in name, but sorcerer in mechanic. Or am I? Or is it the other way around?
I don't know. Based off from the little tagline, I don't care to speculate. Nost will put out like a preliminary thing, and then I'll get it. But for right now, it's just like, oh, what?
Yeah, we need a play test this thing before we do anything else. I think.
Yeah, we'll see what the warlock
Besides
ends up
just
being.
tallying out our brainstorm right here.
so the Nas said the field medic is coming out next, and then after that we're gonna do play tests. We might get a few more monsters out real quick. Or we're just gonna fight a whole bunch of potatoes.
Yeah, if we don't get more monsters out, we at least need guidelines for how to make custom monsters, and then we can just kind of like spitball monsters, right? And DMs can fudge them as necessary, that kind of thing, and make stuff up.
Right.
So that's like what we do with monsters, anyways, for the most part.
Well, there is the guidelines already out for monsters.
Okay, then I will get to them. That was something I thought I was going to get to in this stream, but then I started making the Antiquarian. So we'll see.
The Antiquarian does seem fun.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is gonna be a really fun class. All right, I can't like do the core and the skills. That's kind of stuff that Nost needs to fine tune and iron out. And then there's certain areas I can't do stuff with, right? Because not knowing about how tools and proficiencies work. What I can do is I can go back down below and pitch like effects for these funny little relics. So once I finish up with this spitball area. So I go
at
for
level 1, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. are when they get something additional. So you can
Mhm.
always put like at level 6, they gain another use of a relic or something like that. If that's
Yeah.
what you're thinking about balancing.
Yeah, for right now, I'm leaving a lot of those things in the same category as this Spitball Junction in the skills
Okay.
section. So Nos can kind of fill that in. That being said, there are some. I'll still go and flesh out that skeleton, right? Because there's some generic things that just all classes have the exact same thing for. And then there's a few levels where it's just like, oh yeah, you get your choice of like 2 or 3 things, or you just get this. So at those levels, if I want to, I could do Nost's job and just be like, this seems like a good level to give them another relic, that kind of thing. So you're not wrong, and I'll do that in a second. But for the most part, I can't like fully fill that section out.
So what you're saying is yes and no, I'm wrong.
Yes. But also, no.
I think we need Nost right here. I'm not sure.
It's all good. Nost's got a life, and I'm just making this for fun, and he can do everything if he wants. And if he redoes too much of it, well, then that's fine. Once this comes out, I'll publish my stuff as third party, and just be like,
No, it's okay. We have a corner right over there you can cry in if you want.
yeah. No,
It is
I'm
an idea.
yeah. If I get too invested, it's just as simple as alternate or antiquarian. Boom, done. Yep, just third party content on the internet for free.
I have to see if I can find my my druidic paladin homebrew somewhere. I don't remember where I wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like, there's no reason that we shouldn't have a giant hulking behemoth that is like the Lorax.
Be right
Lord.
back. I'm going to have some dinner.
Have fun.
Very good. Have fun. Have fun.
Yep. Be right back.
Ranged attack.
When you say like the Lorax, you talking about from
The trees.
Dr. Seuss?
No, the Lorax from Doctor
Instead
Who.
of being a small orange dude who says I speak for the trees and gives you a rhyming monologue, he takes out a great sword and yeets you into the next dimension.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was it's a paladin, but very very heavily reworked.
Back. Never mind. They were just asking me which one to order from.
Very good. Etc. Okay. Flavored less as a commanding, pompous force and more as an educated gentleman giving sound advice or calling out observations. Yeah. Because that's something I think I'd like them to be able to do. If we are trying to like fill in the skill section, like they don't really do weapon stuff, and a lot of their stuff kind of comes down to like flavor. So most of their abilities would probably be from their relic thing. But if we're trying to like give them some actual combat skills, I think that more support thing to allow the homies to like duck and cover, or like get down, or like strike true, or hit him in the kneecaps, that kind of thing. Being able to like shout advice.
Without relying on the artifact, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, not like a massive list. They don't need a massive list of skills, because so much of their stuff is like passive and call on and role play. And then they already have like their relics. But yes, I think that general, like if we're looking for skills to give them, leadership skills, the alternative is we give them like shield proficiency and we let them do stuff with their shield, right? Or we give them like a specific weapon type of proficiency and we let them do something with that weapon. But I don't I don't think that's something that I would like to assign to this class at this point in time, nor it needs to be, but who knows. But in terms of like general stuff that they could do, yes. Supporting their allies would definitely be something that I think they could do.
You know, it's just starting to sound a lot like the Astrologian from Final Fantasy XIV.
Sure, I'll go look at that. Why not? I'm curious enough.
Basically, it's a support class that uses a deck of cards to buff and heal and shield their party.
Wow.
I was like, this is really starting to sound similar to that, where instead of just specifically a deck of cards.
Killer. I mean, yeah, we're not going to do a deck of cards, but I could at least like look at some of these effects.
Yeah,
Deals
it's
unspec damage
basically
from
like
that's HP restoration, damage over
yeah,
time.
they're fitting an MMO healer archetype, but I was like, you know,
This got
you,
me thinking.
you want
What's
to look at
stopping
level 30 and
them?
above.
Hmm. What's stopping the Antiquarian from not only supporting the allies, but instead of just support, but being
Oh, debuffs?
martially involved as well?
Oh, yeah, presumably they could, but that could just be their weapons, because everyone just gets like the basic left side of the weapon lists, right? So they could already do that, and if they have light armor, they're good to go there. We haven't like super tanked their toughness at this point in time, so if their other class lets them tank and be martial and whatnot, they certainly can still do that. There's nothing saying you couldn't do a melee one. It's just like while in the thick of combat anyways, like we might as well give them things that the Antiquarian could do that make sense for an Antiquarian over a knight, you know? But presumably, yes, they already could like go and wield a dagger and have leather armor on and participate. They're just not specialized in it like a knight would be, you know?
I see.
Unexpected combustion. Mastery. Yeah, thematically, I'm sure the astrologian, there we go, is appropriate, but a lot of its stuff is kind of magic based, which is the kind of flavor I'm trying to avoid
I said,
right
but
now.
like I said, they pull basically everything from their deck of cards, which is like I was like, this is really starting to fall into that mind. That's where I starting to see where everything was coming from. I was like, yeah, this is really starting to sound like Astrologian, you know. Hey, look, you have a thing. Let's start dishing out buffs, debuffs, heals, shields, whatever the hell you got.
Let me go back over here. Flip side of that. You know what? We don't need the dash. That just looks confusing. Side of that. Ability to distract enemies. Well, say ability or two. But I don't really picture them as a heckler, so good luck with that. Alright. I don't know. That's why it's spitballing. Alright, I think it's enough spitballing for now. Close brackets. I'm sure that will spark at least a handful of ideas for Nost. So let's go finish fleshing out that skeleton. So we have level 1 done. Go look at how Knight goes. Level 2, I believe this is a general type thing that everyone gets this.
Be right back.
Oh! Yeah, have fun. Yeah, they get regeneration and they get a perk, depending on the type they are. So in this case, it's stamina regeneration. Whoop, 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 whoop. Choose one. Perk. Oh, not and. Sorry, they get to choose. They choose. Level 2. Enter. Then, oh, that's right. I have to do it the funny way. Oh, I already copied level 2. And choose one. It's supposed to be italicized. And then we have dashes. And is there like an entire enter between them? There kind of is, but there doesn't really need to be. I'm gonna reformat it a little bit. I've cribbed from. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. There we go. Cribbed from it a little bit. I think I can go my own way as far as like a few of this ends up looking. Good. It still resembles how the other one's formatted. We're good to go. That's all that matters. Then level 3. Okay, this is one of the ones where they get something, it looks like. Let me go look at Avatar.
I don't know why you're worried about formatting. Like, he doesn't care.
I know, but it makes me feel better. It looks more organized. I can also more easily see things. Like if I'm scrolling through here, I can see big, bold, underlined level 2. But if I like didn't format it like this and it was just all bland text, it's harder for me to quickly see things at a glance. Hopefully that makes sense.
He does.
Go. It's also probably because I have some degree of OCD. It needs to look right. Oh, another thing I definitely know is I'm a perfectionist. That's constantly a side of me that I'm fighting. So, between those two traits, yeah, I'm gonna format it. Should I? No. Am I? Yes. Alright, so level 3 is a choice, or... Sure, we'll just say a choice between stuff, or you get a thing, or you get a relic. Put that in brackets and call it a day. Level 3. Wop, wop, wop. Brackets. A choice between features, or they just get a set feature / features. There we go. Parentheses. Okay. Or they get another relic or 2. Say and / or get another relic. Alright. That should do the trick. It'll jog his mind and he'll know that something goes there, or it'll jog future Derek's mind if I make this later on, once I have a better grasp on this system. Alrighty, level 4 is another one of those generic ones, I believe. Same with 5, let me go double check that. Elementalist, That looks like the same to me. Assassin, 4 and 5, very good. So it looks like it's increase your key things by 1, and then increase stamina capacity by 2. Let me go over to Knight. Increase key things by 1, or stamina capacity by 2. Alright. And then level 4 is the minor or major thing, or choose a perk. Okay, let me go to Assassin. Minor or major thing, choose a perk. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's all identical. It's just a matter of swapping out correct abilities. Stats, not ability scores, but stats. Alright, I'll get there. And, oh, that's right. No, do it like this. Alright. Bold. Underline. Bold. Underline. Increase your, and in this case, it's knowledge. Oh, it is both. Okay. And cleverness. Okay, let me go double check that. It's both. Okay.
I'm out of here. Good night, guys.
Alright, yeah, fun.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be on too much longer myself.
Very pog. Thanks for stopping by, though. I did appreciate the conversation.
Yeah. Hey, if you ever want to, just ping me. I don't care what time it is, so if I can, I will.
Inge.
I'll think about it. I'm still very on the fence about like avoiding shilling and whatnot. Like he seems okay with my live streams and feedback and whatnot, but At the same time, like I don't want to. I don't want people to be mad at me.
No one's gonna get mad. You're good.
Okay. You're probably right, but I lack the confidence. Let's see, knowledge. I've been using that color and cleverness, and then I've been using that color. Oh no, it's also highlighted a little space. Alright, fine. Otherwise it's gonna drive me insane. Alright. Knight. I think they're also bold as well. Okay. And stamina capacity is bold. And then that's still italics and nothing else. Got it. Got it. So we can make this italics. This italics. This bold. This bold. Actually go to the top of night, see if that works. Not really bold there. Okay. We're fine. Doesn't look good bold. He can make it bold on his side. It's whatever. They're already highlighted. It's good enough. I'll do it. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, and then we've been doing dash space. Nope. Very good. And here we have dash space. Select one. Oh, there we go. Or choose a perk. It's a cost multiplier. I can go bye-bye. Still a space in between, so that's nice and good. Okay. Level 6, here's where we have our next little feature gainer choice for these type of classes. Level 6, yeah, same for here. Okay. So I can just copy paste level 3, but change the number. 6. Where are the other thresholds for that? I know one of them was 9. Yeah, 9's the next one. Looks like they're marked in blue here, followed by 12, 15, 18. 9, 12, 15, 18. I'll double check. Assassin. 9, 12, 15, 18. Okay. Nine, 12. Oh, nope, it didn't actually work. There you go. 12, 15, 18. Very good. 12, 15, 18. I'm going to say or 2, actually. We could just... If they end up being really short on relics, it's fine. I'm sure Nos can find a way to figure that out. Alright, so now...
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh shit. Sorry.
No, it's just me doing a funny voice. Sometimes I really do get spooked, but no, that time it's just me being silly. I'm still just formatting this core thing, which is effectively now just me copy-pasting these things and making it look nice.
How many relics do they get at the start?
If it's their primary, if it's their major class, 2. If it's not, 1. So we do have it that second relic locked behind that specialization wall.
Like a multi-class rule.
Mm-hmm. Because that's how Knight did it with their stances, and I don't know how powerful the stances are, and I don't know how powerful the relics are going to be. But there's precedent set. We'll go with that. It's my thinking for now.
We just have to test it at
Yeah.
this point.
If Nos wants to buff it and say they start with 2, or we're going to unlock a third one behind the specialization wall, that's fine by me. But we'll see. We'll see where that goes. There's mechanics that I need to be able to understand better, especially considering traps, elements of dungeoneering, and items. And once I have a better understanding of that, I think I'd be fine. Just designing the entire rest of this class. But we don't have that yet. And then even then, we'd need to playtest it for sure.
Yeah, we might want to be adjusting things, but then it also depends on the monster.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what the monsters end up looking like. There's a lot of things up in the air, unfortunately, and there's nothing we can really do about that.
Yeah, because of how unsure I am to unbalancing the monsters, my idea, the lesser guy Dokebi, it's like basically Korean goblin.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure where to put that.
I read webtoons.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because my interpretation of like in terms of art, in terms of enemies, will be like Korean inspiration based.
Very cool. It's not a flavor we see often. The only reason I know Dokubi, or Dokubai, I don't know how you pronounce it, is what's it called? Omniscient Reader. I think that's what it is.
Omniscient Reader Viewpoint. All right, that's a really nice web manhwa to read.
Yeah. No, I very much like it. I think I'm caught up. If not, I'm like I want to say issue. I don't know what it's called. Chapter, issue, whatever. One update behind. Go see the last time I read it. Where is it? Oh, is it just not updated in a long time? Uh-oh. I scroll past it. I probably scrolled past it. Oh, yeah, it updated today. Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm 2 behind. I'm 2 episodes. That's the term they use. I'm 2 episodes behind. But I'm pretty much caught up. It's very good. I highly recommend it. Sounds like you already are reading it, though, or at least aware of it.
Yep.
Alright, core stat of your choice by 1. So core stat and 1 are bold, and then the levels and their numbers in the next section are bold. Got it.
Yeah, because I wanted it to be different. Like there's so many goblin iterations already. I really want that Korean inspiration of a goblin.
Yeah, I don't know too much about them from folklore. Again, the only thing I know of them from is from that specific story. So I don't know how accurate that actually is in terms of folklore. But no, a more folkloric take on a goblin from another culture's perspective, that sounds A-okay with me.
Yeah.
Fantasy goblins are kind of taboo anyways. It's like, do you kill them, or are they friendly friends? I'm of the opinion that goblins are supposed to be kill on sight, but at the same time, like, yeah, I've got a soft spot too. Goblins are nice.
It's either they're nice or they're not.
Yep. They are either people that do some not so nice sexual things and also hurt a lot of people and take a lot of things, and they're just terrible, terrible monsters. Or they're just misunderstood people. That's all it is. It's just, it really just depends on the setting and the DM.
Overgeneralize. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like either goblins bad or goblins totally chill, man.
What's the 2 times? What's the 2 times or 4 times cost multiplier? I've been seeing that for a while. I still haven't gotten a complete understanding of that.
So your major class, when you use your the skills that you get with that, or the spells that you get with that, the costs for each of those skills or spells is normal. But for your minor class, those cost double. For your influence, those cost quadruple. So let's go scroll up here with Knight. Let's say that Knight was our minor class. It now means that parry and riposte here, instead of costing 4, that costs times 2. So it costs 8. If we wanted to parry and riposte with Knight as our minor influence instead of our primary major primary major class, there we go. Then parry and riposte would cost 8. If Knight was just our influence instead, then parry and riposte would cost times 4, so 16. That's what that times 2 and times 4 ends up being.
Oh,
So you can technically do
Right,
all
I
the
get
things
it.
your influence can do, but at this point in time, like, it would be ridiculously expensive. But if you have like a key thing that you'd like to be able to do, you could grab this, and you're just like, okay, I really want to be able to do parry and riposte on my main class, which is assassin. So I'm going to go and grab parry and riposte, and now it doesn't cost times 2. Now it doesn't cost 8, it costs 4, and that's a lot more manageable, right? Or you can take a perk. So it just depends on what sort of neat little thingamajiggers you need for your builds and whatnot. I think it's a fun system. Level 10. The only thing's bold is core stat and 2. Okay. Oh, it's not the right page. Here we go. Up. Level 10. Make it bigger and underline, and very good. Whoop. That'll do for stat. I2. Alright. Oh. Very good. So you Korean then, or just a fascination with the culture?
I just have very good fascination in the culture, especially like since solo leveling.
Yeah, that was good. I read that too. it it took a turn towards the end. Like, I'm on board, but also it sure didn't end the way it started. Dancing around spoilers here.
Yeah, it's. I think it wasn't supposed to end like that in the novel,
Oh, there was changes from the novel.
but
Okay.
it's certainly better. Yeah, they said that novel ending is way worse, and this one is the better one
Okay.
compared to what they were going to put. And apparently, there should have been like an after chapter, like mm, time skip chapter for the two of them,
Time to skip.
because they actually had a son, and their son joined Song Jing Woo in like fighting against extraterrestrials.
Okay. Yeah, so they departed a little bit from it. All right. 9, 10, 11, 12. So 13 is the next one we gotta grab. 13. Score stat by 2, or just perk. Perk. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I only copied 13. I should have copied both. I'm a fool. Italics. This goes like so. Oh, it's because 12 is a thing. Oh no, 13, 14. Okay, no, I'm fine. I'm not off by 1. We're good. We're Gucci. One.
It's a good thing I think they have like guidelines.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff like this where it's just like even though there's all these levels where I just put in brackets, this is effectively what you get to do.
Hold on, you're lagging for me.
Oh no.
I'm going to reconnect and connect.
All right. Hello.
Okay, it's not
Am I
static
fine?
anymore. Yep.
Okay.
Yes. How am I static?
Yeah,
on
you're
my
good.
Side?
No, you're fine. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So you can see that there's like a common skeleton, right? All these gray ones are pretty consistent. I mean, you swap out like their key stats. You swap out stamina for magic. Mana. But for the most part, they all like stay the same, which is very nice. And then of course you have like all these levels where it's like, yeah, this is the stuff that's relevant to the class, that's exclusive to the class. But there's like some consistency, so I can effectively now go and like an Antiquarian and like fill out a general progression track for like the entire class. And then that means that whenever I want to assign a feature here, I can just fill that in and then go on to the next area and fill that in there, and so on and so forth. So it lets me have like this nice skeleton. Which is another reason why I'm doing this, because ideally I format this once, and as long as I do it right once, it means that the next time I go and make a sheet, a document like this for playing with a class, I can just copy paste this, swap out knowledge and cleverness for whatever is relevant, swap out stamina for mana, that kind of thing, and then I don't have to go and reformat it next time.
It's more inclined to like not different versions, but different interpretations. No, wait, that's almost the same. Different drafts.
Yeah. His is on a website and is the way he wants it. I'm trying to simulate his formatting style, but in a way that looks nice to me and over here. But it's effective.
You're static again.
Okay.
What's going on?
Discord's probably just being a butt. Nah, thanks for hanging out. I'm just gonna skedaddle to another voice chat. You have a good day though, bud. Okay, I'll type it out in stream. Ardiva. I'm go to another voice chat. You have a good day.
There's no room.
Thanks for stopping by. There we go. I heard you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna go to another. What?
There's no root.
There's no root?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Sorry, bud.
Me too.
I'm gonna go to another voice chat. Thanks for stopping by, though. I had fun.
All right.
See you, bud.
I hope it helped what
Yeah.
ideas we put out.
Yes, it absolutely did.
I think making it like an activated based ability would really work. I think.
Gotcha.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. Alrighty. And now I'm back in my domain. If they want me, I'm sure they can at me. It doesn't look like there's anything new there. We're good to go there. Okay. Very good. Oh, that's not the right document. Alright, I'm just going to move this over here so I can stop doing that. So I need 16 and 17 now. Boop. Have there been any more mention of like those 2 core stats? No, there hasn't been. Okay, cool. So the next time I need to do my highlight thing is here at 19. Bold, make a big, underline, italics, delete, simplify, oh, nope, I did that wrong. And capital I, okay. Perk. Is core stack gonna be bolded? It's probably gonna be bolded. I'm just gonna bold it for now, and if I have to unbold it, so be it. Aha, I was right, it is bolded. Ho 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 ho. 2 is also bolded, okay. And then stamina capacity, and 3 is bolded. And bold, and come over here, and bold, and hold on, I need to go look at 14. Did I miss some bolds there? Hee 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 hee. Yes, regeneration and their numbers are both bolded. Okay. This is probably supposed to be bolded too. I'm a fool. Alright. Yeah, core stat and their numbers are also bolded. Alright. That's a fun little pattern. You know what if I just bold it? And then I take the buy. I unbold it. Easy. Bold it. Unbold it. Powerful. This 12 bold underline. This italics. Delete. Put the funny lines. I'm sure this doesn't make for the most riveting stream. I apologize, but that's where we are today. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Alright, we're almost there. We're on the home stretch. I think this is all formatted properly. 19, 20. Oh boy, lots of bolding. Okay. So both the ability scores, their numbers, including the period. Oh, because the period's not bolded in some of these areas. I don't know what the intention is. We'll keep it not bolded. I haven't been doing that for the periods anyway. And then pretty standard fare for the rest. Okay. I should have the patterns down by now. Whoop, and bold, and underline, and I like to make it a little bit bigger. I don't know if it's actually bigger on the dock or not. Sorry, on the website or not, but it looks cool to me, so I'm gonna do it. Alrighty. Get rid of that. We can italicize that. Fortitude gets replaced with knowledge. Might gets replaced with cleverness. I love more than Lamborghini in the Hollywood Hills. Knowledge. What a guy, Mr. Ty Lopez. His commercial was everywhere. Became a living meme to me, at least. Alright. I don't know if he was awkward in an attempt to go viral and stick in our mind or not, or if that was just natural. But it worked. I remember Mr. Ty Lopez. I don't remember what he taught, but it had to do with knowledge. I missed a lot of bullet points, didn't I? Yeah, I missed a lot of bullet points. That's about it for that section. I think it was like some kind of life coach type of a program. How to become successful. How to become a pro at video games. That's not what he was teaching. But it would have been funny. I'd like to see Ty Lopez teach video games. How to become good at Fortnite. So my kid will talk to me, cries. That's the kind of stuff we come to Mr. Ty Lopez for, right? Right. Alright. Got that skeleton done. And then we go into the Antiquarian Relic section. Let me make sure there's nothing else that's typically at the bottom here. And give this the once-over. Once-over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, everything looks fine to me. I'm sure I'll eventually. Oh, hold on. Early specializations. I think I already added that, didn't I? Yep. Yep, I did. Okay. And then we got level 1 figured out. Yeah, it's a good skeleton. So then all Most really needs to do is kind of fill in like the gaps here. So he has the mechanics figured out for that, of course. Mine Spitball Junction, come up with a few of his own. And then bada bing bada boom, we'll go from there. Alright, cool. So we're to the point. Where I can go over here. This is my own formatting. I'm doing here. Compass of a Famed Explorer / Far Traveler. No, I don't got any notes there. That's good enough. He'll be able to figure something out for that. Shackles of a Condemned Criminal. Lots of directions you could take this. Could be their crime that contributes the effect, the despair, that influences, could be the nature of their crime that contributes the effect, the despair in bondage, creating an effect that limits their movement. I think I had like another direction to take it. When it came to like the thing that initially inspired it. Providing a sense of despair. Oh, just a general debuff. Okay. The despair. Contributing a debuff effect. And / or the bondage theme, creating an effect that limits their movement. Okay. I'm going to segment these, but I am going to bold spitballing here. But we will put this in brackets. Three different sections of brackets. Rose of Devotee. That could be a bunch of varied effects, but I think he could probably figure it out. Type of thing. Lots of directions you could take here too, but probably. Well, not probably, but definitely a holy magic / effect theme. Consider stealing from, not cleric, avatar or priest or paladin. Fruits of the Lord. Leadership. Effects. Alternatively, consider letting it act akin to traditional command or suggestion type spells. Amulet of the Ill-Fated Mortal. Doomed. They were doomed. Grants the ability to doom others. Not the infernal keyword doom. Capitalizations. Very good. A debuff that, if left unchecked, would hasten their demise. All right. Scepter of Fallen Empire. It's not one of, the only of my examples that feature emotions from multiple people, not a singular source. Yeah. In this case, a empire or kingdom has fallen. and a artifact symbolic of it as the collective grief of that empire's inhabitants imbued upon it could go the Doom theme direction again if you had multiple ideas for it, or could be something else reflecting the melancholy of the melancholy of greatness tarnished. Empire or kingdom. Not and an artifact. Man, if I actually typed that and that didn't just autocorrect, then I'm really losing it. It is late at night. I probably should go to bed soon. I think I'll finish up this section and then I'll call it a night. Well, that means I don't get to finish Billy. Alright, I'll finish Billy next time. Next time. I didn't fully make Billy, but I got far enough along that I think I understand it. I guess I certainly understand it enough to put this together, so I guess there's a degree of understanding that I got even without finishing Billy. I don't understand the monster side, so I failed that part of today's assignment, but I think I got a good grasp on the classes now. Alright, enough that I can at least partially homebrew classes for it. The only of my examples that feature emotions. Okay, what am I doing? How do you reference that? Talk of a madman. Perhaps a doomsayer. Or a mistrusted prophet. Could give it a divination / augury theme. Just get rid of that. Or go full Lovecraftian madness here. Lots of different effects and directions. You could go with either of those primary routes, thematic routes. Very good. Why is Lovecraftian spelled wrong? Lovecraft. Because I missed the F. That's why. Figured it out. Curio of a destitute beggar. Hold on, have I been doing a space here at the beginning? I think I have. Yes. Okay. Does look nice. Alright, very good. No, stop. Curio of a destitute beggar. longing / want theme, perhaps a debuff that finds, sorry, a debuff where its target finds itself coming up just short. What they needed. Jest is technically an unrecognized wrong word, but I did that for effect. I don't like how it messes with the J. Desperation could be a theme explored. As would hunger. Or failing to figure out what the word for it is. I don't remember. Yeah, we'll just end it there. As could. Oh, that's interesting. OBS tried to disconnect itself? Is stream still up and fine? Let me go double check that. Goodness. Okay. It looks like everything's fine. Stream, the replays almost caught back up to present. There's a notification popping up. I can see that on the stream. Alright. Doesn't look like anything's drops. And that's me checking stream. Okay, cool. Should be fine. I don't know what that was. But yeah, it fixed itself. Another varied one. Did authority justly exile them? Or was it in use power? Were they framed for their crime? Either way, I imagine emotions of bitterness, perhaps a longing for revenge. Vengeance, how about that? No, revenge. Revenge does work better. Resentment, perhaps a longing for revenge. This cold fury this spite perhaps it would be best reflected with an ability that lets the user lash out. A damaging effect of some sort. We can get rid of another varied one. We can just go did justly exile them or was an abuse of power. Frame for their crime. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're Gucci. And then there's the close bracket. What was the one I skipped? I should probably write something for that. Presumably something that helps with navigation. Consider divination / augury effects. Locate object or locate creature type spells. That sort of thing. Presumably, the traveler enjoyed their journeys. Not a doom and gloom curse theme like most of the ones below. Alright. Now we've got it bold. We can go with that. It does look better. I'll segment it out. We'll go with that. Alright. Do 2 spaces. Then we'll go back up here, and we can also do 2 spaces here, which are already there. Okay, very good. And skills in that already good. Okay, cool. Everything's consistent. Everything is beautiful. Gorgeous. Got my fun notes here. Okay. Very good. What I think I'll do is off stream. I'll change the share mode up here. Sorry, to people with the link can comment, so people can touch it, and then I'll try and add Nost as an editor if he wants to just edit right on here. If not, of course, he can make a copy of the sheet and edit it in private as well. But otherwise, I can name this. Oh, good. I already put it in the version as well. No, stop at version 0. Oh, what? Silly. Relict Antiquarian Class. Okay. Added Relict just so we know. I noted the stam only up top, but I didn't note it down here. Let me come down here and do that. Despite being spell-like effects, I think we have these cost stam, not mana. Keep this a proper, what's the term for it? Step by step. Martial class. Okay. Should have gone with my gut. Martial class. The stamina is them exerting their exerting themselves, mastering these emotions and their powers, stabilizing them, and unleashing them as a force for good. That feels like a fatiguing task. No? Very good. Reflect in the flavor text somewhere, if possible. And the powers they generate, stabilizing them and unleashing them as a force for good. Okay. My plan for these is to keep them low, well, low powered, balanced by their stam costs. No need to gate them by level or rarity. Low power effects. Okay, cool. I think that all this stuff should give anyone that reads this document an idea of what I'm going for. Power level feel so they can brew their own as needed. It's a good number of default options for players. Okay. Also, I am very attached to their names. Please keep their names if possible. The flavor is very good. Smiley face. All right. I'm sure there's something I'm missing, but you know what? This is good enough. Did I finish writing this? I don't think I did. Hold on. I think I got distracted, didn't I? Payment, etc. Okay. at the end of the week, you make a, we want to go cleverness or skill, or do we say your choice of a cleverness or knowledge check? A lot of this was more social and whatnot, though, so I think we go cleverness. Make a cleverness check. On a success, you receive suitable payment as chosen, decided upon, dictated by the DM. It's my attention. I don't think we need to say on failure, you get nothing. It's kind of a given. Make a cleverness check. Is DC a term used? If it's not a term used, Noskin at it. Determined. I'll say assigned. By the GM. Success, you receive suitable payment as determined. There we go. By the GM. Alright. So a lot of this is just, you make a check and maybe you get something cool. But we kind of had to keep this vague because it needs to be doable in like all settings and all scenarios, and ideally this does a good job of like future-proofing it. And while it does put some pressure on the GM both to assign the DC and assign a suitable reward, it shouldn't be that egregious. And if you're a DM using a system that uses downtime heavily, I think that it's fine that you be expected to like be willing to do this kind of stuff. I don't think it's that big a deal. If we really needed to, we could assign, like, average money per level and have a chart with that, or have a rollable table for effects and successes and whatnot, and you could be like, roll a d8, and some of them say you succeed, get, and then this, you fail, get this, or you fail, or you succeed, but at a cost, get this, and then the bad thing, right? Like, we could, like, make a rollable table and overcomplicate things, but I think for right now, we can keep it simple. And if Nos wants to overcomplicate things, he's welcome to do so. Alright. I think that's good to go. Finish playing the Blink Mage later. If there's anyone still watching, hey, thanks for stopping by. I had a lot of fun. It might not seem it because I'm very tired now, but it was a good stream. I got sidetracked, but that's okay. I'd like to think that a good chunk of this Antiquarian stuff will be useful. And that ideally, the class now gets done a lot quicker than it would have otherwise been, which means I get to playtest it faster. So, it's all worth it in the end, right? I don't think I'll do this for every single one of those uncompleted classes. This was just one that I had like a lot of passion for, and I'd spent where's the top? Here we go. A bit of a ridiculous amount of time writing for, and had a pretty solid idea that I was then able to push past Nost in the chat over here. So, but yeah, it looks good to me. I like it. It obviously is a shell, right? The specifics need to be added. There's very few things that are specific, right? Like this area here is specifics, and that's done. This area here is specifics with the exception of tools. So that's done. That probably doesn't need to be tweaked. I mean, it certainly can be tweaked and rebalanced anyways. Like some of this stuff could be moved into below the specialization line, or vice versa. Obviously, the skills and these things like still need to come into fruition. Some of which will probably actually be in the skill section, and a few of them will probably be things gained at like these level up thresholds. Because we can't just like have them always get a relic. We do need to give them some original features. But at the very least, like, the core is there, the idea is there. Ideally, this document is conducive towards giving Nost ideas, different directions he could go. And then if I do open this up for commenting, which is the game plan, then maybe a few people give it a read and contribute stuff. That'd be cool. Alright, I need to end the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Push any of those fun, happy buttons. You guys have a good night. Here's the button. Oh boy, here we go.